I don't know who's who and what's what. So they'll just tell me to fuck off.
Peckham, you can.
Let's put money together. Let's start a program. Let's start a business, and let's just start a program. Come out the other side of the program. They'll own some of the business, and they'll be able to go out and be the ambassadors to stop violence. Because I can't, me not being from Peckham, I can't go into Peckham and tell the man them, yo, stop jucking each other. Because I'm not in the middle of the wars. I don't know who's who and what's what. So they'll just tell me to fuck off.
Peckham, you can. Do you know what I mean? You even can link with them though. That's the key, isn't it?
No, I can, but I would never have as much influence as one of their generals from there who raise themselves up to a certain level. Like, all right, Glasgow used to be the murder capital of Europe, right? And it used to be one of the knife crime capitals of the world. The way that they was able to solve it is that the police had enough shit on the Glasgow gang members. They went to the Glasgow gang members, the gang leaders, and they said to them, man, yo, you guys are going to get the man them in check. And if you don't get the man them in check, we'll lock you up. And if you get the man them in check and stop them from killing each other, then we'll fund you. And they actually funded programs to be able to mentor these youths and stop them from stabbing each other. And it went from being the knife crime capital to being like 5th in like 2 years. So I was just like, well, that's what needs to be done. But the British government isn't going to support that and doesn't support that because they need that so that they can continue to demonize black youth so that they can continue to get funding for the police. That's what the Mark Duggan thing was about. That's why they shot him, because the police was being defunded. And in the same weekend, I wasn't even in London by then. I was in Leeds by then. And at the same weekend, my brethren got murdered in front of me. And then they tried to make out like it was something to do with London riots. And they did the same thing in Manny, and they did the same thing in Birmingham. And I remember sitting there with my brethren, like his head, he got shot in his face with a shotgun. His head was falling apart in my lap. And I remember sitting there for an hour while the police, 45 minutes, while the police who were armed came and made a line this side of me and a line that side of me. One side was a Pakistani community. One side was a Jamaican community in Leeds. And what they wanted is they wanted to create, like, incite a riot, create violence between these two communities, because it was Pakistani man that shot my brother who was from the Caribbean. The ambulance was there. The hospital was only 1 kilometer away, and I'm sitting there. They wanted him to die in it. So I was like, you need to let me get him into an ambulance, like fighting the police, but I couldn't get off him because if I got off him, then he would lose too much blood. So I had to like keep pressure, all of that shit. So I was in a really bad space. And then what happened was, after they finally took him in the ambulance, because they saw that I was a trained soldier in battlefield casualty drill, they saw that he wasn't going to die. So they let him get into, they put him into the ambulance. The ambulance went off.
Right.
And then when the ambulance went off, the armed police was replaced. I've got pictures on my phone. The armed police was replaced with dog police. And then they started letting the dogs off on people, right? That night, they left a police car in the ends. Never happens. The police car got set on fire. And then they tried to say Leeds, riots in Leeds, fires in London, and try and...
Yes, family tree. I'm in the building, man. I don't know what I got for my fucking notifications, man. But yeah, just let a man know, say me live.
You know what? Yeah, most of it's fucking nonsense shit. But at the end there, where that woman's talking about that QAnon, what's your take on that shit?
Yeah, we're gonna have to get into the QAnon soon, my brother. Trust me, I'm gonna deal with that this week. But yeah, let me hit you back. Fam. Yeah. Check. Yeah, like I said, I don't know what's going on with my Rascal something's, you know. Let me do a quick broadcast. Hit the like button. Who's in the comments? 9 people watching. Who's in the comments? Drop a little sign so I know who you are, who's here. Yeah. Yes, Jack with the enormous pack. Big up yourself, man. They're fucking with me, Jack. They're fucking with me, man. They're not sending out my notifications to people, man. They're proper trying to get me. They're probably trying to fuck with me, man. What's the sick topic? Virgin olive oil. What is the sick topic? I'm gonna send this broadcast real quick. So for the wait. Jabba. Why is it not? I don't know why is it doing that. Hold on, let me just try. Oh man, my thing is fucking up, you know. This I didn't get notification, by the way. You just checked. Yeah, man, it's not notifying people that I'm here. I don't know why, like they're proper trying to shadow ban my thing. It's annoying, man. But yeah, hit the like button. Hopefully, I'm just gonna push through anyway and get people to see that I'm here. But why should I have to be dealing with this, man? This is not fair. It's not fair, man. I don't ask them for no favors. I don't ask no one for no extras. But at least stop trying to like block me from growing. Stop trying to block my platform from growing, man. Fuck's sake, man. Like honestly. I got to turn my phone off. I'll turn it back on. Yeah, anyway, virgin olive oil. What was the sick subject? Yeah, I'm not gonna let them. Yeah. Iffy. Big up Iffy. Happy New Day. That name's interesting still. What's the name? What does the name represent? What does it stand for? Like, where'd you get that name from? Iffy. Big up yourself anyway, same way. Yeah. Turn my phone off and turn it back on. I'm having bare problems with my technology again. I don't like the way it's not sending out notifications. Yo, Jez, have you spoken about the Black Pound Day yet? I'm intrigued by what you think about it. Do you know what, bro? I haven't, you know. I literally haven't. I literally haven't spoken about Black Pound Day. Black Pound Day. Jez, what do you think about Black Pound Day? I think any day where the people are encouraged to support each other is a positive thing, yeah? Support each other. So if it's like, you know, black folks saying, you know what, we could do a little bit better at, you know, helping each other out and spending with each other. So let's dedicate a day where we kind of encourage our community to spend amongst ourselves. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. I hear in other folks from outside of the black community having some kind of issue with that. Like fucking Tommy Robinson, you know what I mean? Talking to Sarah about Black Pound Day, and I was just like, this is ridiculous. You know what I mean? This is ridiculous. Now you wanna ask me, Nugger, how much did I earn yesterday from being at work? That's what you would ask me. Don't come and ask me on my day off how much I'm gonna earn. Like I swear down, you are proper fixated with how much money I make from YouTube. Proper fixated. That being said, please, family, you know that I'm an independent content creator, and yeah, any little counts. So drop something in the PayPal, hit me up on the CASHAPP, you know, and support me, because no one else ain't supporting me when it comes to creating content, and I'm dedicated to creating informative, educational, and entertaining content. I'm trying to fill gaps of things that I don't see. So Like, you know, I'm branching into reaction videos, but I don't know anyone that does reactions like me. Like, do you know what I mean? And don't worry, I'm gonna go from strength to strength. I'm just testing out the formats, but you know, if you fuck with my channel, which most of you do, just hit me up, man. I kind of reluctantly have to agree with Tommy on this one. Let me put your comment up. I think it has the potential to do more bad than good long term, but there should be more focus on starting more black businesses. Why will it do, like, Jack the Big Pat? I swear down, you're a very vocal family member, and I think it's about time we put a voice to your account. Like, can we get, like, I would like to talk to you, innit? And I want to hear your voice, Jack the Enormous Pat. So please consider coming on here and talking. You know, consider that, man. Because it's like you're a loud voice, and it'd be better to like go back and forth with you and, you know, have a little dialogue rather than me waiting for your delayed messages to come through to the StreamYard display and then me answering you. It's just like, just jump on, fam. Tuning in from Brum. I'll tell all the Brum crew, yeah? All of them. Walsall, Dudley, St. Anne's, Sodom. I'll take the Burger, Johnson's, the Raiders, the you know, everybody that was in one day. Everyone that was in one. You might jump on in a bit. Jump on, man. I mean, virgin olive oil, talking about Pizzagate, Frazzle Drip, MK Ultra. We have to get into that still. We have to proper get into that. I know about Pizzagate, and Frazzle Drip rings a bell. I've definitely heard of it, but I got to look it back up. Yeah, even you, man. When you gonna jump back on here? Well, when you gonna jump on here? Extra virgin olive oil, man. It's about time, man. It's about time, because you know you got the banter. Jump on there, man. Jump on, Jack. I'll be listening in all day just to hear you, bestie. Chilly, man. Wagwan. Mina, see you. Yeah. Reaction videos in 2020, man. Yeah, that's it. Reaction videos in 2020. Now, fuck that. I know why, but I'm saying fuck that virgin olive oil, man. Like, literally, fuck that. Man, fuck them. I mean it, you know. Chili X, jump on. Carnito, jump on. Come say hi, Chili. You're hiding. Carnito, jump on, family. Hear me. Stop me talking to myself. Yeah, stop me talking to myself. And let me just show you lot something real quick. Just for a bit of trivia. Right, wait 1 second. Let's say today, last 24 hours. Right. Let me share my screen now. Like, obviously, my man, like the sparkling coffee, he said reaction videos in 2020. Like, obviously, that's really old. I was doing reaction videos 3-4 years ago. If you check my channel, you can see. But obviously, I got drawn into other directions. But I like reaction videos. I like giving my opinion on things, and it helps me to get away from the dead subjects that keep revolving and being regurgitated about whose God is the real one and who's like, it's long, man, and we end up losing that sense of unity when we talk about other subjects. It also helps my channel to grow, yeah, with diverse topics and that. But guess what, though? Yeah, just for the person that was laughing at the fact that I'm doing reaction videos in 2020, like it's so old and ancient. Let's check this out. So these are the reaction videos that have been put up on YouTube in the last 24 hours. The first video here, 65,000 views. The second video here, 64,000 views. There's a video here for 6.3 thousand views. This is 36,000 views, 101,000 views, 11,000 views, 1.3 thousand views, 19,000 views, 11,000 views, and so on and so forth. You know, varying numbers. But like, just to let you know, innit, yeah, that reaction videos get views. Just like Speaker's Corner videos get views and religious videos get views, reaction videos get views. So you're laughing at me because I'm trying to expand my channel and diversify my portfolio. Man, people like you will never succeed. Don't wake up and put other people down in the morning, innit? You want to elevate them, yeah, and encourage them. But I never done you nothing. So why are you coming with your negative energy first thing in the morning? You must be lost, sparkling coffee. I'm not gonna go on about it, but boy, when you lot wake up with weird, hideous ailments or mad shit starts going on in your family or whatever it is, I want you to go back to the energy that you put out, that you willingly put out when no one forces you to. And when you're asking God and you're finally religious, you find that lump and you want to get religious and you're asking God to allow you, just remember the energy you put out when you was healthy, innit? Remember the energy you put out when nobody forced you to. Wagwan Carnito.
All good, brother. All good. I just wanted to correct you on one thing. You said,
Shit.
you're laughing at me. Nah. Trying to laugh at me. You're trying it. Yeah. You're trying it, bruv. Yeah.
Wagwan Carnito.
You know the whole Sarah Tommy debate thing, yeah. Everyone's like,
right.
"Oh, what's your view on this video that they've put out?" And like me and another couple of people, like, do you know what? I didn't even bother to watch it because I hate both of them.
Good to
But yet, when they done a review of it, I was happy to watch it because then I've got someone who I actually like contributing to the content. You get me? So I was happy to sit there and watch it.
So what did you? All right, no, I get that. Do you know what? I'm like that too, you know.
That's what I'm saying. So when he's talking about thingy shows or reaction videos, like, shut up, you mug. Just shut up with that shit. Just shut up.
You heard it first, you fucking mug.
Hey? You mug. Do you know what I mean?
What on, Natty? Yo, Natty, what on? You got mash up?
Yes, man. Then what's happening, man?
Yes,
Natty, what's happening? What's happening?
What's happening, mate? What's happening?
You know, I think
what's your take? What's your take on these reaction videos, Natty? What do you reckon? It's a few things I wouldn't watch, you know. Like, I wouldn't be sitting there watching Jay Darren Will chatting about how she got dicked down by some next man and he's sitting there looking like one pussy. I would not do it to my own manhood. I would not expose my manhood to that bullshit. To that fuck. Get me? But when we're fucking reviewing it together, it's a different thing, isn't it?
A different thing, man. Have a little giggle. So what? All these ones that you mentioned. Let's go back to go back to the Tommy one. What did you, from what you watched? What's your opinion? What you thinking?
Well, my opinion is that should have been his first fucking. That should have been Sarah's first fucking go at Tommy from the get-go. Let alone allowing him. That. You get me? I can't diss him. I can't diss the man, for coming round to the right way of thinking. I've got the Muslim approach where I'll let him off if he's on the right road. He's on the right path, innit? I'll let him off the hook. You get me? But, so he done good. In that respect, he done good.
Do you know what? I'm going to agree with you, man. I'm going to agree with you. I wasn't sure what angle he's going to come at. And
he's still a batting man, though.
I only got 15 minutes into it. Obviously, with my commentary, pushed the video a bit longer. So I'm like, let me stop here and do another part. I'll do another 15 minutes before I go out today and see where it's going. But he's releasing the Q&A, the audience participation bit tonight, which I'm actually quite interested to see what kind of questions Tommy gets. You get me?
Same, definitely. I'm looking forward to it now.
Tommy Robinson is he's sick, you know. He's smart, you know.
He's done out here, bro. He's done out here. People are talking about this video, yeah, but the main thing, the main take-home point is how the mighty have fallen. You get me? Tommy Robinson's like, Sarah, please get me on and roast me. I need redemption.
You think that's what it is? You think he just wants to...
Yeah, that's what I think, innit? Please, I need back into the black community. You're my ticket.
You know.
So I was like, yeah, but this is going to cost you, bitch.
My life. Yeah. Imagine Tommy Robinson on my live stream.
Let's be honest. But let's be honest, though, man. What black community supports Tommy Robinson?
Yeah.
Like,
I
who
mean,
in the black community?
He's got loads of
Tommy
mates. He's got many black mates, bro. Well, you know that he's got many black mates. He says many black mates, and a lot of them stopped talking to him. Many of them stopped talking to him over his comments about BLM.
Then,
which I found,
yeah,
which I was saying, even in my review, I was saying, how mad is that? So you telling me that there was a human being alive, yeah, that was like, yo, Black Lives Matter. I fuck with BLM. Like, BLM's my thing, and Tommy Robinson's my mate. Like, there was many people in that weird position where they were screaming for BLM and for Tommy Robinson. Fucking hell, man. It's off key. It's off key. Man. It's off key. He said he's got many mates that stop talking to him.
The thing is, though, yeah.
I mean, Tommy Robinson.
Sorry to cut you, but Natty, if it was me, yeah, if I was Sarah, I would have had a big 65-inch monitor in between me and Tommy, and I would have started off with, right, Tommy, so let's just look at where you went wrong. And I would have just played that video of him reacting with veins popping out his head. And I would have said, so, what's your take on this? And I would have let him apologize, let alone his coming out with, I'm sorry, but for the way it was taken. Nah, bro. That's a fucking half-assed apology.
He said he was disappointed.
Sorry. Yeah, he apologized, but he was more making out like as if, well, I was misunderstood. All right, it was my fault for putting myself out there, but I was misunderstood sort of thing. Nah, bro. Nah.
Yeah,
that's letting him off the hook.
Like, no. Because you're still trying to play this game that your lads are not racist. And I'm just like, sorry, Tommy, if you can't admit them lads are racist, then you're
racist.
not in touch. You're racist. Yeah. If you can't admit them lads are racist, and the majority of them are racist, then you're not in touch with your group, bro.
Yeah.
You're not in touch with your core demographic or whatever, because on the ground level, man, when I saw them down there and I was driving around the back streets of central London trying to make my way to Trafalgar Square when every other road was blocked, I rid by lone groups of these FLA dudes. There was no cameras in their face. There's no one watching them. And to see their behavior, how they behave to any random black or Asian person that they found, yeah, I'm just like, how could you possibly say these guys are not racist, man? Come on, man. Let's keep it real now, man. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's keep it fucking real. All right, I'll take it that they're not all racist. I'll take that. They're not every single one of them are racist. I'll take that. But I don't know. Put it this way, yeah. Another thing is this. This is another argument, yeah. If a paedophile loves black people, is he a good person? You understand what I'm saying to you? Like, if a rapist gives money every year to the Red Cross, is he a good person? Not being racist, yeah, not being racist does not make you a good person. There's many other fuckeries that you fall under, to the point where you could be such a fucked up person where you're not racist, but you will facilitate racist. That makes you just as bad. Just like a person you didn't pull the trigger, but you're willing to give man a gun or you're willing to hide the gun, that makes you just as bad, man. Come on, man. You know, so I think the argument about whether someone's racist or not is slightly started to become defunct, because you don't have to be racist to have bad intentions or to allow others to be discriminated against. That just makes you a facilitator, which in some way you maybe, like, I would say Tommy Robinson might be too smart to be racist. Doesn't mean he likes black people. Doesn't mean he has black people's interests at the, like, you get me, at the center of his agenda.
Did you say Did you say Tommy Robinson and smart in the same sentence?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I think Tommy Robinson's intelligent. He ain't no dummy. Nah. Yeah. We can laugh at that, but he ain't no fucking dummy. That's why he don't know who Sniper or Jedi is, or we know who he is. He ain't no fucking dummy, Snaps.
No, that's media. That's media, man. That's,
but he's smart enough to get media attention, bro.
That's social media, yeah. So what does that mean?
And use it to his advantage. Nah,
yeah. I don't need it. You need it?
Maybe I need it. I would need it.
Hold on. Let me contribute one.
Yeah, it has no bearings on me.
These guys, like Tommy Robinson, are hand selected because they got that choir boy look, that mass appeal, that old women like Wendy get wet for. They're already hand selected.
Definitely.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I mean, I can't argue with that. Do you know what I mean? But all I'm saying is, Tommy Robinson is not dumb. I think he's intelligent.
No, he's not dumb enough to be openly racist, I think. I agree with that.
Right. Yeah, right.
I agree. 100%.
Do you know what I mean?
If he's
there's too much money. There's too much money riding on it for him. He's got too invested.
That's why they're not making it.
But the point is, the agenda won't allow certain people to be openly racist because it's going to give away too much. Do you know what I mean? The agenda.
If he was into politics, innit? He wanted to
be
a politician. So
yeah, you can't be openly racist. You can't.
You can't. You have to change your tack, which was open and obvious, like you said before. When you saw the change in the organizations that he set up, accommodate more people. So there was a stage where it was only whites only, and then they brought in a couple black folks and the Sikhs. You get what I'm saying? As a token front guy. Do you get it? So they realized that, listen, if you're born in England, it's best to have you on the side. Do you get it? So Britain, you born in? Yeah. You're British.
You're one of us, mate. Yeah, mate. You're one of us.
Yeah, but it's a tactic. But that was when they were trying to be political. It's gone long since then, innit? Where they've tried, they've failed, they've only managed to get one seat in Parliament. You get me? And now they don't have a seat, so they don't have a say. So as I said, they're a bunch of numpties, like, bruv, sort your life out, get your game together. Do you get it? Your other white friends, they got it locked, mate. You get me? They're in the House of Commons or whatever. Do you get it? They've got a seat and because they're conservatively racist. Do you get me? Or they're liberal Democrats, so that means hippies. Yeah. And Labour, well, it's a balance.
I like how you said that, Maku. Conservatively.
Yeah, conservatively racist.
Conservatively racist is a
as we know, left wing, right wing.
That's brilliant how you
all
said that.
All parts of the same bird. You get it?
Yeah, but bro, it's a situation whereby even the out and out racists are doing better than these mans now.
Yeah,
even the fucking Buckalets are doing better than the Tommies now.
This is what I tried to explain to Jupiter and Ralph. Like, how can you two and Tommy be the smartest people in you lot's organization? That's a big L. Because when I generally speak to these guys, they don't have a brain cell between them. They're told not to speak to man. Do you get me? When we're at Speaker's Corner, Jedi's getting talking to one who can actually speak. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I might be at the side talking to another one, and then he's got bare tattoos or whatever, and then his next brethren will say, no. Shh. Don't say nothing. Do you get it? Because they know, bros. They're dumb. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You're a football hooligan. I know who you are. Like, you get me? but you're a small section of this country. Yeah,
Small,
the only people smaller.
Yeah, you see the head. You see like the head, like Tommy. Yeah, he's obviously like Bo Peep. Yeah, and the rest.
Man said Bo Peep.
To them, they're literally just on it. They're so bored. They've got nothing going on in life, and they hear something. They hear something nice, and they think, "I'm gonna follow that." Yeah, because it's right. Well, and when you try and explain to them, like what you said, Matthew,
there's money behind it.
For them to explain to them, they can't.
There's money. There's money involved.
I mean,
I know that.
Let's be real. Let's be real. There was a.
What did Danny say to Tommy? Where's all the money? What did Danny say to Tommy? I've been up and down the country. I've been supporting you.
Muslims are your best mates, and you're shot into them. And the next minute, because there's money coming from somewhere else, you're like, nah, I hate Muslims.
But it's Zionist money. So again, it's Zionist money. It's like he admitted in the video. You get me? That you're backed by Zionists. It's like, bro, you just let us.
Well, they paid for his flight. He flew out there. He's photographed with the t-shirt on. We know. We already know.
About the Sarah video, Maku?
Yeah, bro.
Right, yeah. He said they call him a Zionist. He didn't quite admit it, but he didn't say, I've got nothing to do with get me Zionist. I'm called Zionist.
Implicit.
Sympathize, which
that's why we like it, because we listen for key words when these numpties talk. Do you get it?
Tommy, man. Well, I continue to be fascinated by his interviews. Like, he don't do many of them. When he does them, the ones I've seen, I've found fucking interesting for multiple reasons. Mainly, the main reason being that so many other people are interested in him, and I want to see what agenda he wiggles into. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. So what do you interesting character, man?
What do you think Tommy does? Do you think Tommy inspires people? Like, so when he's talking, like, because the way I'm seeing it is like he moved from the EDL because he inspired them, and then he motivated them, and then he lost control because they're all doing Nazi signs, sweat, and instead of turning, do you know what I mean? Like, they're just showing thugs.
I think he left the EDL.
So it's not like Hitler. You see, like how Hitler.
I think he only left Natty because it got rumbled. If it never got rumbled, he wouldn't have left. I think he got left because like Maku said, like Khan said, this is a guy that's destined for politics, right? So his handlers have said, we're gonna have to cut you out of this one. Did he fucking say anything? Do you know what I mean?
100%.
Have to cut you out of this.
If you want this money,
I'm sure there was many
XYZ.
private meetings. I'm sure there was many private meetings between Tommy Robinson spokesman and the EDL saying, look, you know Tommy still fucks with you. You know he's still fam, but publicly he has to dissociate. God, this is war, innit? The man don't understand this. The FLA, they understand it. I don't fuck with them. I got nothing to do with them. The FLA is on there like, anyone, anyone that's publicly supporting Tommy, we want them out. We got nothing to do with them. Bro, the whole crowd was screaming Tommy Robinson. So fuck what they say on camera.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
But he's even said it on camera. When he put out the call, he was like, if anyone calls themselves a lad.
What was it, Jeff?
The lads, who you lads?
Fucked up, bro. He fucked
There's
up.
any country lads out there, care about their country, you know, one of them ones.
Yeah.
Our
But I don't
country.
care if you're a racist, still come, in other words.
We racist and we like it. What was it?
Oh yeah, okay. Now I've had an update on that, where they were singing, we're racist, that's the way we like it. I'm getting an update from people saying that song, that singing
The
was
soundtrack.
a voiceover from a Chelsea match somewhere else. So some people are taking the Chelsea vocals and put it over.
That's right.
I got to confirm that though. I got to triple confirm.
Because I saw a live.
No, it's true.
That's
It's
what
true.
I
It's
heard
true.
it on the live thing.
I heard it on a live feed. That's still up on YouTube. where they were saying it, and I watched.
Or maybe I didn't, Maku. Like, I've got to make sure that it's correct, but I thought it was like, maybe it weren't. Yeah, there was like 5 or 6 people left a comment to say, "Yo, that thing there, false flag thing." So, you know, I don't know.
Right, but I swear, on during the video I watched, it was like a RT one or something, and they've got it.
Or roughly one,
yeah, HD or whatever, yeah. But I watched the build up, and it was on a corner, and I remember that they were blocking the corner, and they built up gradually their numbers, and they were chanting all sorts. So I do think that is based in some truth. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. I remember that one where they weren't letting the black brother on the train in France. Do you remember that footage?
Yes.
That's where the thing came from. I actually remember that. Yeah, that was fucked.
Or where he punched up the youth.
Oh, when Tommy himself punched
he kept on pushing him off the train.
I'm just gonna go back for you.
Tommy's a cunt, mate. Get me?
All right.
Physical.
All right, then. So that's Tommy.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the other dude in the video.
Other dude?
Yeah, Afalabi. Yeah.
Who?
The other dude in the video. You know, there's 2 of them. The other black fella with the bald head.
Oh, Sarah.
Yeah. What you lot got to say now? What you lot got to say?
Hey, I said it was a good video. It was definitely an improvement on the last one. You get me? It had to be done because the first one, the problem with the first one is that we supposedly only saw half the video. Do you remember? Because Tommy was meant to put out his half or the other half or the rest of the video.
Yeah, and it still never came out.
Right. So remember, my protestation was not about the video or if he was interviewing. It was neither here nor there. I just thought it was bad journalism. Like, you did not research. You did not research the individual you were interviewing. Now, on this one, it's obviously there's times gone by, more time for research, and I love
No. Sarah ain't done no research, bro.
No, 1 second. I mean, obviously he has done the research.
Sarah, sorry, go on, carry on, Matthew.
No, when a man's telling you about the deaths in America, and there's like X amount of black people died, X amount of white people died, the numbers didn't even add up. It's not proportional.
I don't even know.
But the deaths are proportional. No, but
I don't know what that means, because at the end of the day, you just said a man didn't do research. 1 second. You're saying a man didn't do research on Tommy. Do you get it? Like, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm just talking about research on Tommy. Do you get me? Man has had time. 1 second. Man has had time to research this guy. Now, if he hasn't, obviously it would have been apparent in the video. Do you get it? But that's why man had a different type of passion to when man first done the video. Do you get it?
Yeah, he had to make a comeback.
He had to up the ante, innit? Yeah, it was like, come on.
Not that he had to.
Get him.
No, wait. Let me just say, Maku, not that he had to, but
he had to.
Respect had put a lot of pressure on him. Yeah. I'm going to say Respect on the YouTube one, yeah?
Big up Respect for that one.
Respect put a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah.
And, like, I think, you know, a lot of other people were saying, bro, like, you weren't hard enough on him. I don't know what they really wanted from him.
Yeah, just
he did ask the question, are you racist? He did.
Yeah.
But this time,
Tommy didn't reply with.
You gave him.
This time he came across as way more.
Tommy
he was way more aggressive. This time he was less aggressive, less accommodating.
Right.
You know.
Right.
Yeah, you pushed it a little bit, but not too much.
The passion. I was like, ooh.
Yeah, you pushed it. Hold on. What, have you watched the whole thing, Maku? Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't watch the whole thing, so
I watched the premiere.
When I watched the
part 2, it was that good. I'm waiting for part 2. It was that good.
Okay.
Because you know what? Basically, Tommy roasted himself. It was amazing to watch. You get sometimes all you got to do is just let man talk.
Let man chat.
To watch. Do you get me? Man was squirming in that fucking silver suit. You get me? Yeah, you know, Alice in Wonderland. You know when the chair's too big? Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not racist. This guy is funny, bro. Yeah, but that's what a great plan needs, or to foil something. Do you get it? It needs exposure. That's why we have these Bushes and these Trumps. You get me? Because they expose the agenda. Do you get it? Because they're just going to say random.
I definitely hear that, man. I think Sarah stepped up his game. I have to just give shout out to a Doink,
video
editing and all that, and the camera work. Fucking Chris, like I appreciate the production level.
Yeah, it was top notch.
Yeah.
Come on. You get it?
My problem with Sarah is his arrogance. He ain't a workhorse. He ain't a guy that's going to work and deliver. Yeah, he's one of these geezers that believes in talent. Like he thinks, yeah, I've got this. I'm naturally born. I'm born to this. He's got this ideology.
Hold on. Is that not everybody's right? I don't understand. You see, arrogance and things.
No. Because hard work beats talent every time.
One second. In certain circumstances and situations, is essential. Do you understand? Yeah. You need to have a defensive shield. This is the internet we're talking about. Troll City.
Well, I got a jar of papers in my fridge. I don't need to be hearing.
I beg, man. Troll Central. It's Troll Central. People trolling, and remember, it's not physical, it's metaphysical. So you got to have some form of psychic defense or, way of being or some attitude. You don't see me and Jed's here defeatist talk.
Oh,
it might be perceived. One second, one second, man. It might be perceived in certain times to be arrogance. Do you get it?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I don't really care if you're arrogant as long as you deliver. But when you don't deliver, and it's because of your arrogance, then you need to kind of do some self-reflection and think, wait a minute, we're on the field here, man passed me the ball, and I flopped it, and I'm just making excuses for myself now because it's all about ego and pride. And I'm just going to keep lying to myself. I'm not going to put in the work. I'm just going to watch Tommy's little video, and we're going to talk about the video, bro. How naive are you? Tommy's throwing everything at him, stats on Pakistanis and everything. Everything that he's got in the bag, he's throwing.
Yeah, that's right.
He had a dossier. He had a fucking. He had paperwork, man. Yeah.
He had a scrap piece of paper. Yeah,
you never had one statistic. Not one.
But who never had one statistic? Sarah.
Oh,
no, maybe okay, cool. I thought it was good. I thought didn't he have like an iPad? I was thinking he's gonna draw for something out of the iPad soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but some.
To be honest, the statistics that Tommy gave, a lot of them were to do with the US. This is why Things rebuttal was two things in the US. Like, what are we talking about the US for? Let's talk about
I'm not gonna lie, when man started talking about NWA released Fuck the Police and Ice-T released Cop Killer, I was like, nah, that's all dead.
Yeah, but that's a rebuttal.
Just to show I know. Just to show that mentality ain't just started or whatever, blah blah blah. We've been talking about mentality for time, but
you want to talk about American statistics. So if you're going to talk about American statistics, I'll give you a statistic that is kind of obvious. Before any of what you're talking about, these things were already going on. That's why I think the times were important. Because back in 2015, back in 2000 and I forget all that, man. Like, what are you doing, Tommy? Like, no one cares about fucking statistics anyway. You get me? Man like Ralph used statistics is shit. You get me? 2 years old, 3 years old, 5 years old, 10 years old, and no one ever asked me. And I know no one never asked you. And I know no one never asked Khan. So done at it. Yeah, I don't know who you're asking.
Shake one, you know that I just clocked it was fucking Bob the Builder, bruv. Like near the end of me watching it, I'm like, I'm just chatting and looking, and I'm looking in the background. I'm like, oh shit, that's fucking.
Bob thinks he's a rude boy lately.
He thinks a rude boy, yeah?
No, he thinks he's a Christian rude boy, a rebel.
Ralph's got him gas.
The builder up in that bitch. I'm like, Ralph that's got him there, yeah? Okay.
You know what? Remember they kicked him out the missionary. He's not a Christian missionary no more. He's a renegade Christian now.
A renegade, because he won't fight. He won't fight.
Right.
He's a mad monk.
Box
He's a
man.
mad monk.
Yeah, the Mad Monk code. I like that one. Yeah, but he's changed. Yeah, lately he's become radical, boy. He was on it. Ali Dawa got it the other week, last week. I was like, rah, this is mad. You get me? Yeah, put heat on Ali Dawa, boy. I was cracking. Yeah, it's funny, bros. Yeah, take your salam out of here, blood. Yeah, it's illegal. You get me? You got the Steve the policeman like, yeah, it's illegal. You can't have that sticking out like that and showing like that.
It's not health and safety.
Yeah.
You would take someone's eye out.
I was like, here we go, druid knowledge. Here we go, druid knowledge. I like it. Yeah, druid knowledge, boy. It's an amazing thing. Yeah. That PC Barnes, mate. He's a funny guy, bro. I mean, but yeah, as I was saying, man, I feel that the interview and everything went brilliant, man. I think he done well, man. Did you get it? Definitely a mark.
It's a bit hard to get invested when it's like two Islamophobes. Now they're arguing over racism. You get me? Like, it's a bit difficult for me to get like pumped over it.
Well, I mean, look, you can say that one is definitely is Islamophobe in the sense of.
I think Sarah said worse things than Tommy on the record.
But the Islamophobia with Tommy still relates to race, isn't it? It still relates to race, right? Yeah. The majority of black people are Muslims, so when you make the term, oh, Muslims, in my point of view, I would see it differently to an Asian person or an Arab person who's also been brought into the mix. It's just a change of words. You used to say nigger, now you say Muslim. You used to say Muslim, now you say BLM. That's all it is. Right. That's all it is. It's not complicated or rocket science. Do you get me? These people are not intelligent. Racism is not intelligent.
Yeah.
It's not an intelligent thing. Do you get it? It's just an ignorant thing in a sense.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so it's based on that. So that we can't find that intricate, intelligent parts of it. It doesn't exist.
Non-existent.
Non-existent. You get it? Like, it's a mad. And it's a system created by Freemasons.
What was it yesterday? Ralph was like, yeah, the only thing these two got in common is they both hate Islam.
Right.
And Dave Smith's jumping on the panel, having a go at Ralph. How dare you say Tommy hates Islam? How dare you say that? Why are you saying Tommy like is a Muslim hater? Why are you saying that?
No, but you know
like, is this guy for real? Like, you can't call him racist.
Nah, I'm not. Listen, I'm gonna sit here and hear you say, "Oh, Tommy's not racist." I'm gonna sit here and listen to you. Don't tell me that about. I don't want to hear nothing about Tommy's love for Islam. I'm gonna jump out a window. You hear me? This brother clearly hates the thing. Allow it, man. Like, allow it. He hates the thing.
But you're not allowed to call them names, though. It's like any name calling. You're not allowed to call them names. You're not allowed to say anything. You're not allowed to call them racist, even if they're being racist. You're not allowed to call them anything because, like, you know, it's their point of view that matters, isn't it? It's their name calling that's setting the agenda. When you start the name calling, then all of a sudden it's a problem.
Forget Tommy.
Man has to call a spade, man. Do you know what I mean?
That's it, bro. It is what
you have to call a spade. Now, yeah, like racism is debatable, but Islamophobic, fucking hell, of course he is. But I mean, has he got a right to be Islamophobic? In a way, I kind of think he does. Like, do you know what I mean? I think he's got a right to not like Islam.
To be honest, this ideology that Islam's some foreign religion, yeah. As soon as one English person decides to take his shahada and become Muslim, then in my view, that's Tommy's case done right there. You can't be going on about Islam being some foreign religion. Get me? That's bullshit. You got white Muslims. You got English Muslims.
Nah, man, it's a foreign religion, man. Allow it, man.
Why? What's Christianity then? What's Christianity then?
Possibly a foreign religion.
Latin?
Possibly
Latin, then?
Possibly a foreign religion too. But it's a foreign religion, man. You know what he's saying. Come on, man. Islam's from the East, right? It's not from the West. So, and neither is Christianity to a certain extent. But you know, their version,
every religion is a foreign religion.
Their version is very, very English. Like for instance, the Church of England couldn't be more English, even though obviously their pantheon is taken from you know, lands afar.
Protestants and that.
Yeah, but like, you know, that shit's fucking English, man. They've even painted all their characters to look like fucking Englishmen. Like, you know, like, yeah, man. That shit's English now. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna have you wearing no funny robes. Oh no, and you know what I mean, doing no funny stuff. Not gonna have you covering your hair, not like
Why was he mentioning like rap groups and like, you know, gangs and like he was going deep, bro?
No, like I'm not gonna lie to you, yeah. The racist arguments, yeah, really, really annoy me, and this is why I said in my review. Even Tommy Robinson, even if you ain't racist, your thought processes are racist. Even if you're not intentionally, like the way you think and see the world is detrimental to me. It is against me. It's detrimental to me. And if more people thought like you, I'd be in trouble. I would be in fucking trouble. Like my quality of life would be even worse than it is now, because anytime I talk about black something, you talk about but. Bro, my man said, like, I don't know who told Tommy Robinson to talk about Black Pound Day. Don't ever talk about that again. Yeah. Tommy Robinson's advisors, yeah, listen, I'm gonna give you a fucking clue. Because I like good rap battles, yeah. I like good clashes, yeah. So I don't want to see one person getting pummeled. So let me give you a fucking clue, Tommy, yeah. And Tommy's advisors, listen clearly. Never speak about Black Pound Day again. Yeah, because that was a fucking failure. You killed yourself. This is what man's talking about. You roasted yourself. You murked yourself. But there's loads of comments. And 97% of the comments are negative. It's like, from white people. No, from British people, bruv. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, man.
Idiot, man. Idiot.
So somebody tell me, Jack with the enormous Pat, Khan, Robert, son of Adam, Natty, Maku. Somebody tell me, explain to me Tommy Robinson's stance on what is wrong with Black Pound Day. Let me hear this from someone else. What's wrong with Black Pound Day? What's your issues? Anyone?
Is what his issue or my issue?
Yeah, he feels left out.
Either if you've got issue, explain your issue.
I think he weren't rating it. I think he weren't rating it. He don't think that our spending power, which is more than anybody else in the country, we might be the minority, but we seem to spend the most. So yeah, us taking our pound away is a big knock for someone. Do you get it? He ran away to America talking about America's got 25 black bags. Right? What does that mean? Doesn't make sense. Do you get it? Like, let them have their day. But I think it should be a week, a month. Like, if you're gonna do it properly, innit? Spend within your own community and do all of that. Like, everybody does it. Well, everybody has to do it. Do you get it? Do you
so
live
what do you? How do you view a mind telling you, we ain't happy with that, and because Maku, you said that you're gonna use one day to buy Nigerian, spend Nigerian, and to flex on the Nigerian thing with your money.
Yeah.
Because of that, I know people that said they're never gonna go into another Nigerian shop again. When he dropped that. Well, yeah, now I've got people saying in the comments, I've seen people saying, I'm never going to go into another black, I'm never going to spend black again. Like, what? Because they're doing Black Pound Day, you've decided that you're never going to spend money in a black establishment again.
But that doesn't make sense, does it?
How is that not racist?
Super racist, boy. Self-exposed.
How is that not racist? Like, what's up with you? Fucking hell. That was mad. He was like, the term brown pound in the UK refers to all minority communities.
Whatever, man.
Brown pound. Yeah, I don't even like the sound of that, bro.
Yeah. Asians love a brown. Everything.
Yeah, the Asian man, keep that one.
Wait. You blacker than us. When we go back to your country, you blacker than us. That's mad. You get me? Oh, I'm brown. You're brown here. You're brown here. Go home for a month. Go home for a month and let's see if you're brown. You get it? Stop all that nonsense, bro. Just like Ralph. Ralph does stupid stuff like that as well. I'm Brown.
Yeah, Brown, whatever, man.
All right, cool. Yeah, when they catch you, Ralph, I told him, yeah, you turn down the wrong alley, they don't know you from nowhere. They'll just see you as what you are. And P-bashing will start again. Did you get it?
I told him this the other day. I said to him about it, and he goes, "Oh yeah, I've been called a packy before." And I said, "Well," I said, "There you go, Ralph." I said, "You are like they won't see you.
Don't care that you're half white, bro.
Like they won't see you as white, bro."
No, but Ralph's smart. Ralph's smart.
I don't care. Bro.
Ralph will leave the pub when he knows they're getting rowdy. 1 hour in, he's bubbling with them.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. You're more far right than that. Yes, that's what I'm saying. As soon as they start getting drunk, oh shit, Ralph's gone. He blatantly told me this. Do you get me? Like what happened to BCM? He kicked early. I said, why did you kick early? He said, come on, Maku. You know, alcohol and you know, yeah.
He's gonna end up like BVM.
Yeah.
From
the ends of it, Fulton and Heath and them to.
Yo, is there any what? Who's from the ends?
You get me? Ralph said he's from the end, so he's aware in it. He's aware, like he's got his wits about him.
He's a joker, man. Hey, he's a joker. But yeah, let me get back into this whole thing of the black pound. The argument about the black pound, like I was very, very surprised at Mr. Robinson for going down that road and having so little to back it. I thought he was going to come up with some phenomenal bit of like observant, like, oh, economics, like, yo, you know, statistically, if you do this, then. But all he said was basically, white people have heard that black people are going to use one day to try and boost up their sub economy, you know, and get the habit of spending within their communities to flourish. So they're going to dedicate one day and call it Black Pound Day, right? And when someone white has heard that, being in a majority white country, and been like, rah, I ain't never spending money with another black person again. What the fuck is that? That don't even make no sense. Yeah, it doesn't make no sense.
How why a man would even bring it up, to be honest. It just shows racism once you even bring it up. It shouldn't even. You get me?
Okay.
When it's
Jack the big pack, I need you to come on here, you know. Like, come on here today. Let's do this today, bro. Come on here today. Like, come on. Like, let's talk. I want to hear your voice. I don't want to do with man typing
for a while.
Jump on, man. Jump on. Let's do this. Jump on. Let's hear your voice. Let's have a chat. Can the panel explain why a Black Pound Day is required and why we haven't seen other communities feeling the need to promote such a policy? All right, I'm gonna answer that for you, Jack.
Okay. You know, listen. The other communities do. I mean, you've got look. I'll tell you how. Right, you've got
Whoops.
Because I mentioned this on another panel. I said, and
Natty, how come you keep cutting out? What's going on now?
And
last couple of days you've been cutting out, Natty. What's going on? You've cut out again, Natty, man.
What?
They didn't work on the road.
Got their kosher shops, and they will.
Yo, you're cutting out. You're cutting out, Natty. Natty, you're cutting out, bro.
Yeah, we didn't hear none of that.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone. Right. Yeah, so back to answering that question till Natty comes back. Right. Well, yeah, they might not call it Asian Day or blah 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 because it is part of a working practice that they already carry out. Their lifestyle. They're doing it already. It's not the black man's lifestyle for what reason, whatever reason. I don't want to blame nothing. It's, let's call it training. Black Pound Day is not going to be necessary forever if the black community can get into the swing of spending amongst themselves. They're not going to need to call a day Black Pound Day. All you're going to know is that economically, the spending trends are going to be what they are. Like, I don't want to go over the cliche statistics of oh, Jewish people spend the money goes around this many times and that many. I'm sick of hearing it. I'm sick of hearing it. Yeah. All I know is this. Yeah. Every day is White Pound Day, right? Let's get that clear.
Every day.
Even if it's just me, Maku, Beefy, and Natty spending money amongst ourselves, yeah, it's still gonna be White Pound Day. Because for me to transact, I'm gonna send. Say I send Maku £50 on a Monzo. Who owns Monzo? Who's making fees? Everyone shut up, man. Every bank transaction is still White Pound Day. Am I wrong in saying that? Am I wrong? It's right?
That's fact.
Right. So, like, what is the fucking problem? This is when the man them feel like you lot are racist. Like, shut the fuck up, man. No, there's no Jew Pound Day, Jack. There's no Jew Pound Day because
every day is a Jew day.
Every day is in their community Jew Pound Day. They got their own. They got their own. What you think? There's black people in their security team. You think there's black people in their private hospital?
No.
You think there's Indians in their security team? There might be Indians in their private hospitals because Jewish people ain't down and Indian doctors are smart. But having said that, do you know what I mean? Like they do for self. They got their own shops. Just like the Polish shops. Every end's got a Polish shop, right? Not every end's got a Nigerian shop.
Yep.
Not every end's got a Jamaican shop. If you go way out of town, they got Polish shop. The only shop, like, if you go to a white man high street.
The thing is,
if you go to a white man high street, the only shop on a white man high street that looks kind of inviting is when you walk up to it, you realize it's a Polish shop. You can't even read the name on none of the products. Nothing's in English. The sign's not in English. What's the problem? We got Whitehall. We got Southall. The Barclays Bank sign is in fucking Urdu. We only asking for a little something, bruv. A little something to make ourselves aware that, yo, you know what? Try and spend with some black people, man. Try and help their businesses get up. The fuck is your problem? Why do you want us to be
it's because we sound
so dumb?
It's because we sound intelligent.
Fucking hell, man. What's the problem?
It's because the idea sounded intelligent, Jedi.
Yeah. So it's threatening.
That's why. Yeah, what they expected to hear from us was to say, oh, listen, we're going to get some more drugs and we're going to do this. No, what we basically said to them is why are we going to pay into a system that's oppressing us? So we're paying into a system and we're getting the police to beat us and stop and search us for no reason, everything like that. So we're going to hurt their pockets. We're not doing it against ordinary citizens. We're doing it for the government. And even if I have a black-owned business company...
Hear this, though. Let's be logical, though. We are British citizens.
Yeah.
How is British citizens spending amongst themselves, whether it's gays spending with gays, or tall people spending with tall people, or short people spending with shorts, or Irish spending with not Irish, whatever. You know, North London spending with North London. How the fuck is that an adverse effect on the government when we all live? It's boosting. We're still part of this economy, whether we're black or Indian. So what's the argument? What's the logical argument against what we're doing?
That's what I was trying to say to them. I said to them, if I open up a business, as long as I pay my taxes, I'm doing more for the government than you sitting there chatting shit to me.
Thanks, bro.
If I'm paying my tax, if I open up a business, I've got to pay into the economy. I'm boosting up the economy.
Definitely. Business rates,
so,
also, like,
right.
You could just clearly
like businesses and property and stuff.
No, but it sounded like there's some argument, Maku. It sounded like there's some argument I'm seeing in the comments and that. It's like an argument, like, or even from Natia, just like as if us doing Black Pound Day is gonna have an adverse effect on a white man.
No,
like, and I'm saying statistically, don't make no. It's just illogical. It just shows the illogical fear of the man them doing their own thing. Like, it doesn't even make no sense.
No, and the rational fear of everybody.
They're not used to us hearing. They're not used to us hearing saying that we want to have a business. They're not used to us hearing us saying we want to start up our own clothes shop. They're not used to us hearing, oh, we want to have our own bank. They're not used to it.
It's the rational fear.
They're used to the Chinese man saying, I'll have Chinatown. Look at Leicester Square. You got Chinatown.
Hey, listen, in central London, imagine trying to have a fucking Africa town. Shit is going to be burning. What? So why should you Then you're gonna get an Englishman saying, "So what should you in my country have a fucking Africa town? Where's white people town?" And you're gonna be like, "Every town's white people town." Don't you get it?
You've got the Irish club.
Fuck you, man.
You've got the Irish club. You've got the Scottish lodges where you can go and have drinks and everything like that. You've got the Welsh clubs and all that. What's the problem? What's the problem here? It's because it's unheard of, and because we've started waking up and we're saying, right, look, we're going to deal with you on a business level now, yeah. It's no jokey thing with you, yeah, because I don't know if you're genuine or not. So I'm not going to like my nan says, our skin teeth is not a good laugh. So when you're skinning teeth, I'm not skinning teeth. I'm going to come correct with you now, because I tried to skin teeth with you before and be humble and blessed, and it got me nowhere. So now I'm going to do what's right for me.
You know what, Nats? These guys, it don't even make no sense. At the end of the day, this is a rational fear by everybody else. You get it? Everybody has a vested interest in us spending money with them.
With them.
Yeah,
but not
Asians are going to be pissed.
Yeah.
They're pissed.
But
they're right now.
Mackie, real talk, yeah? Who loses out? If we spend money amongst ourselves for 1 day in a week, yeah?
Right, yeah.
Who misses out? Who is losing? Is what are you saying? There's companies going to be shutting? Like, what the fuck is the problem?
No, but if they will lose money. Asians will lose money.
How are they going to lose?
Asians will lose money. Yeah, because they're invested in black products. For example.
Okay, well, what? So let's deal with cosmetic and hair, yeah?
Right.
Yeah? Right, okay. So cosmetics and hair.
Yeah.
If for 1 day, we buy cosmetics and hair products from ourselves, who's the wholesaler, my brother?
Yeah, I'm saying if it's a day where
Asians cash and carry that we're gonna get the goods from, Maku.
Are they what? Did they only cash and carry? Yeah. Are
they not the cash and carry we're gonna get the goods from?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, definitely, bro. Definitely.
We can't listen. What the point I'm gonna say is we can't be in England and cut other nations out.
No, I know that. I'm saying, like, don't spend on something.
And that's how Britain knows it as well.
The cosmetic is a perfect example.
That's how Britain knows it as well.
Don't buy products from these people for a day. That's it. I don't think it's enough. Do you get it?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think it's enough.
I agree.
I don't think it's enough.
I don't think it's enough.
Let me just welcome JT Snow. JT Snow, what's good? JT Snow.
Easy, JT.
You have to mute yourself. You must be muted. Hit the microphone icon and unmute yourself so we can hear you. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to put you in the back. All right, cool. I'm gonna have to put you into the back for now, JT. I can't hear you at all. I'll try again another time. Right, yeah. Big up, Freddie. I'm sorry, you were saying, brother. Sorry.
Yes, fam. Big up the whole family.
Big up. Hey, driving.
Yes, Cole. Yes.
Sound like you're on the road.
Yeah, fam. I'm stopping in 5 and then I'll interact properly.
All right. Big up, bro. So you have no haircut. Yeah, but like, maybe I'm being dumb, you lot, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm being dumb.
And then next minute, what they then say is, what they then say is, oh, we're begging, oh, we're crying that we haven't got this, or when we're crying that we're not crying. Now, what we're saying is, we can do this. We're supposed to be begging. We're supposed to be crying because it makes them feel better.
Right.
You get me? When I'm begging, it's gonna make them feel better. When I'm trying to do well, I'm trying to get by. They're like, oh my god, I can't have that. No. What about me? Like they're fucked. They're fucked. Even with this Black Lives Matter thing, they felt like they were left out of it. They felt left out.
People,
you know what I mean?
People saying that this can have an adverse effect on black businesses. Yeah, I've heard this a few times. Please, Hit me up. Give me some facts now. How can this be an adverse effect on black businesses? Break it down. Like anyone that's making that statement or thinks that, like, please let me know. Alex Jones.
What do you mean? How is it going to help? Do you mean?
No, somebody said it's going to have a bad effect on black businesses. So I'm saying how. I just want to know how. How can it be negative on black businesses for Black Pound Day? Like, how can Black Pound Day have a negative effect on black businesses? Because I don't. People are making a statement, but they're not quantifying how that can happen. Yo, Alex Jones, what's good?
Well, hello there. How are you doing, sir?
How are you?
I'm fine. You into InfoWars and stuff, or is that just your name?
I think Alex Jones is a good guy.
Okay. And so do you know what we're talking about?
I think you're talking about black businesses. Is that correct? And the protests.
Black Pound Day. We have something called Black Pound Day. That's just been started, where black people in the UK are encouraged to spend money with other black businesses on a specific day. What's your views on that? Take it you're a white man.
Well, I kind of figure that's the way every race rolls, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, maybe, but I'm like, there's been got a few upset white folks saying that they think it's wrong. Some people saying that they think it will have an adverse effect on black businesses, and some non-black people are saying after hearing this, they will never spend money in another black establishment.
Where's the logic there?
I don't know. I really don't know where the logic
you know where that comes from. That comes from the New World Order.
Why is that?
Because white people have been trained to basically tell all the other races not necessarily to tell all the other races, but they're trained for this for this idea of equality, and that everybody's colorblind and skin color isn't real. We're all the same color. It's just an optical illusion. You're living in a fourth dimension, and there's no such thing as history. There's no such thing as biology. God just made us all identical, and we're not even interacting. We're just going through the motions. We have a certain amount of heartbeats, and we're all equal. Our souls are all equal, and we all eat the same amount of protein and carbohydrates. Nothing is different between any of the humans, and it's ridiculous. It's anti-logic. It's this framework of anti-logic that the tastemakers and the elite capitalists are forcing upon all the people. And then you have all these pundits gaslighting people saying, well, the problem today with politics is people care about race, and we got to get over these identity politics, and we got to see everybody as perfectly equal in every regard, and everybody's the same. And that's the kind of religious crap that gets pushed on people, and that has not been true for 99% of known history. We have distinct races of people. We have distinct groups, even within races.
I think there's only one race.
Even within races, we have many different groups with different schools of thought. Some people are Christians. Some people are Satanists. Some people are agnostic. There's many differences just with one idea. And even within a race, people can disagree on many things. So difference is truth. Humans are different. They are not the same in any way, shape, or form.
We should not be trying to.
Wait 1 second, Mac. Give me 1 second. Can I just confirm, Alex Jones? I'm gonna take a stab in the dark. Are you pro separation / segregation?
I am for my group, and I understand that there are white people that are very much against this and or trying to gaslight us as hateful, but I see this as de-escalation. I see this as avoiding further conflict.
Right.
Well, if you allow me to just explain a brief point, there
welcome,
is a
welcome, JT.
Going on here in the United States. Thank you. In the United States, where this has already occurred with the advent of CHOP and what's been going on in these liberal cities all across the United States. There's a whole separatist movement going on, and communist agitators like BLM and Antifa. And then you have the COVID thing, which complicates it on top of everything, which is pretty much, I don't know, kind of a separatist movement unto itself, and the violent movement too. On top of it, it gets a little complicated from there, but it already exists, I guess, on the other side with people that are like non-white and white liberals and communists and stuff like that for, I don't know, whatever reasons they see fit.
Right.
So you can take it from there, Alex. That's just how I looked at it.
That's how you look at it.
Yeah, sure. It's basically the idea behind having territory is it's a basic requirement to sustain any group or collective of organisms. If you want to preserve the gray wolf needs a territory that's not inhabited by large amounts of their predator or humans interfering with their habitat and whatnot. They need a certain.
Do you believe in evolution?
Well, it's ironic that you would mention. It's ironic that you would mention the gray wolf because the name Fauci actually means wolf jowl in Italian. Yeah, I found that out the other day.
Wow.
Right.
We think about all the stuff that's laid on the table.
Alex, do you only hang around with white people?
No, I have. No, I treat people on an individual basis.
Yeah, but I said, do you only hang around with other white people?
Sorry. Excuse me.
Well, mostly.
How can you adapt and learn from other cultures if you just hang around by yourself?
Not always. What?
I was saying, how can you learn from other cultures, adapt, take the best parts of other people's culture, if you only hang around with people just like yourself?
Well, I guess I miss out, don't I?
Indeed. I disagree with you. I think there's only one.
There's an interesting thing about
subspecies of humans.
Well, so the thing
there's an interesting thing about this question about I guess living amongst different mixed groups of people. I argue to the viewer that with all the political and racial violence you see out there, how can you push egalitarian views when you see the cities of the United States looking much worse than third world nations and all types of it's literally a war zone here in the
U.S. It goes back to the Roman times.
Okay.
Divide and
I had an incident that happened to me the other night I don't care to talk about. So we have a lot of civil unrest due to these racial grievances that's been created by these grievance cultures and people wanting revenge and radicalized groups. And all the while I hear it's white people, white supremacy and stuff like that. It's like, well, where are the Nazis? Where are the Ku Klux Klan? No, I see Antifa, I see BLM, and I see gangsters on the street that are not all of these white supremacists that they claim they are out there doing all this destruction in all the major cities in the United States. So no, it's actually something that is unavoidable to any person, no matter what ideology is of a pale face.
Sorry, do the white supremacists have their own military?
It has nothing about white. Wait, slow down. What are you asking? I'm sorry.
I said, do
about white supremacy?
Do the white supremacists have their own military?
What do they call it? Give me some links and sources.
Oh, sorry. Like the U.S. Army, the Sheriff's Department. You know,
the Muslim Brotherhood and MS-13 are in the U.S. Army. If you allow me to just interject that, the MS-13, the Muslim Brotherhood, all kinds of gangs and stuff are in it. What the hell else is new? What are whites supposed to just say? Hey, MS-13, Muslim Brotherhood, take me in?
No. What I'm trying to
they're going to form their own.
Wait. What I'm trying to suggest is right that
sure there are.
You see, in this country, we would say the biggest gang are the police force. So my point is, no matter any new organizations coming up, or do you get me, paramilitary groups or whatever, no one is going to be bigger than the biggest gangs out there. Do you get it? So for you in America, there's going to be many different factions working under the same group. So the U.S.
we're fully aware of that.
Yeah, right. So at the end of the day, the people in the higher level who are the supposed Illuminati and blah, 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 do you get what I'm saying? Are supposedly...
Yeah, but you have people on the lower level that support them.
Yeah, but some of the people you're fighting against, they're supposed to be some of the people that these groups are fighting against, but not realizing you're set up to fight each other or have conflicting views that don't even have any power, that don't even make any sense. Because
they've had an agenda.
I wanted to address this dynamic about 20 minutes ago because I think I can bring some clarity to this.
That'd be good.
Okay. So imagine you have the United States. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. You have the Black Panthers, and I couldn't imagine any white people being a part of that group. You have the MS-13 or La Raza. You have Antifa. You have all these separate groups that are racialized, race only by category, and then so you have all these different groups. You have the 3% or whatever. You got all these different groups, and so the thing of it is, let's say in politics we vote in a communist president, a communist house, a communist judicial system, and a communist Congress. Okay, you get all that, but the people who oppose that or are on the other side, they're still alive in the populace, in the tens and hundreds of millions. So these people are not going away. Even if you win a vote, these people, the will of the people is still there. And if they see that, you're taking all these laws and you're ripping up the Constitution, and you're ripping up their flag, and you're knocking down their statues, and you're setting their businesses on fire, these people, and they're going to be in the hundreds of millions, are going to be pissed with you because you're fucking up their land. They live there with you. Even if you don't agree with them, you're all living together in the same country. And if you fuck with the people that are in your country, even if you don't agree with them, they will get angry.
Whether they're pissed off or not, the fact that
everybody here lives together. Everybody
they're in the majority. They're making up the numbers. It's all about numbers.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Who cares if you're pissed off or not? You could be a minority and you're pissed off, and no one will give a shit.
I'm not talking about.
Why should we give a shit when the majority is pissed off?
I'm not talking about me.
No, you're missing the point.
I'm not talking about me.
You're saying that listen. You're saying the defining factor is that you've annoyed some people. I'm saying the defining factor is that they're the majority.
That's not. I'll go over it one more time.
No, please don't. I'm begging you.
If one group establishes some kind of a political run, the other people who don't agree with you in very large numbers, they didn't go anywhere. They're still in your country, living among you.
You see, this man doesn't understand that the left created this problem, and they have opposition, and they've attacked us repeatedly for the longest time, because we're traditional people that were raised our way, we're supposed to placate and lay everything aside to take in the third world.
If you was living in an
other
all-white
countries and
society,
things
would
like
you be
this.
seeing this beauty
So,
that I'm seeing
this
right now?
liberal
Look at what I'm looking at.
egalitarianism
Look at this.
It doesn't matter
Have
because
opposition
it doesn't
at
matter
every
because you're
turn.
not.
Doesn't
You're not
matter
seeing
if they're
the point.
splitter groups or not.
You're not seeing
okay?
the point. No matter how many times you tell people that race is
He
a
doesn't
social
live here. He
construct.
doesn't know.
No matter
Dad,
how
come
many
on, come
no
on.
matter how many times you tell people race
He's
is a
not an
social
American.
construct.
Look at this
When you
building,
wake
man.
when a black
Look, that's
person
Ganesh.
when a black
That's
person when a black person talks about black issues, he's black. He's not a social construct.
It's a beautiful
When a
building,
white person talks about white issues,
They put
he's
some
not a
work into
social
that.
construct. He's white. Okay.
If we're all
When
from
a
out of
Mexican
Africa,
or a La
we're not a
Raza
social
talks
construct,
about their
then
race, race is not a
by
social
de facto,
construct.
we're all African, right? I mean, this stuff doesn't make sense.
Right, we're all
What you
out of
keep trying to throw
Africa
up.
theory, right? So race doesn't exist. Therefore, therefore, none of this division should
Well,
exist.
whites don't exist.
We should
they
all
were
be singing
black, so
Kumbaya
we-
Okay, wait,
around the
hold on,
campfire, right?
hold on,
Jesus
brothers, hold on, brothers, hold on,
Christ,
hold on,
we
hold
didn't
on.
even invent
Hold on,
slavery.
yo, hello,
It still exists in the Middle
Yo,
East.
hold on. So let me ask you, the
These
two
arguments are
American
ridiculous.
brothers there, the two American brothers there. Let me start with some obvious questioning. Okay, you accept the historical, you accept the history of how white Europeans came to the land of America.
Who
Yes?
started
No?
slavery? Were we the
But
first one?
this is
Slavery's been around before,
back to my original
before
point.
Europe
but
even
back to my
formed
original
into
point.
nation.
All those
guys,
narratives,
exists
all
now.
those narratives
But you
that you heard about.
constantly lay it on the United States, where
Guys,
we
let's do this
abolished
slowly.
slavery back in
Why are you talking about
1789,
slavery? Why are
and
you
then we
talking
tried
about
to
slavery?
send them back to
I just asked
Liberia,
you a question.
and we created
Yo.
all kinds of programs
Yo,
that the
JT,
African people that sold them into slavery.
JT.
Yo,
I
JT,
did
none of
not-
that actually even
I mean, why
matters.
haven't they
None of
Whoa,
this framing
Your
actually
arguments
matters.
are crumbling, are
Bro,
exploding
family,
beneath your feet.
why are we talking about slavery? I did not.
I mean, what's with this egalitarian? Are you black? Dude,
I'm not,
I'd like
I'm not
you to
asking
black
about
dudes
slavery.
speak.
Excuse me. Hello, brothers. Let's slow this down. I only asked you about the history of America and how it was. How
Oh, you
it was
lot check out my
founded.
vape shop.
No, but there's
Yo,
something more
and
pertinent.
hold on.
There's something more pertinent to
I'm
talk
trying
about.
to get frustrated.
Well,
I just want to be
finish. Let him
communicate.
finish.
We
Yeah,
all
go
got to listen to each other speaking, and we have to let each other finish their sentences, right? Otherwise, we're gonna
exchange
we're gonna run around in circles, right? I'm simply answering you one question. That is, do you accept the commonly held belief of how white Europeans ended up in North America, settled and now established the land?
I think this is a relevant framing. I
Christopher
think the more
Columbus, you mean?
pertinent. I think the more pertinent idea here is we're all here now in America. We're all here now together, and when you try to silence, when you try to censor people, or you try to hamstring them with a political gambit, these people and their will and their existence, they are still present in the country. You can make all the policies slanted towards La Raza or something, or MS-13. You can give the entire treasury of the United States to the Mexican Brotherhood, for example, but the other groups are still there living among everyone, and those decisions affect all the people living in that country. So the will of the people is each individual group cares about its own group, and democracy does not represent this whatsoever. It does not represent
we wouldn't have all these
people.
black
It represents a
groups in the
small
United
circle
States,
jerk
and
of
not
elite
white
people who
Sorry.
craft a narrative for you to follow.
I'm wondering if you guys heard the question.
I'm wondering that too.
Because I mean, the Plymouth Rock,
I mean, if there's no race,
Constitution,
these race-oriented programs in the United
Well,
States.
first we have to decide
for
whether or not
non-white
race
people.
is real. Is race real?
No, it's not about race. It's about colonization.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if we're all the same. If we're all the same race, if we're all the same race, it doesn't matter.
Okay, racism. Racism. Let's throw race out. Yeah. Let's say race is not real. Hold on, wait, bro. Let's say race is not real. Let's throw it out. Yeah. Now, does that stop the fact that people are treated differently based on how they look?
But why? If race isn't real, why would anybody do that?
Wait. Let me answer this question.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me answer your question. Are there not biological differences between people that are known as racial differences in bone density, IQ, intelligence, ability, adaptivity, and things like that? Blood type, certain genetic markers.
You cannot.
Like
you cannot. You cannot from the density of
argument that everybody's the same. But
no. You cannot from the density
what you do is you try. What you do? Let me finish. Finish. I'll let you. I want to answer this. What you do is you try to tailor fit your argument to suit one thing, but when it comes to another thing about race existing, it comes back to white people and our race. But then it goes to it doesn't exist. You see what I'm trying to tell you, and then I'm trying to tell you there are racial interest and identity politics and organizations here in the United States, which you cannot deny, that are pushing a racial interest. But when it comes to white people, no, that bad don't exist. Get out of here. And it's coming from, I guess, from within and without of this group and the rest of the agenda that just has this thing that we're responsible for every damn thing that happened in the rest of the world. Of course, if you're liberal, you think that until you get into some of the American cities and you find out what reality really is. Okay, this is just, it's a ridiculous, fallacious argument the left always comes up with.
Okay, so and, just to confirm, you do believe in race. Obviously, you do believe in race, right? Okay, so
let's establish this. Do you believe in race?
I'm not sure.
Exchange. Do you believe race?
I'm not sure. Not based on.
Are you confused about it?
No, I'm saying not based on.
Well, I can't change what people think, but I can tell you one thing.
Yeah? Hold on, be quiet. Let me finish talking. Yo. Be quiet. Let me finish talking.
Their loyalty shows.
Please, let me finish talking, JT.
Okay.
Like you asked me. Please.
Just calm down. Right?
Just take it. You know what it is. I don't know whether you have a delay on your microphone, but when I'm talking, if we could just give each other silence when we both talk, then we will be able to hear.
Get your point.
You're doing it now.
Go ahead.
You're doing it again. Please stop talking while I'm talking, because we can't both be heard, and I can't hear you, and there may be a delay.
Another emotional breakdown. Is that what the left always does? Come on, man, get to the point.
I'm trying to, but first of all, you need to
it's all right. Give him some time.
Please, I'm trying to, innit? I just want you to hear me. There's no point in me talking and then you can't hear what I'm saying.
All right, don't lecture me. Get to the point.
When it comes to race, do I believe in race? I'm 50-50, right? I believe that there is some context in terms of our different origins. I do believe that there's some truth to that. However, the things that you have brought up to indicate the difference in races, I don't agree with. One, you said bone density, and I know for a fact that if they find
skin color, black and white, brown, eye color, hair color, genetics, dude, are you that ill-informed?
I could have a grandchild. I could have a grandchild that could visibly pass as white.
You're trying to say that? Yeah, that's mixing up with the gene pool. That's not.
I could have a grandchild that physically looks white. Hold on, one second.
All you're doing is creating a mixed race.
I've been talking for ages. Heard shit I've said.
There's nothing remarkable about that.
Right, but is that child black or white?
That's another fallacious argument.
Is that child black or white?
It's a different race. You're creating a different race.
You're creating a new race.
Right.
It is not a mixed race. You cannot identify as black or white or Hispanic
based on that argument, appearance alone does not
Okay, no, you know nothing about genetics. Do you know anything about genetic markers?
No.
Give me some scientific evidence.
Bro. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this.
Americans, so rude. Stop being rude.
Fuck this. I'm not gonna do this. I can't be bothered. I'm not gonna do this. Alex Jones, JT Snow's your boy, right? We can have a good.
Yeah, he's my friend.
Yeah, we can have some good conversation, like. But I can't have the I'm talking, you're talking at the same time thing.
I just think we disagree on certain things. That's all.
Listen. This platform is built for us to disagree, but I'm gonna need JT to show me a little bit of respect and let me finish speaking without him talking over me. I don't want to use the mute button. I don't want to put him in the back. We're all equals here. This is my platform, however, and like a level of respect needs to be shown. I'm not gonna, because what will happen is I'll start shouting, and then it will look like I'm emotional or whatever, and I'm really not.
Nah, sometimes over the pond, across the pond, they're like when the debates kick off, it's like rah, 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 rah. You know what I'm saying? So
I understand.
One man talking at a time. Do you know what I'm saying? They think that's soft, innit?
I understand, but maybe we should just pick two people to talk for a while and then switch off at some point.
Right. I mean, I'm cool with that, but then brother JT Snow's gonna have to let the other person finish their point.
I'll let JT continue to have a conversation with you if you guys can continue in a civil manner.
Yeah. We all gonna continue civil. I need it to stay civil so that the information can be shared and we can know what each other are talking about. Because the people at home, none of us was going to sound particularly intelligent.
Well, Alex, can I ask Alex a question? I want to ask Alex a question. Alex, you know about the difference in genetic markers and haplogroups and the Y chromosome, RN1B, and you know what the difference is in the markers with certain trait that could go down to melanin in the skin. It can go down to certain bits of information with genetic message for isolated groups of people that developed into these races. And for Alex, you would agree, Alex, that races that people that say races do not exist are ill-informed and they are pretty much reciting a script that the left hands them that is just falls on its head ridiculously.
Well,
go ahead, Alex. Help.
Well, I agree with differences in race because if you were to do medical transplants, you have to, especially with mixed race people, it's very different. It's very difficult to get bone marrow transplants if you are mixed race, because by the nature of being mixed race, you are an ultra rare minority. There aren't a lot of mixed race people on this planet.
That's a lie.
There aren't because
true with Malala. Look at the American Medical Association.
Think about what each mixture represents. You have a 50% mixture, a 75% mixture, everything in between. How do you line up the bone marrow so that it's applicable?
Hold on.
The medical industry is very well known for having a more difficult time getting the correct bone marrow for mixed race people because they are extremely unique in character. There aren't a lot of them. They're a minority.
What's your point?
Hold on. Can I say one thing?
My point is that you can't get, like, for example, a Japanese mixed with a Russian.
They're very distinct race.
That mixture, they can't get bone marrow from a sub-Saharan.
How can you say they're not a distinct race?
Do it. It doesn't. It's not compatible. It's not racially compatible. You would kill the person if you tried.
The genes are different. The genetics are different.
Can I hear from Matthew? Can I hear from General Sniper? And then can I hear from Jupiter afterwards, please? Just to
I'm not even citing any scientific evidence. I have to be the one citing the scientific evidence.
General Sniper.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's kind of false, my friend. I can't agree to any of that.
Try it. Try doing a bone marrow transplant with a mixed race with another race.
1 second.
Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
1 second. For the simple fact, you're talking about mixed race, right? So the whole point is, it means one race has to mix with another race, right? To get somebody who's admixture. Do you get it? Right? So I'm saying, what happens when an admixture mix with an admixture, mix with the admixture, mix with the admixture? You get me? Like, if you keep doing that, what's the end result according to you guys?
Well, you have to know something about how genes are replace each other, because when you have offspring of mixed race, you get some characteristics from one race that replace the other, and you get some characteristics from the other race that replace the other. You get gene replacement randomly in the DNA sequence. So basically what you're doing is you're pulling a lever on a slot machine and you're getting a random outcome when you mix races. You don't know what's going to come out on the other side.
Okay. So for example, you mentioned Russian and mixing the Russian. 1 second, mixing a Russian with a Mongolian, which has actually happened, which will give you Chechenians, for example, Russians. Do you get me? Some Russians will have that origin. And we know that a lot of Europeans in that region are descendants or have bloodline to Genghis Khan and all of that. Do you get it? Or Attila the Hun.
Yeah, but how long ago was that? They isolated in their own nations eventually.
So the fact that you aren't talking about the medical science means...
I'm having difficulty, man. Like, he's not interrupting. No one interrupted them when they were talking. I want to hear Sniper.
Yeah, but no. It's etiquette, and we've had enough. So you either know how to talk on the panel, or you don't. Like, it's not going to keep. We're not going to spend our whole time keep repeating that. Jupiter,
that's fact.
Give the microphone back to him. Go ahead.
Can I hear from Jupiter, please?
Go on, Jupiter.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to these guys.
Yeah.
First of all, if we go back to the ancient genomes, everybody's mixed. That's number one.
That's
number
right.
two, you seem like you're really threatened by mixed race people. I find that
mixed. They broke off. Wait a minute. Races rose and fell. A lot of genes are not left.
Instead of having other people,
12 tribes of Israel are not left around today. That is a fallacious argument. When you're not even an anthropologist.
No, but you're making things up.
You're making
things up, Jupiter.
How old are you two? How old are you?
You're making things up.
There's a tree.
Okay. So
I'm not making anything up. Can you please be able to tell?
Okay, Jupiter. Okay, Jupiter. You don't like mixed race. Is that a fair characterization?
Bro, sorry to hit that, yeah? Alex Jones and Jupiter. Oh my
God. What did she just say to me? She said the same thing, right?
Alex Jones and Jupiter.
It's not fair to tell other people what they think or feel. It's not fair.
All right. I would like you two to have a conversation, and we'll listen in because it's getting too noisy, too messy. So Alex Jones and Jupiter, go for it. Sorry.
Right, Alex. In the genome, far back in ancient times, there's been mixtures. From that time on, people have wandered out of Africa, according to the theory, and they might have separated for a while. Then they've mixed up again, then they've separated, then they've mixed up again. Not in completion, not the whole of the nation, but people have mixed. And therefore, people are unique. Okay, that's number one. Number two, if you don't mix, you degenerate. Because what happens is that the genes go down and they degenerate to such a level that you become inbred, so to speak.
Wow.
Right? And you end up with disabilities.
Facts.
You have to have admixture at intervals. And that is nature.
Yep.
Thirdly, I'm a white woman, married to a black man. And I am not going to have any black man or any white man tell me as a woman who I can choose to marry. My children, yeah, whether they be unique, whether it's going to be hard for them to get a bone marrow, whatever, that's not your concern, mate.
Straight.
You need to be worrying about how you're contributing to all this racial tension. And it's coming from every group. So you need to be including yourself in the problem and start finding solutions.
Jeez.
Now you can start squawking.
So I have a question for you, Jupiter. When did I talk about your relationship or express my feelings about anything that you just expressed and made assertions about me? Would you allow someone to speak for themselves?
Yes, as long as they're civil, because you know.
Well, I mean, I could sit here and say that. I could sit here and say that you're phobic of certain things.
You wanted a civil
you
conversation.
have in your heart about certain things to certain people.
You have a problem.
I don't think that would be a productive conversation.
You have a problem.
Because that would just be sitting here and manufacturing lies about another person.
Okay.
When they never had an opportunity to even express those things themselves.
Right.
So.
I heard you going.
The genome, when you look at the genome, yeah.
So I think this is immature.
Can I talk over you? I'm going to talk over everybody. I want a civil conversation, but I want to talk over everybody.
This is immaturity.
Yeah, you are immature.
You need to grow up.
Conversation. You need to grow up. To everybody. Grow up.
All right. But now, okay, we've told each other to grow up. Let's all do it.
So the purpose of bringing up medical bone marrow complications is to demonstrate that there is biological differences between race.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense.
It's irrefutable. It doesn't matter what kind of anti-logic framework you come up with. You can't rationalize.
Yeah, but my point.
All right. Can I ask one question? Sorry, one question.
Go on, fam.
Were they doing bone marrow 100 years ago?
What difference does it make?
It makes a big difference.
It does.
Because obviously such people existed at that time. So what were they doing? What did they have to do?
They would just die because they didn't have the medicine.
Okay, and where's the evidence of that?
Well, if you don't have bone marrow, you die.
No, I'm saying where's the evidence of people who are mixed just dying randomly of some random disease or something that was ailing them and they needed a bone marrow? They didn't even know what bone marrow was. Especially in Europe.
What's your point? We live in the current year.
Right. So the current, everything you're saying is current. It's new.
Right. I'm basing my data on the information we have at hand.
That's fine.
Yeah, but what Maku's saying, what Brother Maku's saying is you're basing your data on 200 or 500 years, and there's been thousands and thousands of years before that.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to show you. Before these medical breakthroughs, or scientific things ever came.
So what did science say about race 2,000 years ago?
Hold on, we were fine without all of these things less than 100 years ago. We didn't even know. All of us were clueless. Do you get what I'm saying? Maybe some in the higher powers had that information, yeah, but didn't know how to exercise it. So it's taken a number of years for people to adapt to certain sciences and and we can say all these pretty words and pretty things now and give these weird statistics and all of that, which don't actually make no sense because we've got to actually look at the data, which is human beings. You understand? We can't just say, blah, blah, blah. We have to look at the
to me that you don't like hearing that race is real.
No, I mean, I haven't given no actually commentary on what I actually think personally. You get what I'm saying? So that's an assumption yourself.
Yeah.
You're making.
Well, I did say it seems to me.
Okay.
I'm not saying that that's your position. It seems to me like you don't like this position because what you're doing is you're attempting to argue against it by saying 500 years ago, people didn't have bone marrow traits.
No, less than one.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with knowing better today?
Okay, if you know better today, yeah, in a sense, because again, it's theoretical. Do you get what I'm saying? You haven't carried out these experiments. One second. You haven't carried out these experiments. Do you get what I'm saying? These are findings. Maybe you've looked up and you've seen these. Someone's written a paper on it or whatever. Yeah, but human life is human life. People have to go around the planet and take swabs and do all of this type of stuff to find out, you know, the different races and all of that type of stuff. We know. That's why we're talking about DNA. Do you get it?
Okay,
so
but
these are the applied sciences. One second. These are the modern day applied sciences, but we got to know the limits of them. So when we're talking DNA, we ain't talking more than 500 years. We ain't talking more than 150, to be honest. You get it? The maximum they can do is 700.
Yeah, I try about 50. I'd say 50 DNA.
Yeah, I'm saying the max they can do, yeah, with mitochondrial DNA, yeah, is 700 years. So they can go back 700 years. But for me, even that's questionable because I feel that someone's going to have to be digging up people. Do you get me? And taking swabs to find out.
That's what they're doing, bro. That is what they're doing.
Okay, so yeah, that is not science as far as I'm concerned.
but the question at hand earlier, was, is race real? Is there any data to prove that? And I think medical science shows that there are racial differences because of compatibility for these interchangeable parts that we've been able to use.
Is medical science
people's lives?
Okay, is medical science fallible though? Is it fallible? Can it change? Can it?
No, because either you have the right kind of donor or you don't. Either the person will live with that type of bone marrow transplant, or they will die.
99% of genetic sequences are the same. 99%.
Right.
There's only 1% difference between any of us.
Right.
So,
so even
1% is minuscule.
Even the variant, even the variant types of us. One second. Even the variant types of us are so minimal compared to every other being on this planet or animal or whatever. We haven't got that much mixture. Do you get me? We haven't got that much mixes. Do you get it?
Right. That you're agreeing with me. Actually, I said that
no,
earlier.
I'm saying that there's not that much diversity. Like, so you know what I mean? Like, you can look at birds and there'd be all different types of the same bird, and we don't have that.
Humans actually, because we don't race mix, we have a lot of diversity.
No, we
humans don't race mix.
No. It's the opposite.
Did he just say that?
Race mixing is actually very rare. People stick within their own race.
It's not.
Now you're not even in touch with reality, let alone science.
That doesn't make sense.
What is that?
Because no set of people just pop up and create civilization.
The ground don't open up and people just come out of it, innit?
That's fine. You can disagree. But I want to respond to that other part where you're saying there's only maybe 1% difference between humans. That's
even
the
less than 1%.
You conceded the point, and you're agreeing with me, saying that there are differences.
Of course,
so, but it doesn't. The difference is it doesn't contribute to being an entire next race.
Right.
Mixed race people are a tiny minority, and they make many different races. Each individual very race person, I would say, is an extremely tiny minority. There would be very little people that would share that.
All right. Let me make it easy for you. Yeah. What is your personal admixture that you personally know how you came to be?
Well, I don't think that would be particularly useful for the purposes of this conversation.
Instead of giving the individual breakdown, the breakdown of your ethnic group.
Why not?
Break down your ethnic group.
Because I think it would just confuse you.
No.
Try us.
You're not intelligent enough to confuse me. Now, continue.
No, I for the purposes of the conversation, I would rather abstain from self-identification racially. I would just like to talk about the ideas
Right,
themselves.
so
Okay. But deep down within yourself, you know,
You got to make
your people. You say you're American, but you're not. Yeah, we know this.
You're not American.
Facts.
Right?
At best, you're European.
Let's break it down.
At best, you are European. You are not American. You do not have American DNA.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, then we go to Europe, and then it gets even more hazy.
Yeah.
So
I want to know. 1 second. You could be Scandinavian. You could be Mediterranean. You could be admixture of various European types.
Yeah.
So hey, fella, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you.
I can't see your name.
Question. Can you hear me? Okay, I've been listening patiently,
Okay.
and I like to ask this gentleman a question. So you have this white female over here, right? And you're going to tell me and compare her to like an Aborigine from Australia and tell me they're the two same genetics, they're the same race, they have the same descendants and everything, based on some theory of, I don't know, out of Africa or something that happened some long span of time ago that you can't even support.
No. Based on Michael.
Answer that.
1 second.
Is she the same as the Aborigine? Answer the question.
He's answering.
Don't stay wrong. Answer the question. I'll do the same.
Listen. No, wait. Wait, Maku, please wait, brother. JT, don't start this again.
Is she the same as the Aborigine? Answer the question.
You know what? I'm cool with just Alex Jones, because even though we still was there's more give and take. You can't ask someone a question, start talking over them when they're answering, and say answer the question. It's just willfully ignorant, and like I don't have the tolerance for it. I want to keep this conversation at a certain level, and I think it is. Everyone participating right now is doing really well in trying to give each other the respect that it takes to have a good dialogue. I know that it's frustrating when it's subjects you care about and personal matters come up, but you lot are doing a good job. JT, you just asked the man a question, and you started talking when he was giving you. I'm going to take you back out, but please, like, obviously you're an adult, right? If you can't abide by the rules, people saying don't let you back in, but I'm gonna let you back in, because I'm
letting back in still.
Let him back in, man.
Right?
Just showing that obviously the white race ain't superior over here. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, cool. So I'm letting back in and you answer the question, yeah?
Yeah.
God save the Queen. What a little bit of the Sex Pistols here, mate.
All right. You done?
Alex, chill out, man. We're playing tennis, you're playing bowling. Hit done? 1 point at a time, brother. 1 point at a time.
So I have a question for the guy in the panel that's been talking.
They can't answer the question, dude. If she is the same as genetically as an Aborigine, Alex, they just proved their disingenuous dishonesty.
All right.
They're science deniers.
No, but the thing of it is, my question.
Don't add to it, please.
My question is that where are you going?
Wait.
I would like to ask a question.
Yes.
Where are you going with this talking point of Americans aren't Americans? You're saying.
You're not even American.
Baby.
You're not doing it on purpose. Can General Sniper answer the question before you start, Alex Jones?
Well, I was waiting to ask a question.
No. General Sniper was asked the question by JT Snow.
I also had a question.
But he's waiting to answer it.
The Aborigine woman is genetically the.
Are you guys gonna give General Sniper?
That white woman is the same thing as an Aborigine woman.
You're gone. Because you're doing it on purpose. You're gone. Can General Sniper please answer the question that he asked, please, about
no problem.
Yeah, fucking
All I wanted to say was I mean, it can be. She can be actually related because of the fact of them discovering mitochondrial DNA. It's not going to be because of any other reason. Because they're going to use the placenta, of these women to track back their origin. And if anyone's connected, it's going to be the females. All females are related to each other. That is a known fact because of mitochondrial DNA. Do you get what I'm saying? That links every woman back to the next woman, to the next woman, to the next to the next woman. So yes, a Native American woman and an Italian woman can be less than
the same
degrees.
woman.
Yeah, can be cousins. Basically.
So when she said "I'm every woman," she weren't lying, innit?
No, she weren't. So that is why Rebecca Khan, just in case, Professor Rebecca Khan is the one who came up with the science of mitochondrial DNA, right?
Yeah.
Right. So there's your answer. Cool out.
Yeah. every woman alive today is related to mitochondria.
Right. Everybody, by DNA, and that DNA is the DNA of change. Like any changes in the body, skin color, anything, is controlled by the mitochondria, the mitochondrial. Plain and simple. Come on, man. Easy, light work. Do you get me? Next question.
All right. So my question to you is where are you going with this statement of Americans aren't Americans?
Ooh.
Where are you going with that?
Okay.
What does that mean?
Let's go.
Can I have a little go at that?
Okay, go on, Carl. Sorry. Yeah.
What it is, when you start off from the standpoint of Americans are American, you don't seem to look back any further than that. And you somehow are implying that all white people in America originated from the same origin when we know they didn't, because Maku's already told you that even in Europe, you have a percentage of people that descend from like Mongolian, through the was it Estonians to the Europeans, You have the other line that comes out of Africa into, well, they all come out of Africa, but out of basically the Neolithic farmers mixed with the Western hunter-gatherer, two different races of people to create the European. So you're already mixed from the get-go. But you don't want to look back that far. You want to say America.
And you want to say
what you're talking is political. It's not scientifically accurate.
Yeah.
So my next question is
okay. No. I ain't had to go at it yet. Let me think, because obviously I'm the one who made the statement. Do you get it? So I'm saying, definitely politically. Do you get what I'm saying? The whole Constitution, the writing of the Constitution, getting your independence from who? From Britain. Do you get me? The same people who sent you lot over there as pilgrims and whatever. You get me? Some of you coming from Scandinavia and Germany and all of that, and Dutch and Jews and everything. Do you get it? So there's all different types of Europeans in the Americas. You've come together now. You formed a government with the natives, and basically taken over. That's all it is. So just like in England, do you get what I'm saying? The people who I say like, who has authentic English? Not a lot of people, because everybody has origins from other places. Do you get it?
So does that same logic work in Africa and China and all the other?
Of course. Why would you assume?
No.
The Africans aren't Africans. The Chinese aren't Chinese.
One second. No, not necessarily, because those lands, have been colonized. You basically went to the Americas,
I did.
You're there now.
Your ancestors, obviously, your ancestors traveled over to the Americas on invitation as well, because these are also documents have to be provided to prove these facts. Do you get what I'm saying? So there's documents out there and treaties and all of these type of things that were created so that you guys could go over to the Americas. Now you want to pretend that you're American and then be totally oblivious to the fact that you're European.
Well, so again, you've skipped over what I asked you. I asked you, are Africans African? Are Chinese Chinese? Are Japanese Japanese? Are Indians Indian? are
No,
Russian.
you didn't ask me that.
Here's the point.
I just
Can I chime in on that one? Let me chime in on that one. I was going to say, basically, obviously, Africans, in my humble opinion, they're indigenous to their land. There's only certain parts of Africa, like South Africa, maybe, where you can have a question mark similar to America. Do you know what I'm saying? But
well, you're not
as far as history goes,
consistent. You're not being very
no,
consistent.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's a very consistent argument. 1 second, let me finish it then, because I'm saying to the people who have been indigenous to their land for thousands and thousands of years. So obviously, if some parts of it have been colonized, you know what I'm saying, it doesn't mean the whole country's been colonized like that. I believe, in my opinion.
Based on the way you guys are trying to frame this,
Alex, I'm a black man with Nigerian heritage, first generation living in Europe, or first generation living in the UK, and I don't believe in the out of Africa theory.
Yeah, neither do I, by the way.
You know, I don't believe everybody came from Africa. So your argument about indigenousness, I see it kind of crumbles if you don't believe in the out of Africa theory. However, I don't know what's your views on like a Pangea type scenario.
Can you fill me in on Pangea?
Pangea being all the continents connected before the great displacement and the shift.
I see. I do think that there's been land shift over many hundreds of thousands of years. Yes, that takes a very long time.
Right. So the theory is that at one point it was like a sheet of land that was interconnected through earthquakes and whatever. What do you call it? Tectonic plates, continental drift, and being separated. If you do believe in that theory, there's a possibility that a man could have walked from Michigan to Central Asia without having to ever have crossed any water, right? So then when we're talking about being indigenous, I would say that if we're looking at the history of mankind, it's going to have to start before a concept of Africa. So the out of Africa theory is flawed because it places us there as the start, whereas
Pangea is the start.
Right, there was no Africa.
Right.
So the reason why I don't think this works, even if Pangea is true as you described it, it would have already broken up before man was on the planet. The first trace of man.
That's where we get into contention. That's where we get into contention. That's where we get into contention.
Because I would say my argument is that the people that we are now calling African or black, they are an ancestor to the original or more ancient people that were here. And I would say that when we talk about the timeline of humankind or a kind of human, I think we're talking about the European. I'm getting close to be able to say, I think we're talking about the European as in we're not completely sure, or history's been the timeline's been muddied as of where our European brothers and sisters originated from, right? We're going with this notion of evolution and the Homo erectus and this and that, and Neanderthals getting introduced somehow to a bloodline, and the fact that I think something like 90% of Africans do not have this gene in them. It is not one that is. So I think there's evidence to support separate histories, separate origin stories, and this is what the problem is. I do believe humans have been here for hundreds of millions of years. If Earth is hundreds of millions of years old, I believe humans have been here.
Yeah.
But how do you prove that? There's no evidence to suggest any
Well,
of that.
there's not really much evidence to suggest anything else. It's all circumstantial. People
hundreds of thousands of years.
All right, how are we gonna have structures all over the planet and no one to build them? It doesn't make sense. The people must become before the structure. The mindset has to be before the plans or the you know what I mean. It goes in order. So like,
Alex, are you into evolution?
I have problems with that idea as well because we don't see anything. We don't see any creatures or humans
evolving.
Well, we don't see like the in betweens of any of this. If things were evolving over many years, you would see the bones of these different like the
linking up. Would it be a link?
Basically, what's the word for it? The in between point. There would be a transition point. Like the animals would be their bone structures would be changing over time. So you would be able to see.
What about the amphibians that were half like mammal, half sea creature? Would that not be classed as an in between?
Right, but you should be able to see them evolve long enough to walk on land as well. So you'd see you'd see these creatures changing fundamentally over time, and we don't have bone records to suggest that.
See,
can I no, because that was an interesting point. I just wanted to elaborate on it a bit more. Where does actually the European man come from? That would be a lovely question to even dive into.
Where it come from?
They're a mix between Neolithic farmers and Western hunter-gatherer.
Yeah.
So half Russian, half Arab.
Is the Neanderthal theory real, or is it fake? Or do you know what I'm saying? What's your opinion on the Neanderthal situation?
How does that
you know
work?
what I'm saying? Or did people get? Because I've heard so many different versions. People went to the Caucasus Mountains and blah blah blah, and they ended up staying in the mountains for years and ended up Caucasian. I don't know. That's just a beautiful topic. Thought I could touch on it.
I just wanted to say that you're not applying the same logic to animals and evolution as you are to humans when you want to evolve them out into races. Because there ain't no in between races either.
Right.
No, there are distinct differences between humans.
No. What is this spectrum of people on a line? And what you've done is you've basically grouped them based on their similarities. But in actual fact, in reality, you can look at a spectrum of humans from the blackest man to the whitest man. So let's say from Africa to Scotland. And you could say the whitest person that you could ever find on this planet would be in Scotland, right? The blackest person you could ever find would be in Africa. And then you could trace the route that man took over whatever landmass. The landmass is actually irrelevant. It's actually irrelevant whether he walked from Michigan to Europe or whether he basically took a little boat and followed the coastline and went round there. You get me? So what you're doing is you're taking humans and categorizing them. And it's you that's making the categories. You're saying at this point, these people stop being one race and they start becoming another.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You're the one saying that. But in reality,
I didn't actually need to make a category at all because I asked you, are Africans African? And you said
that's irrelevant because the concept of African is how old. Like it's not even that old.
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense.
How does that not make sense? How does that not make sense?
Because in Africa, they don't have the same idea of race that you do because they recognize that they're all humans, but they do distinguish each other on ethnicity,
on tribe.
We can disagree. I mean, it's fine if you want to disagree, but. I mean,
what's your tribe?
I'm going with the science, though. I'm not even putting my own opinion on my politics. I'm telling you based on science.
1 second. What's your tribe, mate? You get it? What is your tribe? Because we identify ourselves by tribal lineage first. Do you get it?
What does that mean?
Oh, you don't know what a tribe is?
Well,
colors of any significance.
I'm attempting to get you to kind of clarify that.
You could be a black person with red hair. Is tribe once from my tribe?
No, one at a time. Who's talking? Both of you are talking.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry, bro. Because
just tell you, man, you're from my tribe. It doesn't matter what nationality you are. You could be looking Indian, any color. It doesn't matter. You could be light skinned, half white. It doesn't matter. Once you're from my tribe, Pacific.
Well, basically, he wants to know what a tribe is, and I'm surprised that he doesn't know what a tribe is.
Okay.
It's.
And he comes across as an intelligent person.
If you want to use my definition, I can give it to you.
Right, then, let me hear your definition.
What's your definition? Fine.
Well, a tribe is a social group of people.
Right. Are they real? Is there going to be relations in there?
What do you mean relations?
Are they going to have? I mean, are they going to be related to each other? A lot of that tribe.
Typically, yes,
Maku,
but not always.
You just asked Maku, where does a tribe get their who does a tribe breed with? Amongst themselves?
With whoever they want to.
Right. We were getting to it, but yeah, I just wanted to break down what tribe was because he obviously didn't understand what a tribe is.
I wanted to know your definition.
All right. You know that majority of people in a tribe will have DNA that will pinpoint them to that specific region where they are because it's a family, right? It's a family. Hence why if I do my DNA now, they could say, oh, you're not only Nigerian, you're not only Igbo, but these particular this particular side of the Igbo tribe is where you originate from, right? That's because we have markers that show that we are from from similar regions because of how long we spent in proximity with each other and how closely related we are. This is why I think it was Maku telling me the other day why tribes often should take partners from outside of them.
That only makes sense. Even Europeans say after 100 years, everybody in a tribe would be related. Do you get me? They would all be related, so it would lead down to one person who would have to leave. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, there is genetic evidence for massive inbreeding amongst white Europeans, and that's only because Europe was a bottleneck. There was nowhere for them to go. They were stuck there.
But think about it though.
And they were, and even though they started with a mixture, they did become inbred to like the point where certain genes, like that we have as single genes, they have as double genes. They get it from both sides of their family.
Europeans have tribes too. This is my point.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't get the knowledge up, you ain't gonna know about yourself, innit? That's it. Like they would expect that us of black man to know himself, innit? Do you get it? A man respects man. A man of aristocracy will respect you if you know yourself. Now, this is not a person of aristocracy, so obviously he doesn't know himself. He's thinking he's American. That's number one. That was already a flaw number one. Do you get it? Now we
basically need to cut a long story short. Yeah, let's make it clear for the brother. You lot are bastards. Basically, you just a bunch of different people. You don't know your origin. You don't know who your daddy is.
I came in here
and you just mix together. So the only thing that identifies you as a group is your skin color. So you're so invested in race because that's all you got.
Come on, calm man.
Wait, man. Alex,
I'm not saying bastard. Listen, there's a scientific version of a bastard, isn't it? It's like,
Han, I know
you're not in touch with your origin, your root.
Why do you fucking do this, bro? Stop. When you hear me talking, everyone stop, please, family. Now, Alex, I'm not supporting you being called a bastard, by the way.
Yeah.
And I've got no animosity towards you. You've been respectful. I'm being respectful, and it's gonna stay that way. So it's my channel. Like, no one, there's no animosity towards you. I think it's just a passion to discuss this subject, right? That's all it is. So I don't want you to think anyone's got any animosity towards you. I certainly don't. Okay?
Hell no. But I was enjoying it, man. I'm saying
like,
it's good bants, man. It's good bants. But
Alex, you hear me? Did you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, no, there's no animosity. Like, not from my
if he's coming across with animosity, I apologize. If you want me to substantiate what I'm saying, I could tell you that there's a difference between nobility, what Maku's referring to, where tribes have nobility, and a bunch of people that was picked out from here, there, and everywhere and chucked in America, and the only thing they got in common is their color. There is no nobility.
No, but that's not true. There is
no royalty. There's no royal family of America.
But that's not true. That's not true. Remember, they're leaving where they're coming from. So where they're coming from has a nobility and thing. They might just disagree religiously. Remember pilgrims, you get Protestants, all same difference, ducked out to America. Do you get me? It's just a point of view, innit? Man's had different point of view. Yeah? You've got to remember what started this shit is Guy Fawkes. This is some Guy Fawkes bullshit. Yeah? The little plot, they tried to blow up Parliament. There's a new king in town, blah, blah, blah. They created the Bill of Rights in England. Do you get it? And then some of these men carried
I was referring to Americans.
No. Wait. Some of these men carried that with them over to the Americas. So the Bill of Rights, that's why they bait. Do you get what I'm saying? Because we know, for you to have the Bill of Rights, somebody was in England at a certain point, especially during that Guy Fawkes bullshit. You get me? Because that was an in-house beef. Guy Fawkes was part of the aristocracy. Do you get it? They didn't want to tell you the whole crew that was in it was just both sides of the same family. Do you get it? But because they disagree religiously, Catholic, Roman Catholic, and they were still Protestant, and then you've got Church of England and all of these type of things. You get what I'm saying? Because they're all, this is 1700. Do you get it?
Man. I'm saying if you can't trace your origin, then someone somewhere interrupted that.
No, I hear that. I hear what you're saying, though. I'm not knocking it. I hear what you're saying, yeah. But I'm just trying to go back for him, yeah, in an easy way to say, like, listen, we can leave America, go back to Europe, yeah. You don't want to say. Remember, he didn't want to say, so we can't say that he doesn't know, yeah. But we're just narrowing it down because it's kind of easy. You know what I'm saying? For us to narrow where in Europe, yeah, and what tribe you're from, whether it be Highlanders, Lowlanders, do you get me? People who live in the Mediterranean, you get it? So, like, you know, we can do that. We can Germanians, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, if you're from Germany or whatever, you get it? If you're a Jew, you know what I mean? Most probably, do you get it? So we know there's many different Europeans who went over to the Americans, and he just didn't understand that. So now I asked him the simple question about tribe. What tribe are you? Yeah, it's just a baby question to see, to gauge what level of understanding of himself he has.
Yeah, but, all right, cool. Like, I'm not contradicting what you're saying. I'm trying to add to what you're saying.
I know.
And what I'm saying is, every tribe.
You're just harsh with it.
Every tribe has a patriarch, right? So even when you look at lions, there is the daddy lion, innit? You get me? Like, so when you look at tribes, they have a patriarch. So when you say I'm an Ottoman, yeah, we descend from one guy called Osman. He was the king of that whole tribe. You get me? And his name is upon the tribe, right? So that means that under that umbrella that he set up, like a pyramid, everyone comes in stages underneath him. So it will be the ruling class, the aristocracy, the landowners, and then at the bottom, the peasants. Yeah?
But that doesn't mean that genetically people that came under the Ottoman banner were related.
Yeah, exactly.
The political banner.
Yeah, but it depends on how the leadership, the top people, choose to pick out. When you see beauty or when you see genetic, what's the word? Like a step forward, a leap. The people at the top will pick out them people and incorporate them into the top layer. So let's say, for example, you get a scholarship to go to Oxford, for example, because you went to school with all the other kids, but you were special. So they picked you out. You get me? So that process creates nobility. You get me? So really the nobility is supposed to be the creme de la creme that represents your tribe, innit? Now, although the tribe is diverse and it's made up of lots of different races and lots of different people and lots of different ethnicities, they come under that banner, that leadership of that nobility.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is in America, that was lacking.
Nobility, and again in Europe, you've got to understand that, especially Turkey.
You got that in Europe. You just don't got it in America.
I think that the Turkish idea of having small towns, you've got small towns, yes, or you could say village or village.
Yeah.
We say, the small village. Because I know many Turkish people who say to me, like my dad's Turkish is different from the main Turkish Do you get it? Because he's from a particular village or town. Do you get it?
Okay,
So,
but
remember. Hold on 1 second. So, like Jedi was saying, with the nobility, do you get me? That is always nothing to do with the general population. You're not going to do enough breeding,
definitely,
right, to change the population, and that's what man's saying.
Right.
The population is going to be multiple, especially in a place like Turkey. So it was kind of not the best thing because, definitely people came in and different, you know what I mean? And now we have everybody calling themselves Turkish, but you have people there who know their origin. As you say, some will be Ottoman, you get it? Some will be actual real Turk, you
indigenous.
Get me? Yeah, and some will be indigenous, and some will be Roman, and you get it? Like, just normal. Do you get it? But I don't know why he doesn't see that.
Okay, so let's pose. Let's instead of us talking in circles, let's try and get Alex Jones back into it. So we'll just pose a statement or something. Pose a statement.
What I want to know, is I don't like.
Are you posing this to Alex?
No, I'm just to all of you lot. I find these conversations interesting, about man them talking about where they're from, the tribe, their ancestry, all of them things. But I always get confused as to why it help. Where does it help us go further? If I know, okay, you're from this area, that area, every time I hear these conversations, we come to more division.
Do me a favor, Flame. Ask this question directly to Alex, because Alex came on with the assumption that it's important to uphold these things, right? So
I got another question for you.
No, wait, Alex. Can you answer Yasin's question, please, if you'd be so kind?
Okay, what was the question?
Yeah.
Why are these things so important to know, and how does it help us benefit our future? How do we build together knowing all of these things? Because as far as I've seen, every time we discuss these things, it only causes more division. People go to their own squares and stand on them, and no one wants to come together. How does us knowing about our history or our ancestry, tribal, all of these things, all of these lines, us identifying all of these lines, how does it benefit us? And how has it?
So I'll just go back to what I said at the very beginning. And what I said is even if you play this political, like, for example, in the United States, we recognize that there are different racial groups that have different interests. And like you said, they bicker and fight over things under one political system where we vote, a couple of times, during election cycles. And even if we use this voting, this system of voting for all the citizens under one banner, but underneath that, there are all these groups bickering with each other. Even if we get an outcome from that and get politicians in, let's say they have 20 groups all pulling in different directions, and they appease the needs of one of those 20 groups. Those other 19 groups, they're still alive, and they think that their cause is important because they're living people. They have certain needs. So what happens is the needs of one group gets appeased, but all the other groups are rightfully so upset about that because none of their needs were met. Their will was not represented in any of this politics during that election cycle. And the next election cycle, it might change a little bit. It might benefit a different group at some point, or it might benefit the same group over and over and over again. So really, it's kind of a bad reflection of what's really going on with the people themselves.
Yeah.
Isn't it a bad reflection of the system itself? Alex, isn't it a bad reflection of the system itself? Like you've mentioned something. You're saying, right, every time there's a select group that is appeased and there's one that isn't. So from what you're saying and from what I've seen being on this planet for 20 odd years, it's the same cycle. So us coming to a conclusion, these guys are not happy, but these guys are happy. Then we discuss the differences. These are from here, and this happens over here. Black people will move from there, and they're originally from here, and da 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 da. It's a continuous cycle. Like you can break down
It's not a cycle. It's not a cycle. It's different
How do we
models.
please
Yeah.
everyone,
If
man?
you count,
How are we going to please everyone?
Let me say something. If you count how many black people are in the House of Lords, and you say how many black people were in the royal family, and then when you say how many black people was in Congress, not Congress, but in the American system, yeah, the ruling elite, yeah, if we just use black people as a marker to see how the people at the bottom can get to the top, yeah, you'll notice that some systems are more inclusive than others. Do you understand? And their system is designed to be anti-inclusive. It's the elitist, supremacist ideology that even royalty isn't that fucking strict as them.
Okay, no, facts. So now I would say to you, then you're blatantly telling me the system is the problem. It's not about where you're from. It's not about because if the system is based on oppression, then it doesn't matter where you're from. We could pick up with the weakest link. Perceivably, I could say, oh, Turkish are the weakest. You get me? So man are going to use them. And tomorrow it could be someone else because of where my system is set up.
Yeah, we're just
so
using that as a marker.
Where you're from and where you're from. No, man have to talk about who is at the head of the system and why this is running. How do we create our own thing? Me talking about, you're from this little crux in Turkey, and you felt like this and you felt like that. It's irrelevant now.
Take a breath 1 sec, yeah. Michael Jedi already explained, yeah. With tribes, you have the nobility, and they choose to marry. Let's say, for example, the King of Spain gave his daughter to marry the King of England. Yeah, when they do that, they're creating a stability in it. Right. So so that is part of their system. But when we're looking at the system that we're living in now, for example, how is black people going to get into being in the House of Lords that runs the House of Commons? Yeah, you can get into the House of Commons, but there's a higher level that they're stopping you from getting to.
But is that what we should be striving for? To get into that house?
No.
Is that what we're meant to be doing?
No, I'm saying that if they were running the shit properly, they would want to include people. It ain't for us to beg it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You're saying stuff that we already know. Like we can describe it differently, romanticize it, make it sound banging to whoever. But we're gonna come to the same conclusion that we don't want to be in this house.
It's not the same. It's not the same. In America, it's based on a supremacist ideology because they don't have tribes, because they don't have nobility, because it's like, well, we're all white and that's all that matters. Because they ain't got nothing else.
That is tribal in itself anyway. Like,
no, it's not.
I'm saying supremacy.
It's not. They took away their tribes.
I'm a white tribe. I'm a white tribe. You get me?
No.
All of the white people are in my tribe.
No. You go to any tribe, you're going to see a cross-section of people.
But
not necessarily, but yes, it could be. Tribe is just another name for social group.
Yeah, like family, extended family.
Right. Okay.
But
the thing of it is, guys, you asked a good question earlier. What people are disengaging or getting burnt out or even getting violent with each other because they're unsatisfied. Because like I said before, when we do politics, it really is like a winner take all. Like, for example, if our representatives that get voted in only care about homosexuality and they actually hate heterosexuality, guess what the overall mood of the institutions are going to be? It's going to be promoting homosexuality constantly and shaming heterosexuality. Now, how do people win in that situation when 1% of the population is being catered to? It doesn't represent 99% of the population's will. See, do you see how that's not right for the people?
Yeah, but it's been happening for eon. That's what's been going on forever.
I know I'm making
There's
kind of
a 5% that rule the agenda for the rest, innit? And then that's it, innit? That's what we're trying to get out of as black people, the 5% rule. Do you know what I'm saying? We don't really want to be under it no more.
What I'm saying is that we don't look at every citizen in the country as equal in politics. It's kind of.
But when have we? When have we ever done that in history? When have we ever done that in history? That's never ever happened in history.
No, but
in history.
I'm not trying to point to a specific example. I'm just pointing to this is the outcome of what we're already doing. What's happening is the will.
All I'm saying is kind of easy.
In the population is being represented through a vote. If I vote against something, and other people vote for it, but there are more people voting for it than against it, my will is not represented because it's
So
an
what
all
would
or
you do,
nothing
Alex? Sorry to cut you in, but Alex, what would you say is your solution to this? If you are observing, you being a white man, and you was realizing there's certain things going on and whatever, whatnot, what would you suggest if someone gave you the power? What would you say do? Because you're gonna come across a lot of people that are gonna essentially repeat what you said and repeat what, like, because it's been the same conversation for years now. People might just articulate it differently, but we're witnessing the same things again and again. So what would your solution be? Having said what you've said, what's your solution?
Well, I would go back to what I said at the very beginning of the live stream. Is I would just have a two-state solution, and I would attempt to de-escalate the this power struggle. I would just say, okay, we have one group that doesn't agree with this other group, so we'll break up the union and form two countries. And
that's brilliant.
Each country can manage itself based on its closest fitting ideology. But I think that would only be a first step, because I think we need to break off into many different groups and little individual tribes and govern ourselves.
What I'm saying is, but that action in America would be illegal.
Well, you know, it's funny because things that are legal today are illegal tomorrow, and things that are illegal today are legal tomorrow. So these things are in flux.
Okay. So then you've got statute law, yeah. But have you got international law?
Well, I'd like to know what the purpose of the question is, because I was asked previously what I would do.
The purpose.
Why do you keep doing that, Alex?
Only the person who asked the question knows the purpose of why he's asking the question. Obviously,
you should know.
Yeah, I know why I'm asking the question, but you don't answer a question with a question.
But I want to know your intent.
What?
No,
become a murder in due course, my friend.
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Wait. There's no intent. It's just the conversation.
Right. Okay, so what is the purpose of asking that question?
Whoa, no.
I'm just trying to gauge your level of knowledge of certain things. You got what I'm saying? Like, all right, we're saying.
Can I just add, Maku?
Because you're just going deeper and deeper into this law question. I want to know where it's going.
Okay, cool. Let me just add, sometimes, like the great biblical allegory, sometimes you don't see the next step, right? You just have to trust in it.
That's why I'm asking you, because you know what you're doing, right?
Hear this, though. Sometimes the next step is not revealed to you, so that when you finally get there, it's basically a technique to try and combat cognitive dissonance. It's allowing you to come to a conclusion through your own wealth of information, and he's simply trying to lead you there and see whether you agree once you get there. You're not going to die. It's not poison.
No, I agree.
And you never asked JT. You never asked JT's intent.
I just want to know what the idea is.
Intent.
Hold on. You're not going to end up minus $2,000 from your bank account. The most that can happen is you could prove a point that he's trying to lead to. I don't think if you're having a genuine, honest conversation, you need to stop and not what the intention of asking the question is for.
I think it's fair to ask what the intent behind his question.
But you never asked
he asked
JT.
two questions that were basically the same.
Did you ask JT his intent when you asked you?
I mean, I made the distinction. It's like in some cases, I'm giving the answers. Do you get it? Because I
answered the first question, and then you just went deeper into the same line of questioning. So I'm just wondering what the purpose of that is.
Yeah, but I was trying to make you
allow
understand.
him to build, innit?
I was trying to make you understand, like what I was saying even earlier when I mentioned that look, certain treaties are protected by international law. See what I was saying? So
right. Well, I mean,
wait.
We could say that we can't do anything because of law. I mean, what does that mean?
So I'm saying that any type of idea of separation and splitting the country would be an illegal action under international law. Do you get it? Because you were only meant to go there And
then I refer you back. I refer you back to the previous gentleman's question of he asked me what would I do to alleviate the situation, not what were the legal situation in my country. What would I do if I had control? So I don't. This is very contradictory.
Yeah, but there
what
was
I
a statement
just
made.
asked. And I want to know why do you want to frame this about laws?
No, there was a statement made.
Because we're going in circles. First, you asked me what I would do, and then you try to tell me that if I had supreme power that I couldn't because of a law. Well, I think people in power are greater than laws.
No.
I think you're fundamentally missing the point.
No, I think what I was trying to explain was the idea of
if I made the laws, right? That was the question. If I made the laws,
yeah.
What is the point of asking me what the law is if I made it?
You have to identify the obstacle to your.
You gotta relax, Alex.
One second. I wasn't trying to think. I was just trying to with the bit about separation. So splitting the country.
It doesn't matter. I was asked if I was in charge and I made the law. And then I gave you the answer, and now you're going into this law thing, trying to take the air out of it. I'm asking you, why are you trying to do this?
No, brothers, peace and love, yeah, peace and love, man.
I know,
yes, brother.
All right, Freddie, come back.
Yeah.
Big up, Freddie.
I was just trying to make a point that the idea of separating the country or splitting it into people having one side and people.
You don't agree with it.
I didn't even want to get too deep into that. Because I would say, yeah, even if you was to carry out those actions, yeah, by today's standards or what's now, yeah, it wouldn't be possible because of the simple thing that international law protects the land. Sorry, protects the land of the United States or Turtle Island or Amexem or Axum or whatever you want to say to get it. Its original name. Do you get what I'm saying?
Alex,
it's protected.
Can I get a point?
So basically, forming government, a government which is run by codes. They don't follow laws and stuff. They're run by codes because they're a business, they're a corporation, they're a company. Do you get it? And they're a European company.
Let me get a point to Alex. Alex, yeah, what your suggestion is beautiful, right? Don't get me wrong. In a hypothetical scenario, yeah. Like I think I've even heard people say, Nation of Islam put forward a suggestion that free states should be given to black people, and you know, like it would be their right because they fought for that country, they helped build that country, and they were promised land and they weren't given land. So to balance that equation, give them like free states, for example.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I disagree with that entirely.
But I'm just saying hypothetically, yeah. But when we look at in the reality, America won't even let a tiny island like Cuba survive. Let alone they're gonna allow free states of black people to be on their doorstep. In reality, it's not really something that we would expect to see.
But that's my point. But you guys are dogpiling on my statement. And it has you guys are going way out of bounds with what the original question was. Here's what you guys do. You ask a question, you don't like the answer, and then you try to minimize it by saying it's not in the general mood. It's not in the general law.
No.
So that's where you're going with that. You're just trying to take the air out of it.
You're preempting.
Why ask for a solution if you're dogpile?
They're trying to understand it fully.
You're giving a hypothetical answer. What I'm saying is, if you translate that to reality, I would expect you to identify the obstacles for you to deliver that hypothetical solution.
Okay, we can talk about obstacles, but the thing of it is I already understand that there is opposition to this idea, but that wasn't the question.
All right. So what if I add to the question? In the current circumstances, how would you do that?
Right.
I wouldn't.
So you would leave it as it is, and we'd go through the same cycle again and again.
Let me explain. It takes me a minute to explain. So
yeah, that's fine.
I wouldn't do it right now. Because there is so much resistance to it. The climate isn't quite right. However, the will of the people is there. So there is a possibility to get these things started.
Okay. That's a fair point.
So the will of the people is there. So there is a possibility of getting this started. So you're saying there's a group of people that kind of agree with your notion.
I think 99% of the people actually agree with my point. However, the ruling class will not allow it for the moment. Now, a hypothetical is if the ruling class were to die right now, there were no rulers, and we were all here to manage ourselves, then it would organically go the way I suggested.
Why? Because in group preferences.
Because of social relation.
Yeah, in group preferences. You're saying people would choose to live on their own.
People would go with people they trusted. Period.
People go.
I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I agree with that. I think a majority of people might, but there'll always be people that want to mix. You know, that prefer multicultural kind of like.
Well, I'm not
society.
just including those people. What I'm saying is that there would be mixed groups. They would voluntarily make their own tribe. There would be groups that weren't mixed, and these things would organically come together. There would be social groups based on trust, and those groups would rule themselves. And what I'm saying is if there was no established order, there was nobody enforcing any rules, the new rules would organically spring up in these little tribal social groups. That is the will of the people.
I hear you still.
But it sounds like a waiting game, though, Alex. And I feel like because you said obviously
it is a waiting game. It is. You have to these things because of the nature of them take many generations to accomplish.
Maybe I'm too like I don't know. Maybe I'm too like short-minded or whatnot. I just feel like me hearing what you said and what's like the general consensus, not just you per se, that man have to wait all this time. I'll sit here and think, well, I know plenty of elders that have been waiting for the same shit. Plenty of older people, plenty of people in their 60s, 70s that have been waiting for the same shit and it ain't happened. So what's the guarantee that we just sit here and it's going to happen?
There is no guarantee. I think it's likely that the propaganda machines, and we find that they're extremely effective at controlling what people think, and people will kind of be forced into this cohabitation. But the underlying will of the people will still be there, and that's where the conflict comes from.
What are you saying, Unks? I think you could probably ask a better question than I'm asking.
I'll be some other dreamer.
Well, can we talk a little bit more about your ideas of separation, segregation? How you see that? You know, that in the ideal world, how that would be.
Well, it's kind of a naughty thing. I think people do it in a microcosm already. It's kind of like, when you were maybe a teenager and it wasn't legal, but you snuck around and you got a little bag of weed from somebody in town that you knew, and it wasn't considered good by the populace, but you did it anyways. And I think this brand of tribalism of leading your own group, I think that'll happen kind of under the curtain. And I think also similarly, prohibition, for example, it was kind of naughty to go out into the woods with a still and make alcohol, but people did it and they formed clubs, and that was kind of its own little tribal thing that people did. So yeah, it's kind of a rambunctious, naughty thing to do right now. I agree with you guys in that sense, but to say that just because it's frowned upon now, it doesn't necessarily mean that it won't penetrate through the culture and become reality sometime in the future.
Okay, but is the white supremacist fear of being turned into a brown puddle real? Do you know what I mean?
So, I'll try to be as clear as possible about this.
Right.
I think every.
Are you a white supremacist?
So I think white supremacist is a term that will get me exiled from my civilization. So I reject that label.
Okay. Do you think white people are better?
I think we're all equal before God. Under the law.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Are you an advocate for
I think every race is beautiful to God, and we're all uniquely created. I wouldn't say that any race is better than any other. I'd just say they're different.
Are you saying that you would be better off without all these minorities and subsections of society, rather than just like having an ethno state where everyone was like the same? Are you saying that you love other people, but you'd love for them to be good on their own, like an ethno state?
So I think it would be bad to just put my personal feelings into the conversation. I think the discussion is better used for other topics, because I think this is often asked to get one individual's preference when it's not reflective of the whole group. My preference.
I'll tell you straight, Alex. I'll tell you straight. I'm not an ethno nationalist. I'm not a civnat either. Like, I'm on mixing, innit? I'm on multiculturalism. Like,
right.
That's me. That's my point. Like, I'm stating my position, innit? Like, and then you can understand me better, innit? So then you understand the motivations why I say the things that I say.
Do you want more ethnic groups like yourself to exist on the planet?
Wow.
To exist on the planet or within the current nation that I'm living in?
On Earth.
Do you want more?
How can I increase the number of ethnicities? That doesn't make sense.
You want more of your ethnic group on this planet other than yourself?
Well, to be honest, I think that every ethnicity or every people should have self-determination, and that means that they should have the ability to keep themselves alive, innit? So when you see nations of people on the brink of destruction, like for example with the Turkish Cypriots, if you think of them as a separate ethnicity from the rest of the Turks, in the future there will be no Turkish Cypriots left because of the current situation. They're reproducing at a low rate. The sanctions and difficulties put on them are affecting them financially. It's affecting them in terms of growth. So in a way, it's a global genocide in a way. That the whole world's conspiring for this little nation to not be there in the future.
Can I ask a question, because it's popped into my head listening to you guys? Would you have your children or anyone that you have loved or care for, would you advise them to marry into their own kind, or would you say, marry whatever race, whatever color? Would you prefer it? Would you prefer it to be your own people? Since we're not talking about preservation.
So basically, you're asking me the same question that I asked this other gentleman, right? Do I want more ethnic people other than just myself to exist?
Yeah, no, but it's a bit more probing, because if you could say but that don't mean you want less of anyone else, or and essentially but it's not like you're gonna go say, right, you lot stop producing, or we gotta produce 10 times more. It's a fact of, in your own household where you have control, you could tell your child as growing, you can condition your child to say, right, you ain't marrying into this and you ain't marrying into that. Or are you liberal saying, I know what's going on. I would prefer more of my own kind, but I don't have a problem with procreation. I don't have a problem with people mixing. Or do you guys?
So I have a better question. And not to demean your question or anything, but I do think this is a better question. Do people think differently about the ethnic questions? Yes or no?
What do you mean? I'm naive. What do you mean?
So do some people prefer the ethnic choices going forward for humans one way, And do other people prefer it a different way? Do people all have is everybody in consensus with what we should be doing racially?
Self-determination. Yeah, self-determination.
Is everybody in consensus?
If you was to say to me, one minute, Alex, if you was to say to me, I only am attracted to women who are the same color as me, I wouldn't regard that as racist. That's just your sexual preference.
Alex, can you answer me that? Can you answer that question again, please, so I can hear it?
So what I'm asking is everybody so does everybody think the same on the question of what racial compositions we should have going forward? Or in other words, is everybody in consensus with what we should have ethnically on Earth the same or different? Or do we not have
the percentage of immigrants you're going to allow into your country, basically?
No, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm saying is, does every human on Earth want the same types of ethnic groups going forward on Earth? And do they have consensus on this, or do people have different ideas regarding to what ethnic groups exist on Earth going forward?
I feel like it's mainly Europeans that have actually considered this to any form of scholarly level. Yeah. It's mainly Europeans have looked at eugenics, have looked at the dilution of the white race, the brown puddle. I don't think many Africans have actually considered this to any high level, except for the fact that they might want to keep their land or their tribes pure, but I don't think on a world basis they worry. The way that brown people, mute for me if you can. The way that black and brown people reproduce, I don't think they have any worries about being wiped out. It seems to be a fear that stems from insecurity, right? So no, I don't.
The Great Replacement. They call it the Great Replacement.
That's what the Great Replacement, right? I don't think that other people are worried about that, especially the more indigenous and remote people are. They are concerned on their village. They're concerned on their township, their kinship, their family, their immediate reality. They don't view the world as a place that is for them to engineer. I think that mindset of trying to count how many people they are and count how many different types of people they are and have some kind of control over that is born from the West.
So what you're saying is that we're not all in consensus about what ethnic groups should exist and what consistency.
No, we're not. Yeah, I would agree. No, we're not in consensus. We're not in consensus. No,
we're not. We're not in agreement. So
they will be though. They will be a world agenda at some point.
My two previous statements that fits with my two previous statements that there are different wills of what people want going forward.
Right.
Some people want column A. Some people want column B. Some people want column C.
Right.
Et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So knowing this, different strokes for different folks, then we have to let if we want the will of the people represented, we have to allow people to build their world the way they see it in their own image.
I agree. Now the only issue is, where did these worlds get built, and what?
That is a good question.
Are we dealing with the law of might now? Are we just dealing with the law of might, or is there diplomacy in this?
So that's a good question. Now, the first thing I think about is what happens in nature. What do we organically do? What have we been doing in history? And that I think will help provide us with the answer, because we can sit here and say, oh, well, Group A will never attack Group B, or Group A will never do anything to Group B. We know that that's highly unlikely that they won't have a conflict at some point. But because of that uncertainty, we can't guarantee anything. We know humans are, and I'm going to use the term sinner because people will sin. People will, you know, do things that they're not supposed to do.
Yeah,
People
but it took sin. It took sin.
People will have peace. People will have war. It's unpredictable, these things.
I hear you. It took sin to get you to the Americas, though.
Hence my first question, which was
right. So what is ancestry?
Ancestry.
That becomes the question. What is your inheritance?
You don't inherit nothing.
If I inherited a history, why are we stuck on a people's particular history as opposed to another people's particular history?
Because I'll tell you why.
Because if you follow the course of history, it's very wild. There's a lot of stuff happening.
I'll tell you why. Let me tell you why. Yeah, simply because when we're dealing with law, in the laws that I'm under, my laws say that I can't take anything from Alex Jones. I can't go to Alex Jones's house, go into his house and take his plates from out of his cupboard, take his TV from off his wall, drive his car off his drive. I can't do that. I can't deprive Alex of his property. If I knowingly deprive Alex of his property and I keep his property for 50 years and it's got on the side of the car, it's got Alex car, on the back of the TV, it's got this is Alex TV, and it can be proved that I stole this. My grandson's in the house watching the TV. My granddaughter is sitting in the stolen car, and some law enforcement come up and they say we have reason to believe that this stuff was stolen from Alex Jones 50 years ago. Does your grandchildren have the right to re-inherit what was stolen from them by me? If we can prove that this is your TV and this is your car,
right?
Yeah, should my grandchildren be forced to give it back to your grandchildren, Alex?
So I could go a couple different ways with this, but I'll state some of the most.
How?
But I'll state. I can go a lot of different ways with this, but I'll just state some of the most obvious things about this framework. So, first is the question of statute of limitations, which is also law. So if we go strictly by legality, then by statute of limitations, it would have already expired. And
How long
point would be irrelevant.
How long does it take to expire?
I believe it's something like 15 or 20 years.
So once
and that is to prevent courts from jamming up.
Yeah.
And who decided that?
That's a really shit law.
But you went under the framework of the law. See, I told you I could have gone many different ways with it.
Right.
The thing of it is, even if I go outside of what I just said, it would be outside the bounds of the law anyways. So how am I supposed to answer that question?
Okay, cool. We don't. All right, fair enough. You know what? I'm a little bit ignorant to some American law. I did know about statute of limitations. I didn't think it was applicable everywhere. We don't have that over here, Alex. Over in the UK. In England, we don't have that. So if you
different, it's called different. It's just the same thing,
bro. Listen, if you can prove I stole something 20 years ago in England, you're gonna get tried for it.
No. That's not the law here, bro. Like literally, you have a thing called even in land, you have a thing called adverse possession. Based on that alone, you could have a farm, Jeds, and I jump onto that farm. And then I cut out a section of land and I start living there. Beyond 10 years, if you didn't do nothing about me living there and occupying that land, acting like I lived there, that land is legally mine now. Don't do nothing.
But 1 minute. Bro, if you try to sell a painting in Sotheby's and I make a phone call saying that used to belong to some Jews in Nazi Germany and they had it nicked off them, would they get their painting back?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Can't. It's in different situations. It's different things. Like in land,
right? So it comes down to might again. It comes down to might, innit?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm, like literally. So if they have it in certain things, in it, we can't say it doesn't exist. And I've like Jedi said, he's ignorant to how it works in America, and me so here as well. But I know certain things like there is a limitation rule. there is a limitation period as well. And inland, I know of it. I don't know of it anywhere else, because like you gave the example of someone stealing a painting and then realizing years later that painting's stolen, you can run that back.
So Jeddo was just using that as a metaphor, like as in one particular example to set a precedent for a principle.
Yeah,
Right,
but then
but I think I understand where he was going. I think I understand where he was going with it. Do we inherit the sins of our ancestors? Is that the question?
No. We're saying that the whole concept of people going to the Americas under false pretenses and then having the audacity and cheek to set up government and make statutes and laws and all of these type of things, that whole action is illegal by international law standards.
Okay,
and
one second. But let's explore that logic. It was also illegal. It was also illegal for every other country's origin story to do what they did. So
No,
is every nation illegal now?
No, I'm saying, look,
under which
everything is protected, innit? Everything is protected. So there was a treaty.
You guys aren't.
One second, man.
Let him finish.
One second.
So
let him finish.
There was a treaty in place. That's how it started. It starts with a treaty allowing people to go to a continent. Yeah. So obviously we see that that's not what ended up happening. Do you get what I'm saying? So we have the evidence of the treaty. So the treaty supersedes any rule of law. You can't form government yet. You can't do all of that. We've gone above that. And now we're at international.
Now we're talking about law, right?
Right. Well, now we're talking about the proper law, though.
Okay. What was the law? What was the law between the Mesoamericans who were fighting the Mongolians in pre-colonial America? What was the law between those two tribes that were killing each other?
I don't know.
Who's Mesoamericans and how did
one
they get
tribe
to
had
the
killed the other and taken the land, if the Mesoamericans killed the Mongolians, would that also be theft?
Alex, you're repeating yourself. Just explain to us what do you mean by Mesoamerican and what Mongolians are you referring to?
Regardless of who inherited America, they would be criminals and murderers. Is that correct?
It's good, but that's a hypothetical situation.
It's not hypothetical because I'm sorry, it's not hypothetical because when the Pilgrims landed, the Mesoamericans and the Mongolians, the various different tribes of Mongolians that were there, were all fighting each other for dominance. And shortly after Plymouth Rock was settled, there was an attack by one of the local tribes. It just so happened.
Are you referring to Native Americans? Are you referring to Native Americans as Mongolians?
Yes, they are. They are
originally. So who then would be the Mesoamericans? Who would be the Mesoamericans?
I could refer to them as American Indians if you prefer.
But who are you calling Mesoamerican?
Doesn't even make sense.
Mesoamerican is the tribes of people from Latin and Southern America.
Well, they weren't Europeans.
America.
Well, they weren't Europeans because you mentioned the word tribe. Remember the word tribe you didn't understand before? Yeah? You mentioned tribe.
I was asking.
Wait. You mentioned tribe now. Do you get it? So when I
have my own definition, and I explained it to you.
Right? No. You didn't know. Remember, you was like, "Oh, what tribe are you referring to?"
I have a definition.
Okay, so now you know what a tribe is, right?
A tribe. The definition of tribe, is a social group of people.
Okay. Right? Called what? In your eyes? What did they call themselves? They didn't call themselves Mesoamericans.
That's what we call them today.
Yeah, but what did you call them? You called them by their tribal names, didn't you?
What am I supposed to call them by?
All right, one second. Pause. For
example, like New York and thing, you had tribes there. You had in Central Park, you had tribes and towns and all of these type of things. There were natives who were living there from before. Now, some of them will be referred to as Moors. Some of them would be referred to as Yamasee or other names that they have, subsidiaries. What do you call it? You know, some of the other ones. Do you get what I'm saying? But in the long run, yeah, some of these Mesoamericans are Native Americans in the sense of we know that their origin might be from Mongolia, crossing over the Bering Straits.
No, the Mesoamericans are from the south.
What did they do? What did they do? They came in and mixed.
No, they were fighting.
Oh my God.
There were different tribes fighting on the continent before the Pilgrims arrived.
And how long?
My question is, let's say the Pilgrims never landed.
Wait.
Would it also have been theft and murder if any of these tribes took over the land?
Look,
that's my question.
You went there in the 1700s, right? And what I'm trying to say is 1600s, right?
1619.
Yeah, the first Pilgrims, right? Went over there, right? Yeah, and it's not until the 1700s.
But it does that. My question is.
One sec.
Is it still? Is your line of reasoning consistent? Let's say the Pilgrims never landed.
Yeah,
and Mesoamericans and all the other American Indians. There were many different distinct American Indian tribes that all fought each other.
But the
Mesoamericans didn't
of
that
put
is one
Native
tribe
Americans
took it all. Would that
on
be
a plantation, bro?
Theft?
They didn't
Would
slave them.
Theft and murder to you?
Or no,
because
no,
it is
no,
it is
that's
an
just
equal.
war. That's just war. What you lot done weren't war though.
Equal result.
What you lot done weren't war. If you warred them fair and square, then yeah, we could say that you got a right. But you never warred them fair and square.
It was war.
No, you never warred them fair and square.
The first colonies were attacked by the wandering tribes that were already on the continent.
All right. No problem. And in the 1600s, is that when slavery started?
But you haven't answered my question.
I'm asking you a question. You know that slavery started.
I already asked you a question.
One second. The transatlantic slave trade started within that time frame. Yes or no?
So again, would the same outcome with American Indians and Mesoamericans and the separate tribes of American Indians, if they were fighting for dominance and they took over the nation, the Pilgrims never landed and they took it all, would that be murder and theft? Just like the same framework as the Pilgrims coming in and doing the same thing.
No, because the Pilgrims are foreigners. Remember, and this as
foreigners. So are these tribes.
One second. No, they're not foreigners to each other.
They are.
They're not foreigners to each other necessarily.
American Indians traveled over to this continent from Mongolia.
But in a time way before what you're talking about.
The Mesoamericans came south of the border up into the continent and began fighting these tribes.
My friend. In a time before you even conceived of going to the Americas. This is the time you're talking about. Do you get it? Yes. So how are you really having that much information?
I'm asking if you have continuity with your earlier statement.
Wait. Because you're making a statement that people were warring when you came in.
I could use a different example if you like. We could talk about the Moors. We could talk about the Moors. We could also talk about the Genghis Khan over in Mongolia.
One second. The tribes that were there already, did not set up cities like New York and all of these type of things. They did not do that. So don't pretend like even if they did take over the actual land, it would have been a thing of dominance and people would have started constructing, massive stone teepees and stuff and blah, blah, blah. It's not like that. It's not like that. And you're not being fair. Do you get what I'm saying? To say that.
Fair with what?
So hold on, wait.
Your argument.
What you could say.
How? It's the same argument.
1 second.
No, because it's a false premise.
I mirrored his statement, except I just had different people, and he objects to it for some reason. It's mysterious to me. It seems as though you have a conflict with the same statement and the continuity of it being applied to any other group other than the Pilgrims.
No.
You're inconsistent and incoherent.
You're inconsistent because
you are being inconsistent.
All right. I'm saying the time frame, though. That's what I'm saying. You're not being fair in the time frame. If that was
what I was posing was a hypothetical to test the continuity of your statement.
What I'm posing is not a war. What I'm posing, if you wanted to say at any level, you could say was a civil war. Yes, amongst tribes. You could say that was a civil war, yes?
Tribes fight amongst themselves all the time.
Wait, they've both been there for a decent amount of time, way longer than any of you. Yeah. So as I said, you're the foreigners.
Well, I would say that the children of God have all been on the earth, and we all live. Nobody got here first. We've all been on the earth the same amount of time.
I'm not talking about Earth. We're talking about the Americas.
We live on Earth.
Don't try it. We're talking about the Americas.
Okay,
and as I said, I've mentioned
the state of Turkey legitimate? Is the state of Turkey legitimate? Because Turkey was not always ruled by the Ottomans, by the Turks. Is the state of Turkey legitimate?
Yeah, about the state of Turkey. That's a great question, but let me just clarify something here. What is your stance on the North American borders? Do you think that they should be protected to protect the inhabitants of North America, protect their livelihood and their safety? Should the borders of North America be upheld?
Well, I would say that.
Yeah. Go on.
I would say that we should figure out what to do going forward.
Right.
But I think that's kind of a disingenuous question. But I have an interesting question.
One second. Wait.
Let me ask you a question.
You're talking about the children of God.
You asked me. I want to ask you a question.
I will let you answer. Someone talking about the children of God and us all being here at the same time. For somebody that has that viewpoint, I would say that the borders of North America should be dismantled. In fact, all borders should be dismantled by somebody that has
we can disagree on that. That's fine. But let me ask you a question. Is Canada legitimate as a country? Why or why not?
North America.
One second. Before you answer that, 1 second. Listen, yeah. On the screen, you can see a checklist, yeah. We got Spotify, we've got Instagram, we got YouTube, we got Twitter, we got a phone number, we got like, share, subscribe. There's a checklist. Please make sure you go through that whole checklist and make sure you're good when you come out the other side. Pause.
Come on.
Get me? Hit that up. Hit up the PayPal link. You lot are enjoying this conversation. I am same way. That's why I got involved. I'm proper naive to this kind of stuff, but I've been educated. It's interesting to be involved, and I like it. So I'm gonna hit up the like button. I'm gonna make sure I've gone through my checklist as well. Big up everyone. I'm gonna go munch. I'll be back in a bit. Big up Jedionline. Big up the panel. Big up the chat.
Okay. Yeah. So back to your question, Alex. My answer is no. I don't think Canada is legitimate. I don't think North America is legitimate. In fact, if you were sincere about your child of God hypotheses, I would back you 100% in dismantling all borders.
But let me ask you this. There's 195 countries. Do you think it's the will of each of these countries to dismantle?
I don't think that each country has its free will. Yes, it is the will of some countries. Yes, of some people. Yeah. In fact,
my second question would be:
common people. Hold on, the common people, the everyday man, if educated on the benefits of a borderless society, if educated and if empowered, would choose that. Yes, they would.
Well, let me ask you this second question to complement the first one. So you said that there were countries that the will of the people for some countries was to open their borders. If that's true, why haven't they?
because they're not autonomous, and by country, like some countries are forced, are created beyond their outside of the people's will. Yeah,
so I basically have the reverse view. I think that the will of most people is to break off into their own social group.
That's interesting, but allow us to enlighten you.
Only the reason why most people want to break off into their own social groups is because they are not at the top of benefits when it comes to the amalgamation. So when it comes to the amalgamation of social groups,
I agree with you.
White British, white European culture and the standards of beauty mean that they stay at the top of the social economic ladder.
Well,
and everybody else,
I don't fully agree with
everybody
that.
else, hold on. Everybody else only benefits by relinquishing or by homogenizing their customs and their culture into the wider Western culture, which is popular culture by way of colonization. That's how it was established.
No, but I don't think all social groups are white.
No, I wasn't talking about all social groups. I'm saying
I was saying that all social groups prefer their own group and they want to govern themselves because they govern themselves better than the party does.
I'm saying by homogenizing all social groups, by throwing them all into the melting pot, even though we are told by white supremacists of their fear of the great replacement, what actually will happen is the indigenous cultures of the land, are the ones that are going to be eradicated. They're the ones that are going to be forfeited for us to gain this international culture. That is what's actually happening now.
That's right. It's next.
Right, but so you agree with my analysis that not everybody agrees with what ethnic composition is going forward. You agree with my point that the will of the people is not being represented properly.
I'm saying go home.
You agree with my point that people don't have sovereignty. You agree with my point. You agree with my point that these distinct tribal groups want to determine their own destiny.
You know what it is. Your ideals are based on your European ancestors, so you need to go back to Europe. That's it.
But I could see how other ethnic groups could want the same
back to Europe to carry it out.
I agree. Other ethnos, other people do want autonomy to make their own choices. And like I said, the borders that they would be creating or that they would uphold would simply, in my view, in the majority, would be born out of a need or out of a belief that they have to protect their way of life because it's in danger. And that is in danger by the international white supremacy, which is a political stance, and not necessarily a racial stance, even though there is a pecking order on who benefits. This is like the caste system. There's a pecking order on who benefits, but not to say that just because you benefit more than the class below you, that you're in a good position. We want equality. That is what people want, right? And we're not in the belief that by throwing everyone together, we become more equal. What happens is I have to be less Igbo, less Nigerian, less African, less black, in order for me to succeed on an international playing field.
And what is that? Forced assimilation.
Right.
Right. So I acknowledge that there are different groups with different. See, we already agree on this point.
Right.
There are different people with different objectives. What you're suggesting is this melting pot theory, and there are people that don't agree with the melting pot theory. So again, there's different like I said, different social groups that want different social outcomes for their own collective populations.
Now we're free.
What I'm saying is, if you try to force that on every group that doesn't agree, then you are going against the will of the people.
Okay.
Likewise,
can I say something?
Opposite thing to every group.
What you're saying,
you're going against the will of the people again. So we have to break it off to individual collectives.
Alex, can I say something?
You're saying that is where country.
Wait. So obviously, there's a reason why you stop. You say individual, and I'm like, yeah, and then you say collectives. Like, what's an individual collective? Can we not just have individuals?
A social group or tribe that
Can we not just have individuals?
has a particular view of
but that's not
composition going forward.
That's not. Hold on. What you're describing is one step shy of sovereignty. It's not sovereignty because you're not advocating for the individual
choice. It's individual choice to be part of a tribe.
So why do you keep going back to the collective? Why don't you
volunteer? People volunteer to have these ideas.
Right, but why don't? So therefore, listen. It'd be more logical to stick with the individual instead of talking about. Hold on, wait. Let me finish.
It starts with the individual, but they join the collective that they are in consensus with. Do you not understand?
I didn't hear that because I was desperate to finish my sentence. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Right. So I'm saying, if we go to the individual, why do we then talk about the individual's choice to be back in a group? Let's stay with the individual being able to be.
I can answer that.
Hold on.
Can I answer that point?
Please hear my point. Let's stay with the individual. Yeah. Let's stay with the individual's birthright to be sovereign. Let's just stay there. Forget about okay, now you're going to use your sovereignty to choose to be in the collective. That's fine. But I just want to deal with your dealing with individuals getting their sovereignty in the first place to be able to make that choice or not. Let's deal with.
Here's a good question. Are you sovereign? Why or why not?
I am not sovereign.
Why?
I strive to attain sovereignty because I'm in captivity.
How?
I was born into a land and registered to a company, and I haven't found legal ways or lawful ways to free myself without it being a detriment to my well-being.
So welcome to what it's like. Let me answer. You've been going for a while. Welcome to what it's like. Welcome to what it's like to be a white person.
You asked me a question. Am I sovereign, and why or why not? I am not sovereign because I am a subject. Let me answer the question, bro. Come on, man. I am not sovereign because I am a subject by duress.
Okay, so welcome to what it's like to be white.
What? What does that mean? Yeah.
Well, white people are in the same boat.
What, you inherited something that doesn't belong to you? How does that make sense?
Do I own America?
Yeah. Your ancestors.
Oh, okay. Well, that's very interesting. So what am I doing here? Why aren't I out ruling the country?
No. You don't own America.
Yeah, these are very interesting questions.
You have control of North America. You don't own. You have you don't have legal ownership.
No, it's all illegal. I told you.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're in possession.
Sorry. You don't have lawful ownership.
No.
But you are the custodian, nevertheless.
You're the colonizer.
I own the country or I don't. And
I
don't own the country.
You're in control of it. Possession is 9/10 of this crooked law. You have control. something that isn't yours.
But I think what you're doing, is you're
telling the truth.
you're giving me like supreme rulership over the country. So am I like am I
Look,
like
look, look, look.
am I the
My
1%
battery's
of the 1%?
my battery's running out, man. Let me make one point. Let me make one point. Thing. What you're saying indirectly, yeah, I've ascertained, Alex, that you're an ethnonat. And like most ethnonats, that when we speak to Elron the Nazi, what he's basically saying is, why should some countries have the right to be ethnonats and have an ethno state, but we don't? The reason for that, the reason why you don't have that right is because your land or your country is the result of an empire, yeah? Now, you might not call it the American Empire, but there was an empire. You did subjugate other people who are now incorporated into your country, and you have a responsibility over them. But rather than give them their due rights, you're just setting up barriers to them achieving equality. And that's why people have a problem with you.
Exactly.
So I already addressed this earlier. When you have multiple different groups with multiple different ideas of what the world should be going forward, it produces conflict.
Yeah, but what came from
now we're coming into
my answer to this again to de-escalate the situation.
Oh, de-escalate.
De-escalate the situation is to relieve the conflict by letting us rule ourselves going forward. Allowing people to have control of their destiny, because as it stands, nobody, as just a basic citizen, 99.99% of the population in America only, even if you are an illegal, even if you are a new import since 1965, it doesn't matter. You don't make those decisions. Even when you vote, you don't make those decisions. So therefore, the elite ruling class make all of these decisions, not me, not the person next to me, not my neighbor, not the black guy on the other side of town, not anybody else. It is the ruling class that make these decisions, and they choose to promote race hatred in the media. They choose to promote we cannot do anything except apologize for sins. People are guilty. We are always in a state of grievance. We all don't like each other. But my thought is, well, how about we stop being in a state of grievance and pointing the finger? How about we agree that this is not working, and we will just stick to our own people that we trust, and that
So
we are not in conflict with, draw lines in the sand, and be our own things.
Okay.
I don't see why people wouldn't want to de-escalate a situation in which there has been more fighting, more bloodshed, more disagreement, more yelling, more anger, when every time we hold these elections, the will of the people is not represented, and the people still exist. They don't go away just because a politician is elected. Just because a politician is elected and he makes laws and he makes decisions and he favors one group over the other 19 groups, all it does is show that all these other groups didn't get what they want. Maybe one group did. And all that does is cause resentment between all the groups. It would be better if every group could elect their own private leader in their community, have their own social tribe circle, make decisions that are best for each of these individuals going forward without the obstruction of the state, without the obstruction of a very tiny group of individuals that make all the decisions for 350 million people. I think it would be better if groups that agreed to be groups voluntarily decided their own destiny, as opposed to a small handful of people that are out of touch with the majority of the people, and the people's will, again, is not represented. It would be better to disarm and disable these conflicts by saying, we agree to disagree. We know there's hard feelings, but look, you're going to pursue your own destiny going forward with the people that you like, and the people that you do not like will not be in your vicinity anymore. They will be in their own territory with their own group. I agree. I will take the adult stance of de-escalation and just agreeing that there is a grievance, that there is animosity, and the only way to de-escalate the situation is to take care of my own responsibilities, find out, how are we going to raise food for our individual collective? How are we going to police our own individual collective? How are we going to make medicine for our own individual collective? And our leaders that we find, not based on a piece of paper that we get shoved in a mailbox from some guy that has never talked to our constituents, doesn't care about us. Every single election, our group gets ignored. The will of our people is not represented. We are not allowed to make any decisions to de-escalate and move away from this finger pointing and animosity. I want to de-escalate the situation.
All right, man. Bloody hell. You've been talking about 10 minutes, man. That's not fair, man. Come on, man.
I agree with you.
Fuck's sake. Monologue.
I agree with everything Alex said.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, Alex, why is going home not part of this option? Like, all of that would be unnecessary.
I can answer that.
One second. All of that would be unnecessary if you just went home. Like, you're telling foreigners, you're telling Mexicans in their own land, that you want to build a wall. Mad, crazy, but no problem. But I'm saying that's all too much. You're doing a lot. You're doing the most. You lot should be getting on them same planes and flying back to Europe to find your heritage and be around your family, so these ideals can work excellently. You ain't gonna have no problems if you're in a town full of your own people. And there are places like that in Europe. There are places like that in England. There are places like that. You get me?
Right.
All over the world, in a sense, other than where you are. Because obviously, you're never going to be the majority there because you wasn't originally there. You came there. And you continuously come there. You invite more of your cousins and your family and your thing. This is why we say it's generational wealth. You are benefiting from the original people who came there. That's why everything's pointed at you. Inadvertent or direct. Do you get what I'm saying? Because you're going to benefit from it. So now you have the ability to sit there and whine, like a little female, because
I'm gonna whine.
Yeah, you're gonna whine because you have got the ability to do that. Only in a comfortable society. Hold on, wait. Only in a comfortable society where you're comfortable can you think, sit there and ponder on such things. Do you get it? It has no bearings on what's actually going on in society. You get me? They're your ideas.
So to answer your question, there's multiple moving parts to that. The first part is members who are part of my group are banned from Europe and in England. So how do you propose that they get home when the natives in those lands won't allow them to return home? Where do they go?
Well, where's that been apparent?
What group is that?
Yeah, yeah. What, people can't go back to Italy?
No.
I would say that in the context of the American flag, the American natives.
No, the American
where are the American flag natives going to go when they are banned from their country of origin?
But
the leaders there have decided to do this to their own people.
You can't say native and origin in the. It doesn't make sense.
Native to the flag and our independence.
All right,
that means nothing. That means nothing. The flag is just a flag.
Maku.
What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say?
All right. What needs to be done?
You're dehumanizing me, man. Let me say who I
Yeah,
am.
I
am. I'm gonna take you.
All right, let me hit the mute button.
Okay. Why don't you tell me
Let
what?
me hit the mute button. Cool. Sorry about that. I'm sorry to mute you guys. Yeah?
Why don't you tell me what the right answer?
No. I'm talking. Please wait. See, because if you don't listen to me, I'm actually trying to be a good moderator. I'm trying to.
You have to understand. I got two people talking at me right now.
No.
And the other guy is not allowing me.
What you've got is one person talking to you, and the other person trying to moderate.
No, I haven't muted
people.
I have.
You've got one person talking to you, and the other person trying to moderate. Oh my God! You got one person talking to you, and the other person trying to moderate between two people that are talking. And I'm trying to show you the most efficient way to communicate so you don't end up frustrated and feeling dehumanized or marginalized or not listened to. So what is best for both of you when you hear my voice to pay heed to what I'm saying, because I'm only trying to aid the conversation. This is my channel. It's in my interest that you both have good communication. So I'm not trying to encourage bad communication. So so when I'm speaking, it is to allow the ebb and flow that you might not be aware of because you're both in a dialogue, and you know what I mean. So what I thought was a best thing to do at that moment in time was to ask you what your group was that is banned from Europe, rather than arguing about it.
We're native to the flag and to our independence.
Does it have a name? Your group, America. So
the United States of America.
We're talking about the Europeans that moved over to America and took over the land and identify under
the Anglos.
And the Europeans.
The English.
Europeans.
It's an English colony. Well, yes, they are descendants of Europe, but
European.
They came from
European.
England.
English people are European. English people are European. They don't have a distinct blood type. They don't have a distinct blood type or phenotype separate from the continent.
They are distinct people.
They don't have you couldn't distinguish an Englishman, a Frenchman, and a German and a Swede just by looking at them. No, you couldn't, because you'd be making. Okay, so what's the difference? What do they look like visually? That's different.
They have different clothing styles. They have different languages. They have different characteristics.
So you're saying that
they have different speech patterns. They have different accents.
If an Englishman learns French and wears a beret, would you know that he was an Englishman?
Well, that's very interesting, because I could say the same thing about any other culture. If somebody was emulating somebody else's culture, you could be fooled.
That's a sideline. Bro, that's a sideline. Bro, come on, man. That's a sideline.
Universal argument, really.
Okay, that's a sideline. Let's get back to your specific group. That's native to the flag, right? The group of Englishmen that moved over to America and took over the land. Yeah, and you're saying, where did they go? Because for some reason, you're not allowed back into Europe, you're saying. And I'm trying to understand.
I'm not referring to myself. I'm saying members of the group.
Who is not allowed back? Which members of the group are not allowed into Europe?
Just individuals, and these things were arbitrarily determined.
I don't like you. Cite me a case. Cite me a case. Give me a case.
The thing of it is, you guys wouldn't know these things because you haven't been part of our struggle, of our group. You wouldn't.
Give me a case. Give me a case of Americans that are not allowed into Europe and whatever reasons were given. Give me a case.
There's various different people that are banned from various different European outposts. It just is the case.
Okay, so
I can give you specific examples, but I think it would just kind of wear out.
No, it wouldn't, because then you want solutions. You're saying what happens to them. So I need to understand. Hold on. Listen, let me finish the sentence. Yeah, I need to understand who we are talking about and where they are not allowed to go, and then I will try to come up with a solution. If you genuinely ask the question looking for an answer, then I need more information. I need to know who and why. They could be convicted of a sexual offense, and the country they'd like to move to has laws against sexual offenders moving to there. It could be that.
I don't think it's because of that reason. I think it's just because I think it's just because people disagree with what to do going forward, and this is mostly an elitist type of thing.
You're not making sense.
It's just funny because the elites that kind of want this outcome are blocking it. So there's conflict of interest here that can't be remedied.
I really don't know. Like you've
I'm referring to people who are banned from traveling. On top of that, it would be impossible to do it now
for traveling, and I want to get into individual cases
to do it right now because
understand the types of scenarios you're discussing. You rather generalize. You don't want to get into individual cases. You don't want to put any.
I can get into individual cases if you want.
Yes, please.
Okay, well, let me do a quick search. I'll just pick a name.
Man said searching now. Yeah, nah. What the hell?
Yeah, because that argument there, I think you should abandon that argument about because the group the group you're describing is very vague. You're saying Americans, white Americans, descendants of English, Europeans.
Well, my point in bringing it up is I'm aware that certain people are banned from certain countries. So logistically, you have a problem.
Right. But why? There. Why are you banned?
Well, because of disagreements.
About what? What could it possibly be wrong that you can't travel to your motherland?
So the ruling class disagrees with people on the ground. Again, the will of the people is not being represented properly. The will of the people is being suppressed.
Okay, we know this. The real people I'm talking about, not you foreigners.
Well, okay, but even if
right. So you're right in what you're saying. No. You're right in what you're saying. 100. But you keep sitting like you're on the other side. No. You're on the side of the people who came there illegally. Do you get it? And set up base. Do you get me? Like a bloody virus. Do you get me? Now you got all sorts of. Now you got 50.
Like to remind you.
Now you got 57
that I am part of a culture. Correct? I am part of a
no. What culture?
Okay, again, does Africa have a culture?
We have many cultures.
So what are you saying?
Numerous to name.
I don't have a culture.
So now what I'm saying is because you don't have a tribe, you will never have a culture. You get me?
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, that is definitely interesting because it all starts from home, don't it? It starts from the village and then it goes to a town. One second. That's why the word kith and kin.
Am I from outer space?
What comes before tribe is kin. So some people say kin.
What planet am I from? What planet am I from?
Yeah, you understand. You don't understand the whole and then clan. Clan is even involved.
What planet am I from?
Wait, yo, Matthew, stop talking when he's talking. Yeah. Like if he's gonna, because you're making good points, he's making good points. But because he's cut you up and you're keeping going, we're missing your good points. Like, so it's just bad manners, Alex, man. It's like, do you know what I mean?
But I want to respond. I want to do a back.
Yeah, but you're determining how long his response is. As soon as he says like half a sentence, you've decided that he no longer gets to finish his point, and that you're now going to answer the question or make your point.
What's happening? So I just didn't like the answer, and I wanted to respond to it. That's all.
Okay, go.
So, what planet am I from?
I don't know. That's a good question. Still,
I think it's safe to say that I'm from Earth.
All right. You're from Earth. Yeah. Just for argument's sake. All right, cool.
Well, I am. And
just for argument's sake, because
so if
one second.
If I am an Earthling.
Hold on, wait. Because you're saying the Earthling, this and that. But if both of us go out in the sun, one of us is liable to get skin cancer and probably die. So I wouldn't necessarily say that this is your planet. Maybe you came here. I don't know. But all I'm saying, the environment, you're not what's natural to the environment. No, I definitely disagree.
Do you think this?
Huh?
Why do you think I didn't come from Earth?
Because the sun says no. It has an adverse reaction to you. Like, it has an adverse reaction. You have an adverse reaction to the sun. That's only because you're on the lower scale of the family tree. Do you get me? Where your melanin has been corrupted.
I'll just
you don't have it. You don't have it. 1 second. You don't have it on the surface of your skin. It doesn't mean you don't have melanin. The moment you mention eye color, hair color, or whatever, that's melanin. Melanin is color. Do you understand? So you can never say that no one ain't got no melanin or I'm never going to be a person to say that. Yeah, I know the science of what it is, isn't it? Like, do you get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, you might be from this planet, but nature says you might not be. It's a good question. Yes. So when you ask me that question, I can say, yeah, okay, for argument's sake, yeah, you're from Earth, isn't it? No problem. Cool.
So let's entertain the idea that I'm not from this planet.
Okay, cool.
Can I breed with African women? And why is that the case if I'm not native to this planet?
Well, no one said that any foreign species.
No one said that being foreign to this planet and reproduction were mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
Why do you think invaders from other planets would be compatible with life on this planet?
Now they're invaders.
They would be compatible.
I'll tell you why they're compatible, because there's a nature of invasion amongst a particular set of people. So if that's alien, do you get what I'm saying? If that's alien behavior, do you get it? To go to somewhere, dominate the land, even though there's people there, wipe them out with smallpox or whatever, give them the blankets and whatever, systematically do genocide. Yeah. All of these little things that took place and blah, 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 for you to sit in a comfortable position and talk the way you're talking. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Do you get me? The privilege that you have goes beyond what you actually think and know. Do you get me? You're thinking, oh, yes, I can intellectualize one thing. I would like separate this and separate that. Those are all good ideals if you to analyze and think about. But the fact that you have time to even do that, when you know how it is in different parts of the world, people have to work and graft and.
Anyway, can I just jump in? Yeah. Okay. You might be from the same planet,
right?
You're from a different world, and we understand that by a European definition of the first world, second world, third world, right? So, like, alone, we understand that we're in different worlds, isn't it? They're different hemispheres,
right?
Yeah, different worlds, different sides of the equator, and this is just what it is, isn't it? Yeah. So, moving forward, right? If you are a European that has now come and taken over a land, right, and you are an advocate for the thought that we're all God's children, no one is equal. No one is higher in the eyes of God, so we should all have the same natural rights to travel and do what we want. But it's the people that have done the most invading, of recent times, that have set laws to stop others from traveling and exercising their free will, their common law, their birthright, their sovereignty, right? So I'm saying, why would you not be for what do you say, dismantling the borders that are North America and allowing people free travel? Why would you not be for that?
So I understand that some people are for that idea, but there are other people that disagree. Do you understand that not everybody agrees on that question?
Right.
So
but I'm asking you. I'm saying you, Alex.
Doesn't see that as a good thing.
I'm talking about Alex Jones, though.
But here's the thing: if you want to open the borders to, say, I don't know, Africa, and let anybody come into Africa freely, I'm not against that necessarily. Or if other countries choose to do this, right. My will and my collective don't want this. However, if other people want a territory in which the free flow of people can move in and out of, I'm not opposed to other people having this. However, for my group, I don't want that imposed on my group in particular. We prefer not to have a territory like that, and there's plenty of room on Earth. We can have places where people can have a territory where freedom of movement is restricted to our culture and our tribe, and you can have the other thing. I'm not saying that your group can't have what it wants. What I'm saying is that
I heard you, but Alex, come on, man. You said a lot. Let me chime in.
My group can have closed borders if it wants to. It's not mutually exclusive. Both groups can have what they want.
Alex, buddy. Let's have a little bit of let's change the pace of the conversation so we can have more of a chat rather than long monologues back to back. Because we're gonna lose the essence of what each other's saying. Right. The whole thing about you're not averse to there being some other plot of land where people could be, where they could keep to their tribe and to their culture. You're up for that, right? I just want to understand.
Like I said, I want the will of the people to be represented.
I just want to understand how do you?
My group.
Wait, no. I've got a question though. You
just asked me a question.
How do you determine the will of the people, of your people?
People tell you what they want.
Like, I'm assuming you're talking about the descendants of English settlers in North America. Is that who you're talking about, right?
I'm talking about everyone on the earth.
No, we're talking about the people native to the flag.
Right.
That's who I'm trying to be. Your group.
Okay,
your
but
group.
Yeah, trying to
even among that population, the decisions are split. But I don't want to infringe on.
No, but you were speaking. Wait. You were speaking for your group. So why I tried to stop you. One second. The reason I was trying to stop you while you was mid flow is because when you were speaking as a representative for your group and on behalf of your group, and you were saying that this is not what the group wants, I was trying to stop you and find out, how do you find out what your group wants? Is there a message board? Like, how do you look?
Talk to each other. We talk to each other.
So how big is your group? If it's big enough for you to all talk to each other?
Well, we communicate over the internet, and it goes.
How big is your group? How many members of your group?
So it is a controversial group, but I would wager that there are many more people who are silent on the issue. However, even though it's controversial, many millions have spoken up on behalf of this dichotomy.
Is there a name? Is there a way that I could easily identify your group by a name or a label?
No, there isn't, because by the very nature of it being controversial, it's gone under the banner of a hydra. There's no defining factor. There's an infinite amount of splinter groups.
What is this, Captain America?
No, it's just here's the situation. Our group is trying to achieve something that our rulers don't want.
Okay.
That is the will of the people that is not being represented.
Okay, but are you a large amount of people, or are you in the minority? Because it sounds like you're in the minority.
Well, we are the most vocal members, even if they are counted in the millions, would be technically a minority. However, it is a very large amount of people.
Okay, is it more than the people that disagree with your ideology and thinking?
Right. This number and the attitude of the culture is in flux. Like I said before, if we were to rewind the clock the 300 years, the majority would be in agreement with my stance. The founding fathers, the pilgrims.
Yeah, but that's racist time.
The natives under the flag would.
Oh no, that's racist time.
Majority.
And you lot been there about 600 years as well, something like that. Anyway, but yeah, like that's the problem. The founding father thing, like your founding fathers are founding foreigners. You get me? Like, don't you want to go back to England? Don't you want to go back to Europe?
They originated from England, yes.
So don't you want to go back? Can you go back? Of course you can.
Okay. So I have mixed feelings about it. Right now, the current situation, I would not want to go back because I would have less freedom in my country of origin than I have here.
So that's the whole point. In the country that you usurped, you haven't got enough rules and rights for yourself. And then in the country that you originated from, yeah, you don't want that smack on the wrist anytime you do something wrong. That makes no sense.
That's not true. The laws from my motherland, the country has been usurped by ruling elite that despise my ethnic group. So I wouldn't want to be around people that want less freedom for my people.
But what's your?
I prefer more freedom.
Wait. This is ethnic group amongst whites, yeah?
Yes.
So there's inter-Euro racism. Is that what you're saying?
There's a civil war among white people happening right now.
Civil war.
Yes.
Civil.
I don't think it's funny. I think it's rather tragic.
Okay, and this civil war is not open civil war. It's just a civil war of the mind, yeah?
It is not just of the mind. There has been blood spilled. The riots are a great example of this. There is a lot of my people live in fear. They are persecuted. Many of them are denied access to basic amenities like employment or social services, and it's a disaster.
Is that white people?
Yes.
So the police are not there for you. The ambulance service are not there for you. The U.S. Army is not there for you. It's not there for you. Wait.
It's split on a certain bias. That is what I'm telling you.
What? So there's no bias from the authorities.
There is bias from the authorities.
Huh?
There is bias from the authorities.
Okay. So is that a good thing? Is that uniting the people or separating them?
So I'll give you the same answer I gave you at the beginning of the podcast. The will of the people is not being represented because there are many different groups that
but you just explained,
are not giving official legitimacy by the establishment because they are suppressing it.
Okay, but your group seems to be smaller than even theirs.
When you measure out all the groups, the groups are pretty much equal in size.
Okay, so you're saying the elite, that group's small, and your group's small. One second, your group's small, and what's major that you are trying to represent is the general public.
I just want the will of the people represent. Yes, the general
public.
Right.
So in a world where majority rules, this is why your ideals.
I don't agree with that.
Hold on, wait. Because there's not enough of you that agree. That's all. It's not a big thing, but politically.
No, what I'm telling you is that these things are in flux. People's minds are changing. The atmosphere in the country has not always been like this. This is a very recent development. However, the mood of the country is changing. In fact, it is changing in such a radical way that the elite class are actively getting in the way. They're actively fighting us from having our will represented. That's
right. I'm saying
so much turmoil. That is why there's so much grievance, because the will of the people, again, is not being represented.
And when they want to exercise their power, who do they use?
They use the economic system to bribe people into exerting their will. They use systems to enforce things on people against their will.
and the police force and the army and the private security forces and
institutions.
Who's hiring in it? Who's hiring them? Who hires a terrorist?
Who hires a terrorist?
Who hires a terrorist? Like me, Jeds, yourself, we can't hire terrorists.
I'm not a terrorist.
No, I'm saying we can't hire terrorists. Yeah, only governments and institutes and businesses can do such things.
Well, if you're the ruler of the country, you can do whatever you want.
Of course.
So yeah, a lot of these decisions are made without the people's consent.
But you don't have a ruler, do you? You have a government.
We do have rulers.
No, you have a government.
Yes, but the government is largely acted upon by very large corporate interests, and
right. So it's not controlled by law. So then within that construct, yeah, comes the president. The president, obviously, of the company. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
Am I right or wrong? I'm right, isn't it? Yeah, a president is only a representative of president of a company.
Well,
so
power is represented by will. Power is represented by will.
No, I'm just saying not power. I'm still talking about a business, a corporation. Well, has many levels, has members of the board, has all of that, chairman. We're not talking on that level. We're way down. Yeah, just above public relations guy. Do you get it? The president of the company, yeah, can be elected, but from anyone amongst them, it seems. But upstairs, that's a different story. That's where the elite are. That's where the elite are. We know that.
They work together. It's the ruling class all working together.
Because it's a business. And in the business, you're going to work together because each cog makes it all go round or makes it all work in tandem.
It doesn't.
That's why it's full of departments. That's why the government is. Yo, let me chime in. That's why the government's full of departments.
Thank you.
Right? You get me? Because they're just. You're both saying the same thing. So what's next? You're both saying the same thing when it comes to this. You can't disagree with what Sniper is saying.
No. The only common thread here is it's people making decisions. A corporation is just people, right?
Yeah, but not your people, not the employees. You got the corporation and the workings and the workings.
Some of them
you've got the owners. Hold on. And then you've got the owners of that company. They're two separate things.
Mm.
Yeah,
the owner of the company. The owner of the company never has to do a day of work in his fucking life. And the owner of the company doesn't have to be the creator of the company.
Nope.
He could just inherit it or give it to it.
These things are all changing constantly.
Meanwhile,
right.
We're the employees.
Yeah.
And even worse, we're the customers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're the actual product.
Yeah, and you want the customer's voice to be heard, right?
Right.
What I want is the will of the people to be heard because
the
way I've framed it is there's approximately 20 different groups with ethnic interest, and only perhaps maybe one or two groups actually win out in an election. And they are played favor. They are catered to.
But you know what's stupid?
For a duration of time until the next election, when perhaps maybe these groups are ignored, and then another couple of groups are.
But what I'm trying to understand is, when these groups get in, if one day miraculously one of these groups get in, what do you think you're changing?
See, that's a good question. That's a good question. I've already thought about this. I don't think that there is a good way to get things to change by this system. I think the system's flawed.
You can't be an ethno-nat while not on your ethnic nation.
Yeah, like
what?
Well, I mean, I don't know how to take my ethnicity out of myself. I don't know where you're going with that.
What I'm saying is, you can't take your ethnicity out of yourself, but you being an ethno-nat, yeah. Like there's two words in there. There's ethnicity, yeah, and there's or ethnic, and then there's a nation or nationality, right? And you're not in your nation, being a European in the Americas, right? And you're not ethnic to the American. Like, I just don't get it. What are you doing? It don't make no sense.
I think it's questionable that you're framing everything in the context of my ancestors. When
it ain't, because the legitimacy of your claim is based on how you got where the fuck you are. If we deal with over here, we got squatters' rights. Yeah, it matters. If you broke your way into a building, you cannot claim squatters' rights. If you found the door open, yeah, or you was invited in and it was all cushy, yeah, and you didn't displace the people that were there, then you can claim squatters' rights. You broke in, you were uninvited, not a guest. You left a trail of bodies and dead natives, yeah, pillaged and plundered the land.
I think this is ridiculous.
Right? And then
talking about me in the context of 16.
And then hold on. And then
I didn't live during that period of time.
No, you didn't, but you're still there. But you're still there.
Why are you referring to me? Why do you refer to my ancestors?
Listen. We can
send ancestors, please.
We can send you back to England.
You're talking about my ancestors.
Yeah, you're displaced. You're lost. It's like if you get an elephant. Yeah, hold on. If you get
I don't want the entire history of America to be placed squarely on the descendants.
If I get you, well, you don't want to face.
What I'm saying is, I would deal.
Guess what? I don't care.
If we get
Bengali tigers, yeah. If we get Bengali tigers, yeah, come to England.
So is there a chance in which I can respond?
And breed. If we get Bengali tigers to come to England and breed, and they have children, and they have cubs, and those cubs have cubs, and those cubs have cubs, yeah. And someone turns up and says, "Hey, guess what? This isn't the best place for those Bengali tigers. You need to send them back to India where they can be in their natural habitat and thrive and flourish as according to nature and their design." I would say, do you know what? That makes fucking sense.
Yeah.
Because they keep getting hit by buses and keep killing school children in the nursery. And I was wondering what the fuck's going on. What's going on is they're not in their natural habitat. It would be incumbent on me to try and return them, even though they were born here, try to return them or breed them back into being able to return to their natural habitat. That's what zoos do with endangered species.
Right. And I'm saying we should do that with Europeans.
Right.
Because they're not in their habitat, because they're not in their natural environment, Jedi, is why they do the things they do. They kneel on man's necks, they hang man from trees, they usurp land, they do all sorts. Do you get it? So my thing is, they need to be back.
Trying to say
here. With their ideas, if he goes back home to Europe, those ideas can work perfectly. Do you get it? He can find an area in Devon or wherever where he can be amongst these people and he won't be troubled. He won't have no problem of people outbreeding him and all of these type of things, because these come as a worry of being away from home.
Right, but you're getting ahead of yourself. I think you're making all these assertions. All I simply stated again was that I just want to live in the territory where I'm already at, and that's the will of my collective, my individual collective. The will of the other collectives is something different. However, I'm not against their will being represented. I am for all of the wills of all the people being represented at the same time. I'm not against my brothers. I am with my countrymen, all of them, all 20 groups.
You need to go home, man. You need to go home. You need to go home. You need to go home.
I am with
a holiday. At least for a holiday. Like, why wouldn't you take a holiday? Like, you would think it's an incumbent. Wait. You would think it's incumbent on someone whose parents are from Africa to at some point go to Africa. Now, your ancestors, 1 second, your ancestors are from Europe. I don't know this negative attitude towards Europe. Like, Europe is great. It's got its own history. It's got its own stuff, plagues and all sorts. Like, you can identify with a lot. You can identify with your own history.
So first, okay. So, all right, I will address your question this time.
Okay.
Because I thought it was satisfactory to say that I wanted the will of every American to be represented, but I guess that's not good. I will answer the European question here.
Right, answer the European question.
When there are people that are banned from Europe, we cannot move them in. The elite gatekeepers are keeping them out. So if members of my people are not let in, it would not be an authentic gesture to move here and leave some of our men behind. I don't think that that's appropriate. What would you do if members of your tribe were banned from moving to a country and you couldn't bring all of your people with you? Would you leave them behind? Would you just ditch them? Or would you try to figure something out where you were living?
Matthew, let me jump in. Do you? I wonder if you believe in the greater good, because if for such a valiant cause, such a noble plight, I would expect such social justice warriors, to be prepared to sacrifice themselves. And as long as they pave the way for their people to get back to a habitat that was going to be more better for their future generations, they take that L and be stuck in America, but watch their kids grow up in Europe and if anything, forge a better alliance with their European brothers. Do you know what I mean? Because a lifetime is 75 years. That's short-mindedness. So surely the people that are so interested in this ethno-nationalism, they're more thinking about it for future generations. So whether one or two people were banned, I'm sure it's not the majority of your group. Whether one or two people were banned from moving to Europe, fair enough. You take the L. You take the fucking L. But for the greater good of the group, the 20 group, jump on the EasyJet.
That's what I'm saying.
That's just where we disagree, and it seems to me that you would leave members of your own
all right,
and not bring them with you. So
that's not it. That's
very cruel of you.
The example is like people make pilgrimages. Do you get it? So you're making a pilgrimage to your motherland. That's it. Plain and simple. You've got to know where you came from.
It's inauthentic because you have not addressed the troubling logistical issue that I've already presented you.
What flight?
No, the fact that members of my group are banned.
Yeah, but you lot all look the same. So on a passport, you can forge that and just skedaddle. Like, it's not a big deal. Yeah, it is that simple, man.
It isn't.
You get what I'm saying? You lot invent the technology, so you lot invent how to break the technology.
Come on, stop it. It's a simple task. Go ahead and restore the travel rights to my countrymen to be able to travel back to Europe, and then you will have a better case to make that to make that suggestion.
Are you saying it's other than COVID?
Yes, it's other than COVID. These are basically political prisoners.
So you're in the Americas, but you're a prisoner.
Well, we're politically restricted from moving to our homeland. A few members of our group, yes.
Okay,
and I would not be comfortable with leaving them behind.
Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, cool.
On top of that, I don't think this is a good idea. I think it would be better if we just stayed here and just carved out a certain amount of land for ourselves and just said, okay, this is it. This is ours. And this is what our minority group wants.
What gives you the right to
It's been done already.
Hold on. What gives you the right to carve out some fucking land when you openly admit it's not your homeland? What gives you the right to carve out a bit of land there?
Yeah.
Nah, man.
It's our home.
No, well, it's not your homeland.
Yeah.
It's a house, not a home.
But the point is,
bro.
We started here.
Therefore,
Therefore,
hold on. As long as you've got a place that you call homeland, yeah. We can both talk. As long as you've got a place that you call homeland that you're not allowed to go to, you can't talk about shit.
No.
Right, but you
don't have no rights. Right. You don't have no rights.
You have to understand there is resistance to us returning to Europe. The idea that
Europeans that don't want a bunch of racist. Hold on.
This is not what
it's Europeans. There's a whole bunch of Europeans that don't want to live next to a bunch of Americanized cousins that come over with their racism.
Right.
They don't want it.
Right. So again, you're proving my point. So I mean, I guess you can throw out that previous argument.
I'm just letting you know.
It doesn't make any difference. You're just reinforcing my.
You can't blame it all on the elites, because when we're out here,
who's responsible?
Hold on, I'm in Europe. Yeah, I'm in Europe. Hold on 1 second. I'm in Europe. Yeah, and when we're in Europe and we're fighting against racism, we stand next to.
What is racism?
Okay, when we fight against people's racist views that impact us in a negative light, impact me as a black African man living in Europe, for somebody to have prejudice thoughts or policies that impact me and my children and my family, in a negative light, when it's time for us to be vocal about these things or to demonstrate or to stand up and be counted, many a times there are white Europeans involved in that process. And these same white Europeans do not want racist people to come and move in next to them and further increase their white guilt, their shame.
Yes.
So because they have an honest view of history, and whether they can do something or not, they often will speak against it. And I feel like they don't want to be next to anybody that's viewed as racist. However, anything you said to me today hasn't necessarily been. I have not really seen you as a racist person. I've seen you as someone that's a supremacist, as someone that that values people that look like him, and I appreciate that because I value people that look like me. But
I reject that.
People don't value him though.
What do you reject?
I reject that particular. I reject the label supremacist. I am just my own ethnic group, and we have a will. We want to live on a territory where we've been living all of our lives.
You keep saying that,
and we want to continue to live here.
Why do you speak so generally when you don't have access to all the people of your group? You don't have access to their voices and their opinions. You speak
so should we not have a conversation then?
You should, but you're speaking as if you have registered everybody in your group's opinion.
I understand the general consensus.
What's going on, panel? You're right, yeah?
But I still have to make a determination.
Can I ask this gentleman a question, please?
Discussion.
Yeah, I was just
saying. Wait. Introduce yourself, bro, and just like.
It's me, Naz. What's going on? I do a YouTube channel. I've been on there before. I just had a question for this person on the panel.
Yeah, Alex.
Alex. Yeah, sorry, I didn't know his name. All right, Alex, I just wanted to know if he shares the same views. If in his land, at one point, there was a breakout of a certain culture, like Asian people, even Muslims, and they said, hey, we want this land to be ours and live our life like that. Would you accept that, Mr. Alex?
Okay, so what does that? How does that scenario play out?
So okay. Let me just put it in plain English. So your motherland, if your motherland was now taken over by a different cultural people, would you be okay with that?
Ooh, good question.
I think we'd feel the same way as any other group of people.
That is a good question.
I think we'd feel the same way as any other group that happened to.
No, I get what you're saying, Naz, because Naz is saying like me, Naz, and Jeds are in your homeland. Look, we're in your homeland. Look.
Well, would you apply that same question to your ethnic group?
We're in your homeland.
Would you apply that question to your own ethnic group? If a group of people came into your land and said that we're conquering the land, and they conquered it, how would you feel about it? I think I would feel the same way that you would.
Well, I'm pissed, obviously, and there's nothing I can do about it. Do you get it? Because it has happened. So it's not a hypothetical situation for me.
Obvious.
No, it's not a hypothetical situation for me. These are facts, true and exact, and part of history, and everything's documented. Do you get it? Colonization is that system. Do you get it?
Right,
so
but I think
we're still owned.
I think you also neglect my ethnic group has gone through similar things.
No, man, I'm enjoying your motherland. That's all I know. I'm enjoying it. I'm chilling. This is your motherland, England. This is what England's like, you know. It's nice. It's all right.
I'm not worried about that. That is the will of the ruling class.
But I'm pissed.
You are provided this by the ruling class.
Yeah, but you see, the ruling class of your country, are building.
The ruling class.
One second. The ruling class in your country are building constructions in my country, so they don't even share your view. They're looking to duck out.
I already told you this. I already told you earlier. Several times.
And they're going to New Zealand.
The class does not represent the people on the ground. Do you not see?
Right. Even if their elite is leaving.
So if I disagree,
you gotta watch what they're
how is my will being represented? It's not.
No, they've milked America. They milked it. There's nothing there. It's just a little bit of oil. Like it's dead now. It's dead.
Recognize the difference between people on the ground and the ruling class.
There's oil in China now. There's like
the will of the people, the will of the populace. The will of the populace is different than the will of the ruling class. I keep repeating this.
Yeah, but you're the minority. You're a minority group. So why are you talking about the
majority? Many minority groups, but they still want things for themselves.
Of course. That's fair. Yeah.
And in order for the grievance to end, they need to be able to rule themselves.
But is it a small grievance when they're the minority?
It's so a human being on an individual level is a human being, whether or not their group or their tribe is bigger or smaller, it is still human beings' will. So when you deny these people these things, you are not representing them as part of the greater nation. What you're doing is you're saying, well, this group over here can't have what it wants. This group over here can't have what it wants. This group over here can't have what it wants. This group over here can't have what it wants. And so 99% of the population doesn't get what it wants. The ruling class gets all of their little cherry-picked pet peeves, and everybody else just gets whatever they
Hold on. One thing, when was this thing implemented that you lot were banned from your own homeland? Because it seems strange. Like you say you'd be upset that other people were usurping your homeland like us. You get me? We're enjoying your motherland, as I said before, right? Yeah. And I'm saying that that's happened to me. Yeah, and I'm pissed about it. I'm still not happy. We're waiting for reparations and for slavery and all sorts of stuff that's happened to us, and we're still further on top of that colonized. Do you get it?
I get it. Nobody is getting what they want. That's what I keep bringing up.
Yeah, no. But yours is coming like some pilgrims, some hippie kind of thing. But you're a bunch of travelers. You traveled over to the Americas in whichever capacity. Yeah, and now you want to claim a piece of your own, but you're a minority group with a minority. You don't have to be England then. If they won't let you in England, one second. If they don't let you in England, because England is not a great starting point, yeah, because everybody in England came from somewhere else, right? So you can go back to Scandinavia. You can go back to, you get me, like Russia, Germany, like these places are hot or cold, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, there's bare places in Europa. It's got Asia in it as well. Like you can go to different.
Well, I'm very curious. why you keep trying to peddle this to me.
Yeah.
Because
what are the logistics of this? How do we
ideals that you're thinking are European based?
Okay, wait, Baku. Ask that question again.
Sorry.
How do we what, Alex?
So what are the logistics of this?
Meaning, what do you mean?
So let's say I would prefer not to travel to Europe because I disagree with the ruling caste there.
Right, stop bitching then. What are we going to say?
One second. I think this is disingenuous. I think this is a
European. What I would say to you is, so I would say, stop bitching, not in a rude way, as in bitching, innit? Yeah. You're a European. You have to deal with the facts that you are not native to this land. You don't have lawful rights to this land, innit? It's only because the elite, the lawless elite, have okayed it. Why it's not even something that we question in modern day history. We don't really question the legality. We just call it invasion or discovery and blah blah blah. We celebrate Thanksgiving and we keep it moving. But you've affected and you are affecting billions of people in the Americas, right? So before you want to carve out land, I say we should deal with the indigenous Americans first, and give them their first rights, their first dibs to carve out land, and not just some little pitiful reservations that you give them on the outskirts of the fucking wilderness. If you want to deal with fairness and we want to make sure that you and your group are represented, what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, we're going to allow people the process to start carving out bits of land, but based on your historical, what's the word?
Affiliation or something?
No, not affiliation.
Heritage or
No. Sequence. Based on the historical sequence of how we all hit that land and became Americans, that's how we're going to deal with the carving out of the land.
True.
And do you know what I mean? And because nobody forced you to Europe, from Europe to Americas, you're gonna get less compassion than say an African American who was forced to that land. You understand?
Yeah.
But we all know that the world's population can fit inside of Texas, so I don't think we've got anything to worry about when it comes to your group being able to have a bit of land where you can. I know Nebraska and places up there. You know, Texas, the cooler regions.
You're right.
Regions, they'd be ideal for you. You know what I mean?
So my question is, there's many logistic problems. Some people will refuse to leave the land. They see it as God and country with a unique history, with a unique fight for independence. There is a story to my people. There is a legitimate claim to the land.
Okay, and what usually happens?
You keep saying the opposite thing, but I disagree with you. And we can disagree. That's okay. But here's the thing. I don't think telling me over and over again that this isn't my land is really going to change my mind. I don't think it's going to change
your mind.
Well, I don't think it's going to go over well with any American that you say that to, regardless if they're in my group or in a different group. I don't think that's going to go over well. And on top of that, I want what's best for all Americans. I want all of their wills.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
I want de-escalation to occur, and I want bloodshed to stop, and I want peace to return.
Ask him this.
Bloodshed in which country?
Wait, please. What's the legitimate claim, please?
Yeah, what is your legitimate claim to what part of the Americas?
The American story, how I winded up here, and how I was born here.
What is your legitimate claim?
I am a native under the flag of the United States of America.
Okay, that was only created at a certain point. So
it was created in 1619.
But it's somebody else's land.
Yeah.
It's not legitimate.
That's up for debate. I already addressed that.
How can you speak of legitimacy when other people live there?
Yeah, I already addressed that as well. It's an illegal action by international law. You can't set up government in a foreign land when you wasn't allowed to.
What is your solution?
No. Forget solutions. No, stop ducking him.
That's against the will of the people. Again.
No. I'm asking you about your legitimacy.
That is against the will of the people.
Do you not understand? Listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. Listen. When you talk about legitimacy, because I will not move from this point until we address it. When you talk about legitimacy, and like Macri said, like Sniper said, it's an illegal occupation of land that people already lived on. There's no legitimacy there. When you speak like this, and then in the same tone, in the same breath, say that you have the best interest of all Americans, you don't have the best interest of actual American people, because you are a European, as I told you before.
Facts.
You are a European that lives in America. Just like I am a Nigerian that lives in London.
Thank you.
So first of all, like I said, we'd have to address the wants and the needs of the actual American people.
Right, but now that we are here, we want to live here. We have a unique story. We have ancestry that goes back almost 500 years. We have been living and cultivating this land. Really, if you wanted to have that discussion, it would have been preferable to do that in the 1600s.
Oh, it was you picking cotton. It was you picking.
Yeah, it was him.
Okay, my bad. It was you in slavery. Okay, my bad.
You want to go forward with this conversation. You need a time machine, and you need to go back to the 1600s, because that is where this conversation needs to happen.
Yeah, but that's not the beginning of time, is it?
We are now in 2020.
The beginning of the Americas, is it?
We are now in 2020. We've already planted our flag. We have a history. We have a constitution. We have a founding fathers. We've declared our independence.
Right.
We've established a land. We have freed people. We have given people rights. We have been voting in elections. And now we have a ruling class that doesn't represent the populace. They are basically holding the populace captive from seizing their own destiny. And that is what I take issue with. I want what's best for the American people. I want what's best for the 99%.
Would you let other people practice their religions in your land? In this so-called place you build up?
So there would be many lands for many people to live in. And
I'm talking about your land that you call your country.
Practicing their prerogative in their territories. We would all have territories of our own.
You're beating the. I was asking you, in your land, you're saying you're fighting for everyone's right to stop the war and stop all of this killing and stuff. So I'm saying, once you've got your land in America, and then me being a Muslim, I came in and said, hey, I want to build a mosque in your land. What would you say about that?
Well, it would have already been determined by the will of the people that you would be free to build a mosque in places where people allowed such a thing to be.
So you wouldn't allow it, basically.
You would have possibly multiple choices, but at least one choice, since that option exists. You would do that in a designated territory. Where
so you're not answering the question. I'm asking about your land. So if I came to your land and I was a citizen of your land and I said, hey, I want to build a mosque, you're basically saying you wouldn't let me, would you? You told me go to the Muslim area. That's not fighting to break all war and stuff like that, man. I don't know what you're chatting about.
You would melt into the culture that most closely represented your.
So you wouldn't let me build on your land, basically.
If your values were not the same as the values of
why can't you just say no? Why can't you just say no?
Ethnic culture, then you would not fit best in our.
Okay, so I wouldn't be allowed to build in.
You won't be allowed in.
Thanks for answering that. Cheers.
You won't be allowed in. Ooh, that's a blow still. Ooh.
But man wants to be let into America and stay there.
Right. Does that make any sense?
I think this went right over your head, because everybody's will is represented.
So everybody is allowed on your land, then? Exactly, they're not. So that's what I'm trying to say. You saying founding fathers, But the founding fathers.
I can determine at this point.
Wait. The
just not
founding fathers. The
You're just
founding
not
fathers.
You just
are
asked me
the-
a question.
Hold on,
and
wait.
you
The
didn't let
founding
me
fathers.
You didn't let me answer, and you're not listening.
Wait, the founding fathers are the aristocracy, the same people that you're saying are restricting you from going home, but you support them. That makes no sense.
They are ancestral
They
aristocracy.
banned you. Yeah, so they
are
banned
not
you.
alive. They are not alive today for me to
Okay,
reference.
who's banning you then?
Past to them, but they're not alive today.
Okay, so the founding fathers, who we know are European and related to the aristocracy of Europe, yeah, even down to your presidents. What? Which one? There's only about one or two that's not related to the Queen. Man, that's crazy. Do you get it? Like, we know amongst them, so we know who they are. Do you get it? And you say you know who you are, but then I keep hearing elements of you supporting who they are.
Right, because I identify with the nation of America.
Yeah,
I'm an American. I don't really understand what the contradiction is.
The contradiction is
European.
Is that your Europeans basically argued amongst themselves. They separated themselves. One joined the people on this side, well, usurped and took over, and then set up government, right? One second. Mainly, the reason why you couldn't go back home. Let me give you the real reason why you couldn't go back home. Because most of their money was invested in the slave trade. So this is how you have the division between North and South, even in the Americas. Yeah? Because when Britain says stop, yeah, man were like, hell no, I made my money this way. You get me? So now I'm gone from being a plantation owner to being governor of the state.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to do something different. I'm going to do something different. And so instead of
the main point was, sorry, so
shrugging off this whole
just quick
storyline that you're sticking to.
Just quick to make it all make sense. Yeah. The bottom line is, yeah, that the British, the US aristocracy that is based in slavery and other exploits that made them wealthy would not be respected when they went back home. So you wouldn't get the lordship, or you wouldn't be the next king, or it wasn't that. You was in the royal household, but your wealth is not respected. This is how they went on with each other. So to stay in the Americas was a better idea for them. Do you get it? Okay, if I'm going to stay here, then this new thing that these same people are doing, because they're going to come here and they're going to set up a government. Do you get it? But that's different from you being a slave owner or being a plantation owner from way back. Miss your candy.
Can I ask, Alex? How do you feel about that? That small, like 3-block radius that was taken over somewhere in like the East Coast. I think it was like New York somewhere or something like that.
I agree with them.
You agree with them?
Right. Like I said, I want the will of the people to be represented.
Right.
I was in council with the Black nationalists not that long ago.
What does that mean in council?
We agree with each other. The Black nationalists and myself agree that we should all have our own places to live.
Right. Right.
I think it's legitimate.
Have you ever lived in the black?
The ruling class thinks we're all in on it together, but really what's really going on is we have tribal groups that want different things. And what I'm saying is none of the tribal groups are wrong. The will of the people is correct.
So what tribe are you again? Sorry.
Have you ever lived with black people?
Well, I actually am a direct descendant of the native peoples of New America, the American flag, and historical culture.
Have you ever
and the events that historical events that you keep referencing to.
Alex, have you ever lived with black people?
Well, I have spent time at black people's houses for long periods of time and kicked it with them and smoked weed with them, and I've been in the ghettos and I've heard their stories. And
the ghettos. What ghetto?
I have very thoroughly investigated blacks. I have very thoroughly investigated. I have spent many man hours, and I have participated in their day-to-day activities. Yes, I have.
Their day-to-day. You've lived in a black community.
I have lived in a black community. At one point, I roughed it, and I lived in one of the roughest parts of town, which was predominantly black, and I struggled. I struggled alongside my American brothers and sisters in that community. What do you mean you struggled? It was rough. It was cold. It was hard. And
describe the struggle.
Basically had to go.
Describe it.
I had to go to the shelters and use the microwave and cook hot dogs and rough it. I have done that.
You was homeless.
Amount of time.
You was homeless.
For a couple days, yes.
In a black area.
Yes.
So you roughed it in a black area for a couple of days.
Yes.
So you like what?
Wait. After the couple of days, oh man, like let me lead you. I'm asking some questions. Let me lead you. Like it's a simple speech pattern. Like if we fall into it, conversation is so much fucking easier. Like when someone else is talking, stop talking. Like, so what I'm asking you is, after those 2 days, Alex, did you
3 days?
3 days. After those 3 days, you went back home, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it was a temporary thing, and you had a solution.
Yes, it was.
The whole time you were there, you had a solution. That's
not my only experience, by the way.
So, okay, so I'm saying that at that time, did you spare thought for the homeless black people in the poor part of town that didn't have a solution?
I'm sorry. What was the beginning part of that question?
Please.
I missed a few words.
Right,
I want to make sure I heard you right.
At the end of the day, you had a solution. While you were roughing it for 3 days, microwaving your food in shelters, living amongst the poorest people in your town, which happened to be heavily populated by blacks. Yeah, you struggled alongside other white people and whatever. You struggled, but while you were struggling, you knew that in 72 hours you would be back in the comfort of your home and out of the struggling that you was experiencing. So essentially,
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. It just happened to work out that way.
It just so happened that you found a home in 3 days.
No. See, again, I didn't even get to tell my full story before you interrupted. I was just being honest with you and telling you that I had a short stint in a rough neighborhood that happened to be majority black.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And other experiences. But again, what was the point?
Why are you running? No.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, Becky, you gotta do the slow.
Yeah. I know. No. This is like,
run away from it.
I don't
put
even
the apple in the mouth, Jets.
Turn it slowly.
Taste
it.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Monologue.
Go on.
So yes, I did spend time in a rough part of a rough area for a very short amount of time, 3 days.
Right.
I agree with you. It wasn't that long.
Okay.
But in that time, it felt very real what I was going through. I understood what was going on in the culture. I felt legitimate fears. Okay. I had a very human experience.
But you was on the street.
That's not my only experience, by the way.
Oh no, wait. You was on the street, right? And then you was allowed into some black people's houses or what?
Not at that time.
Okay. That's the separate. That's another.
This guy's killing me, bro.
I was sleeping in my car.
You was what?
I was sleeping in my car.
Okay, you were sleeping in your car.
That's about rap. A man had a whip.
Man had a whip, man. He was living rough on them cushions and that.
What's going on?
I don't know about you guys, but it's not that comfortable to sleep.
It sounds like an experiment.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask
It's
Alex
also
a question,
cold,
please?
by the way.
I hear you.
Alex.
He had whip.
Is that an experiment?
Mad.
Alex, can I please ask you a question? You know when Alex, when you stated that you lived a day in their day-to-day activity, what did you mean by their day-to-day activity? What difference do you see in black people's day-to-day activity?
I said I shared in the community. I was living among the people.
So that's white and black.
It was
because
majority.
I think the question stems from they
see,
asked,
it's
have you
absurd because you asked
can
the
you let me
question,
finish, Alex?
get the answer,
Alex, let me finish.
and then you have a problem with my answer.
Alex,
You
let me
asked
finish.
for this.
Alex, let me finish. Yeah, the question was, have you ever like chilled with black people and stuff? And you said yes, and then you said that's from when you was homeless. Now you're explaining from when you was in a car.
No, you missed what I said before.
Can you explain
that.
then? Can you explain fully when you've chilled with black people, other than when you was homeless?
This is the problem. When you was homeless. Talked over. I can't even tell my own story.
You're doing the same to me, man. You let me finish my question. Can you tell us
know,
when you chilled with black people?
I have three people.
Again, you just cut me off.
What am I supposed to do when three
Wait
people
for
are
me to finish. Wait for me to finish. There's one person
piling
talking.
on?
You're still doing it. You're still doing it. Other than when you was homeless.
You're not allowing me to respond. Also, you're making a claim which I attempted to clarify for you.
All right, let's clarify everything so there's no misunderstanding, Alex.
I attempted to clarify so I could get the story straight.
All right, then. Can you please clarify when you chilled with black people, other than when you was homeless? Have you ever chilled with black people?
I had black friends.
Yeah, go ahead. Go on that.
Hung out with them. I knew one black friend who was homeless. I knew one that was a former felon. He told me about that. He carried a gun with him. He was also part of a gang, and he just told me things. We kicked it. We hung out.
It sounds like
all over town.
From what you're saying.
We went to his friend's house. Some of the women at the home were pregnant. I just sat on the couch. We talked about life. We talked about how things work. Just like everybody else.
Is this when you were scoring drugs, Alex?
Nah, man. This sound like
honestly, I wasn't looking for drugs.
This sound like that scene in Boys in the Hood. Hey Jedi. You know that scene in Boys in the Hood where my man dad asked him if he
this guy
and he lied. My experiences.
This guy's school never had black people. If this guy ever had a job, every place he worked never had a black staff. Every school he's been to, he's never had black pupils, so he hasn't hung around black people. Other than when he went to someone's house to steal drugs, and when he was homeless.
I'm saying.
You're fucked up, man.
Just said is true.
You need to
I'm wondering about.
All right. Listen.
Every job I've been to has had black people in it. What you said is actually untrue.
My thing is this. I hear you. Yeah. If we notice that somebody's talking style isn't as favorable for like fluid dialogue, what we should try to do as a training exercise for us is to learn techniques to counteract that, so we don't just add that. So I'm encouraging anyone that wants to come on, don't just do machine gun while the next man's doing machine gun, because they're just gonna have two people machine gunning, right? And like as jarring as it is, if we want to have this conversation, we're gonna try and find ways to make it work. Unfortunately, in the case of JT Snow, it wasn't gonna work, but with Alex, we found ways. We found ways. I'm sure, but I don't want you to feel like you're getting dogged. Yeah,
I just want to be able to speak for myself. I don't want people making 1,000 assumptions and also saying things about me, which I haven't even had a chance to say for myself.
Okay,
can I at least speak for myself?
All right, go for it.
And when I'm talking about myself, instead of having somebody else put a framework and a context, and then talk about me in a bibliography context as if they know me better than I know myself. Because
I apologize, Alex, if I've hurt your feelings.
I think it's uncalled for. I think it's dishonest because you're basically making me into a caricature and a stereotype, and I think that's an insult to my uniqueness and to my greater understanding and experiences in life.
Right. All right, cool. Cool. Go on then, Naz.
I was just saying, Alex, I apologize if I've railed you and upset you by saying for some things, but that's what I got from what you've said.
Yes, can I ask you a question? Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Could quickly ask you a question.
Yeah.
Sticky G's made a comment saying, this is irritating because Naz TV, you said the N-word on Real and Maggie show. Stop playing games.
All right, listen, Jedi, let me talk to you about that because I've spoken about it in so many places. I chill with black people, yeah? You've chilled with black people, even white people probably, who may have used that word in a friendly manner, innit? And I said it to someone else saying, do you get me, nigga? And to someone that I speak to all the time. It came out, I apologized for it, and I said, if I said it... My God
is punishing you by muddying your internet. Apologize.
This man's going Black Lives Matter and thing, fam.
What? Did you say?
I can't hear you. Say that again.
Your reception, your microphone's sounding a bit mad.
Let me jump out and jump back in 1 sec. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Let me jump out and jump back in 1 sec.
All right. Say that.
Can you hear me properly now?
Yeah, it's just a bit. It's a bit.
Basically, because I grew up in South London, I grew up with a lot of black guys in it, and I used that with my friends, and it came out in conversation. I didn't say to him, "You nigga," like you're a black nigga. I didn't say nothing like that. I was like, "You get me, nigga," and it just came out because I speak like that with my friends. That was a long time ago, innit? And mans are trying to character assassinate me on your panel, so. I hope you don't see me like that.
What was the context? What was the context of you saying nigger?
I was saying, why you lot fucking about us? I was like, why you lot always messing about?
Why you always what?
Like, if you think about that, you get me, nigger. And I didn't say to him because he was a black person. I would have said it to anyone that was on the panel then, because how you right? Because that's just how I spoke.
Do you get? What you said? You said. What did you say? What did you say? Get me, nigga. Is that what you said?
You get me, nigga. That's all I said. Is you get me, nigga. That's what I said, and I didn't say in a derogatory way or like, do you get me because you're black? Nothing like that. And I apologize straight away because I shouldn't have said it. It's not a word to be used. Do you know what I mean? I shouldn't have said it. But I'm sure that's all been cleared up. That was time ago, man. Do you get me? When I was a drunk guy coming on the panels and shit. But I know that shit, fam. But if you feel to hold something against me, I'll leave the panel for a minute, bros.
No. Me, whatever my personal thing is, yeah. Like the word nigger is not going to be something that's because you said nigger, you can't come on the panel or whatever. But it's but I'm glad that I got to hear.
No. I realized it was wrong of me to use that word, especially with a lot of people that might not know me and think, well, why is he using that word? And it's not a word people should use. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that was when I was a lot younger, family. Now that I'm growing up, I don't.
Well, when you was a lot younger, but they're saying, wait. They're saying you said it on Real and McGee's show. Like that, what do you mean? His show's like a year old, bro. So what do you mean a lot younger?
Yeah, but if you see the context of it, bro, yeah, I didn't say it to someone with a black. I said it because that's how I spoke on road to my friends. I hanged around with a lot of people who called me nigga as well. It was just the term we used that was something like people said it to me. I was getting used to not using that sort of language and becoming more professional in my life. To get me, so I don't mind if you guys want to think that a man's racist for using that word or whatever. By all means,
I don't know. All right, your microphone's a bit shit, yeah. So you got. I think you can come.
Yeah. Let me jump in. I'm outside now. Let me jump back in and jump back.
Yeah, leave and come back.
1 second.
Yeah, but I don't think just because you use the word nigger that makes somebody a racist. It's the context that they use it in. But I mean, it like if you're not black, it does show a lack of respect. I think it's a lack of respect at most. But you know, you get me, bruv. It would be more sensible. I don't know. Yeah, we don't say you get me, nigga. I'm not even gonna lie. Not even we say you get me, bruv. You get me, blood. You get me, fam. Him, I don't know. We just don't use it in that context. How do you feel about the word nigger, Alex Jones? Yeah. Loud and clear.
Yeah. Is that better now? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you heard me before. What I was saying in that.
Yeah, we heard you.
If you want me to clear up, I'll clear up. Now.
I don't think that's an appropriate question to ask me at this time in history.
Sticky G trying to make it sticky, fam.
What? You don't think I should ask ethno-nationalists what his view is on the word nigger.
Well, my group doesn't have labels because we find that anytime we have a label, the elite class will use the media to stigmatize our group because they don't agree with us.
It's very clever.
Also, I think it's inappropriate to answer these types of questions because they are always in the context of a racial grievance, and I think this is also counterproductive.
It's not a racial grievance. I don't have a racial grievance.
Well, there is a racial grievance around this particular pejorative.
I just had a question for you. I just had a question like, oh,
well, if we're honest, people get upset about this particular word.
They do, and I want to know what your opinion is on that.
And that equates to the word grievance. When you are upset over something, you have a grievance with somebody.
People, you don't mind talking about land and sovereignty and carving out pieces of land and heritage and history, and all of those are grievous subjects.
They are.
Oh,
but they are.
Just be consistent.
But they're not.
Be a big boy.
They're not.
I'm a big boy. You're a big boy. Yeah. You're a man. I'm a man. Yeah. We're choosing to have an open conversation. I'm not offended by the word nigger. I'm offended by the context and the intent behind a person using it. Yeah. Naz just said the word nigger maybe 10, 20 times, and I wasn't offended one time. I wasn't even offended hearing that he'd used the term. So, like, you're not dealing with some generic snowflake that, like, I'm wizened. I'm trying to strive towards wisdom. So a word is not going to trigger me. So let's just discuss, like adults, what your opinion is on the word.
Well, if we weren't doing this, on the public forum, and if my ruling elite class wasn't so trigger happy to string up and lynch my people over words, I'd be more comfortable in discussing with you as an adult. But since we don't live in an adult world and life isn't fair, I will abstain from this type of questioning because it leads to nowhere good. It doesn't move the conversation in a good direction.
Right.
It just leads to more bloodshed, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, but none of your other views would lead to bloodshed, though.
I'm looking to de-escalate.
And is that genuine, or you consider you do? Violence is still, I mean, hypothetical. Let's speak in a hypothetical context, right? And take this away from reality and make it clear that both Alex and I are speaking in a hypothetical term, right? Is violence totally off the table, hypothetically? Is it totally off the list of possibilities?
So this is a philosophical question,
right?
Based on the nature of man. I cannot stop a man from throwing a stone, and this is a biblical reference. If a man throws a stone at a glass house, the house is destroyed. I cannot stop that man from making that decision. Man is tempted to make mistakes. I cannot prevent humans from making mistakes, no matter what ethnic group they hail from.
All right.
I cannot guarantee peace. I can only offer it.
At any point, do you see a point where violence is the only option for you to maintain your sovereignty or your freedom or your dignity, your human rights? Do you believe that ultimately violence could be a necessary tool in an arsenal to combat anybody that was to attempt to deprive you from such birthrights?
I don't think it's a good tool. I think there are many ways to achieve our goals, and I don't think violence is our primary tool. I think that we should explore the idea of representing the will of the people as opposed to bickering and fighting over very large pieces of land. Instead, perhaps maybe we should break it up into 20 pieces of land and go our separate ways and stop fighting.
Wisdom of Young Lion. Feel free to chime in. What you got to say? You know, this is a talking.
I think first of all, I want to say peace and blessings to everyone on the panel. Peace and blessings to everyone in the chat. I think the word in a context should be understood. If a person, for example, uses this word to be in a racist term, for example, if someone calls another person, or you're a stupid black, whatever, this is in a form of bad and racist derogatory ways. If someone used it out of accidental or just say it not to be used in a non-derogatory or insults or mocking, I wouldn't obviously I would have a problem with a person using the word, but I would get and understand where that context is coming from. And also we need to know that that word was being used when obviously a lot of black people were being enslaved. So
do you know as well, man? I just want to say my piece on it. I grew up listening to a lot of Tupac, Method Man, them sort of people back in the days. I grew up on the street. Like a lot of my friends were South London. Like I was maybe the one Asian guy in the crowd out of the group of people I was. I don't blame it on people using on each other. I blame it on social construct, music being allowed to use it. Do you know what I mean? It's like, and I do apologize for using it because in politics terms, it's not a word to use, isn't it? On the street, it's become the norm because music uses it. You see it in film, you see it everywhere. It's put into gang lifestyle for some reason. I grew up around that, and I shouldn't have used it in it, but there's still people trying to twist shit. But anyway, I hope people do understand, innit?
Yeah, cool, man. Whatever, innit? That my view on the word is evolving, innit? There was a time where I probably was highly triggered by the word, and the more I hear of people using it, the more excuses I hear of people using it, the more black people I hear excusing the use of it, the more dim-witted, low IQ people use it to try and offend me, the less impact it has on me. I'm on a path of dissociating any part of my identity with that word. I'm not seeing any connection. However, I'm still open to punching you in your face and breaking your shit. Just because, isn't it? Not because I'm offended, just because you wanted to use the word and I feel like I'm gonna use that excuse to beat you up. Do you know what I mean? That's how I feel. Like, if it's detrimental to my safety or to my liberty, then no, I'll just let you get on with it or whatever. And do you know what I mean? Whatever. Just, you know, I'm not gonna get arrested because you decide to call me a nigger. No. But, you know, just maybe one day I might just break both your legs. Do you know what I mean? It's just how it is. It ain't about being offended no more. It's about having a choice to react or not react. It's not even about being offended. So from when you're offended, a lot of your choice kind of gets taken away, or you give up a lot of your choice just from being offended. You're already reacting in a detrimental way to your own well-being. So like, you know, like, you can't really have these trigger words. We can't have these trigger words. And another good thing about the word nigger is it helps to highlight different people's attitudes. You know what I mean? They're deep-rooted attitudes. So I actually find it quite a handy tool to find out who's who and how people actually think. Because there's a lot of people that are like, oh, don't worry about race. Oh, don't worry about this. Don't worry about that. And you know, like, oh, like, what's the point of this and what's the point of that? And they're basically comfortable with non-blacks, non-Africans using the term nigger. They don't mind. They're cool with it because, like, to them, race isn't something that you should really worry about. So it's not something that's really important. Maybe because they've got something else in place that supersedes that. I'd be a political ideology, religion, you know what I mean? Whatever, their sexuality, they might be wrapped up in their sexual identity and not be bothered about race because they're more bothered about their sexual identity. So to them, they're very casual about racial slurs or whatever because race isn't their thing. Racial identity isn't their thing, maybe. Like, you know what I mean? There's a lot of people like that as well. For me, I'm somewhere in the middle, man. I'm somewhere in the middle. I do believe in the importance of culture. I do believe in the importance of understanding your culture and keeping it current. But I know culture evolves, and I believe in breaking of traditions that don't hold value to your quest for liberty. Any traditions that don't assist you in becoming more sovereign, more free, and more independent of oppression is something that, you know, it's just unnecessary for me. So I don't practice things just because my dad did I don't do that. I need to know the reason of why things are practiced, and then I need to make an informed decision on whether I'm going to use that in my reality. That's kind of where I'm at with it. But yeah.
Big up yourself, people. Everybody in the building. Yes, brother. Not much. I've just been out in a lovely sunny day getting them UV lights and rays and stuff and like that.
Well, people, man,
Naz, don't worry about it. I understand where you're coming from because
I really apologize, anyways.
No, it's cool. Because I mean, me personally, I'm not. Those things don't even bother me because I do know London culture, and we do have a culture of nigga in the music and all of that, and people just what go on, my nigga? It's been like that. Do you get me? We're doing our best to change it, but it's a great thing, isn't it? And you. But
I need to go work in it, people. So I'll jump in another time. Bless up for having me on the panel, and I hope it cleared up a few things with people.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, come and spend some more time. Don't just come when you're just on your way to work. You're taking liberty.
I come through. I listen in. There's a lot of time I'm with people in it.
Wherever you was when you were saying nigga, I'm sure you were on your way to work then.
No. No, I wasn't. I'm not gonna lie, still, innit?
Bare spare time kicking back.
But I'm saying, no, man's got more of a schedule now, innit? We're trying to keep things active, innit, man? Do you know what I mean?
I hear you.
We're not on the couch, bro. We're not slumped out, innit, trying to get online for no reason.
That's like saying, man, I can't forgive you for saying nigger, innit? Because it's not my job to forgive you. It's whoever you said it to and whatever, and whether you can.
Yeah, the person I said it to, they knew themselves, man, innit?
And it's more importantly whether you can forgive yourself or whether you think there's a charge to answer. I didn't bring you to court for that. Do you know what I mean?
No.
So
no worries. Bless up, people. Catch you soon. I'll be on my team as well, man. You get me? We go live sometimes still.
Come on,
you go live,
yeah. Nice TV live. Come on.
Got you.
See you later. Come bless you.
Big up. Yeah. I didn't know that. Man, them after if you're not doing lives and stuff like that, you have to let yourselves be known, innit? Let me know, man, that you're about there. Invite me on that. Fucking hell. Don't just start lives. You lot start live streaming. You come, you get the source from over these sides, and you go off and start live streaming in your little pockets, and just some little rejects go over there, and the man them can't come over and support because you don't tell us. It's like you're doing it in secret. You get me? When you get big, you're like, how come you never come over? Bro, you never told me you started a channel. You think I'm over here surfing live channels? Just I don't know. I'm not in the loop when it comes to get me. When it comes to the internet, I just use the internet. Yeah, I use the internet. I'm not on the internet, not like that. You get me? Same thing. Like even on Instagram, I'm not scrolling through people's shit because I'm posting. You get me? Twitter, I'm not reading through tweets because I'm tweeting. Well, actually, I'm lying on Twitter. But yeah, on YouTube, I'm streaming. So how am I gonna be seeing people after I've done a 12-hour stream? You think I'm searching to find an obscure stream with like I never heard of? Yeah, man. Give me a signal, give me a sign, and we can make it more of a community, man. Do you know what I mean? Because I will come over and support the things that you lot are doing, man. Trust me.
I don't know if it's questionable.
I don't know about the King Gold channel, bro.
Or controversial. I am coming live soon, bruv. I'm telling you, bruv. I'm getting all the gal them and all the gal them going to be flocking to my channel, bruv.
The planking channel.
Trust me, bruv. No, listen. I don't know, it's a bit controversial for me to say, talking about race now, but I'm nearly Jedi's color now. I'm trying to get to Maku's. But at this stage, I think I'm going to have to set myself alight. I think I'm going to have to set...
Racism. You know when Jedi's darker than me?
Wait, let him.
I don't understand.
At this stage,
I know Jedi's darker than me, and I don't understand. What's wrong with this guy? You get it? Why do people do that? Yeah, like I got some Wesley Snipes compared. He's got better camera. He's got better camera.
Hey, Mac, who's darker than who, bro?
No, remember when you came to my yard, blood?
Shut your mouth, man. That's called a seven.
I was like, raw. You was like,
yeah, bro. That's because you don't be going outside, bro.
Yeah, you know it, bro.
He was like a silhouette, bro. He was looking like a silhouette when I
was there in awe. You get me? Don't be the hate thing. I'm jealous. I'm trying to get darker.
Don't be fooled by this yellowness. When the sun hits, man, yeah.
I know.
It's different mahogany. Yeah. I've been waiting. I ain't had a chance yet.
I know.
I ain't had a chance yet to get that again. It only takes one day.
Clear sky. That's all. Clear sky. Big
like, it's like, yo, holiday, like, what one?
Yeah.
Really? Nah, blood, man.
But you know, big up yourself though, Jez, because I don't really hear you use the word nigger in any of your raps. So
what? Nah, I mean, back in the days, I had even now and again, you might hear a sly nigga, and I'm like, shit. I actually said nigga. Like I didn't realize, but like I don't really. There's no need. I don't even like rinsing words in my bars. I don't like using the same word twice let alone. Do you know what I mean? So yeah,
it gets a bit repetitive still.
But I reserve the right to use it should I want to. So if I want to use it, if I think that it goes right in a tune or whatever, and it's contextually, it means I'm gonna do that. If I'm trying to evoke a kind of energy or whatever, I'm gonna do whatever. And that's another thing I'm trying to say. I'm not here trying to ban no words from the dictionary. I'm not on that. Oh, don't say this word because no. I'm just saying, like, from early 2000, every one of my friends has been king, don, G, brother, blood, cuz. You get me? My guy, whatever. There's not really been much need to call any of my people nigger, especially as my social group is as diverse as it is. Do you know what I mean? And has been for quite some time. I grew up with all black youths, but as soon as I come out of Peckham, I was exposed to more mixed race youths. This youth, a man from half this, half there, half rare. I got friends that ain't from none of our continents. Yeah.
I just find people like to use it. If they're your friend, they like to try and test the waters. I don't know if that
man, and it's really not man that grew up with us. So it's really them man there that's on the experimenting thing. I agree with you. Maybe like you know what I mean, or there's to be fair, there's more than enough black people that are comfortable for their non-black friends to use the terminology or to like they don't care, innit? There's a whole culture of people that just throw it around, and they've deliberately said, "I don't give a fuck. I'm everyone's nigga." Like, you get me? And so when you got say a white person or an Asian person that's come from that circle of friends, and he comes to mix with you, you may just assume that, oh yeah, my nigga, like, you get me? It happened to Raw Beats the other day. You get me? Like at somewhere we was at, one brother was like, some Turkish brother was like something about my nigga. Raw Beats said, huh? He said it again, and he pulled him up. Like, what you doing? He said, no, my brother. Get me? Sorry, like, you know what I mean? That's how we talk around there, and yeah, I don't know. What'd you do? Punch him in his face?
Right, but do you know when you're comfortable? I think that word in particular, I just think it's I think that's like a red herring. You should never go there, really. But I've found that in certain settings, a lot of people find that that's a way to communicate and interact with each other by using sort of cliche type of, you know, sort of jokes or references like the word nigger. But I personally, I don't like it, and I've never really liked it in the chat in songs, even in America.
I'm comfortable using. This is where it gets mad, because if you turn it into a swear word, it makes it more appealing to people like me that are comfortable with using words that are supposed to be banned. They just roll off the fucking tongue. You get me? To people like, oh shit, like look, like it's normal to me. It's nothing. You did like I'm not part of that folly. Yeah, I'm saying words that should be banned are words like passport. You get me? Yeah. Tax. That's a dirty word if you want to chat about offensive words. Words that are actually harming to people and that, yeah. Think of bear of them. You get me?
You get me? Eviction. Like, yo, these are dangerous words.
But fuck happens to be a good word for me. I enjoy that word.
Come on.
I enjoy the word. I enjoy it. Get me? I enjoy a bomber club. I enjoy a pussy hole. Yeah. I enjoy these words. Like they have.
Fuck your mom rolls off the end of the tongue nice.
Yeah, and I might not enjoy these words as much if they were just normalized, because they are just a collection of vowels and consonants. They are vibrations. They are syllables.
Hey, what are we saying, Jed? Did we give Alex Jones a breather to get some water in there?
Alex Jones, yeah, man, we gave him a little break.
Give a little breather break because he was getting American History X. This was turning into. It was getting really political.
No, I heard it. They were trying to bring out stats, science.
He was getting smashed.
He was getting ripped a new one, like softly, slow barbecue.
But you know what?
I don't agree. I don't agree.
I'll say, Alex, one second, just to end on that subject, I'll say if people are checked up about the way they're using these sort of rash terms regarding the word nigger, I feel like if they're pulled up about anything people are offended by and they don't want to change their ways, or they find they've gotten there's an objection, then that's when I reckon
mine out King Gold. Yeah.
What?
Just use that. Say N-word.
Oh yeah, N-word. Sorry, N-word. I want to say N-word. I want to say N-word.
What happened?
Well, I think this is interesting that you guys focusing on a derogatory term.
I think once they check out,
perhaps this is just a cultural difference.
It's 50-50. Every time he says it, he basically got to slap himself. You get me? He's in confliction. You get me? So he should just fall back from the use of the word. Trust me.
I can say nig. I only can say nig. I can't say nothing else.
Yeah, that's it.
No, but really, I think once people check out, and there's like some sort of like I don't know, someone trying to like say, you know what? No, I think I should be able to say it, and I'm trying to make and justify it. I think that's when they're taking a piss. But if they acknowledge it and then just I think that's because I don't think people are that greatly offended. But if you're willing to do it and then say it and you're offending people, that's when it starts to get.
I just want to beat you up for bad intentions. That's it. Like
exactly.
Saying the word, not saying the word. Like if you call me brother in the wrong way, I want to slap you. If you say, you get me, like there's derogatory ways to do anything. The right tone, the right meaning behind it, whatever. Get me? Oh, you look good. Oh, you look clean. You know what I mean? That could be something. Oh, your mum's pretty. You know what I mean? That could be something that way you could actually beat man up for saying your mum's pretty. Because what he's trying to say is your mum's not pretty. So let's not focus on words, innit? It's really about intentions, and that's something that we can all read, innit? And people think they're slick by using the word and saying, "Oh, well, no," like, da, 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 da. But like, what happens is your racist, your prejudiced thought process gets revealed with your willy-nilliness of using such a word when you know that it could cause offense. So you don't have that level of respect, because there's words that are not swear words that your mum doesn't like, so you're not going to use them. I can say damn. My mum, I got in trouble for saying sexist. I keep telling you, I got in trouble in my yard for saying sexist. She kept saying, "What are you talking about sex for?" And I said, "No, mum, I said sexist." You get me? So like, there's words and like I'm just saying, in it, having awareness in it. If you don't have an awareness of the people and context and how and when If you can use the word, if you can't, then just don't bother. Yeah, if you say it in the wrong place at the wrong time, it's gonna get you a slap, at the least. It's gonna get you a slap. So it's up to you if you want to use it. I say free the word, let everyone use it. And when everyone starts using it and people start getting slapped left, right, and center, don't cry, innit? Don't cry, just take the slap. I want to see you. If you want to use the word nigga, I want to see you using it. I want to see you using it because it helps me identify who's nominated for the slaps and the ends. Have an argument with me, yeah? And disagree with me and just let it rip. Ah, you nigga, man. Yeah? Watch the glint in my eye. Like, yes! I can beat you up and go sleep at night, hold my baby and all sorts. Giggle about it. If you really are determined to use the word, then go for it. You know what I mean? Go for it. It might not offend me. I might laugh with you. You never know. Take the chance, innit? Take the risk if you think it's worth it. Take the risk, innit? Get me? Go for a crowd of youths and just like, you know, just throw it in the air. Throw it in the air, see what lands. You know what I mean? That's all I can say, because what's the desperation of saying the word? And at the same time, it's like you're trying to make me fixate on this word. I'm not fixated on it. I'm not gonna get offended by you using the word, but I am gonna be able to unleash my wrath on you. That's just there anyway. It's dormant wrath. It's there. Don't
It's
even
like saying, but it's like going into a crowd of Jews and saying "Hi Hitler," or going to start talking about Muhammad.
Nah, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. Get me? They're all offensive to people equally, but they're not the same. They're all different.
Yeah, they are to a degree. But I mean, if it's got the same hit, it's got the same hitting power.
Depends on who you are. Depends on who you are.
Yeah, and that got I suppose, and that goes.
If you go a bunch of Jewish men, and you as King Gold walked through them and was like, "Hi Hitler," I think you could expect a slap. If you went through a bunch of black men and said "nigger," I think you could expect a slap. And if you went by a bunch of Muslims and said "fuck Muhammad," you could expect a slap.
I think even as a black man, you probably expect to slap, say nigger in a group of black people if they don't know you, especially.
Nah.
No?
No. Not in England. Not in England. In Africa, you could. Yeah.
You reckon it's different for a mixed race person now? So this is a good question.
So, in other words, if you offend a culture, then
that you run the risk.
You're not going to get a desirable outcome. This is referred to as if you offend somebody, they may not. They may return the gesture in a painful way.
Okay. Not if you offend somebody. No. Not if you offend somebody. If somebody is offended by you, this is a big difference.
Why would you slap somebody if you didn't feel any offense?
Just because I've got dormant rage that lays inside me. Listen, you want my explanation? No. I've got four words. Dormant rage that lives inside me. 7 words. I've got 7 words into my explanation, and you're talking. You've got a massive monologue. You just asked me a question. I got 7 words into it, and you're cutting me.
No, but I got the gist of what you were saying.
No, you couldn't have. You couldn't have. Let me explain.
No, because if you are not offended,
let me explain.
You are not offended. What?
You gotta let him explain, man.
You literally asked me a question. I've not answered it. Like I've got 7 words into my answer, and you're like, "Yeah, I got the gist."
I've been interrupted many times.
Are you new to this, mate? You just
I don't know. I just think
we're gonna keep going through full steam ahead. Fuck it. Like even now, there's not no. Oh, do you know what? Fuck it. You talk. And this is what I'm saying. You like, is it something that's cultural where you don't feel you have to deal with in historical injustice, where you just think you're just gonna plow through? I know you were talking. I know you lived there before. But we live there now, and we've lived there for a while.
I asked
so I'm just gonna carry on.
But you're the one making.
I know you were talking, and I interrupted you. But I'm gonna carry on talking and just fuck it. We're here now, and that's the attitude. You don't deal with recompense. You don't deal with what's the word?
Remorse.
Remorse. Nah, man. What's the big one where people want the money back? And that one.
The what do you say?
What's the one where they do the march and that? Reparation.
Reparation.
Yeah, you don't deal with reparational justice. You don't deal with
I was just curious to ask you a question.
And you can because you're operating on a system of might wins. And because you have the might behind you, you can make mistakes, call them mistakes, and plow through without repairing or restoring socially.
I don't know how to get back to
justice. Then you wonder why the dynamics are. Hold on, and you're doing it again. I'm talking. Oh, fucking
light. But the original question.
Where's that mute button?
If you don't feel any of.
All right, so you're gonna have to battle my voice and the mute button because I want to my sentence.
Yeah.
And obviously me asking you, the question you has no bearing. Me asking you to stop. Me asking you to stop talking. Me showing you that I intend to carry on talking. You do not want to repair the injustice of you cutting me on. You just want to keep pushing through.
No, I actually want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to
No, you want to talk at him.
You're talking at me because I was asked the question and I didn't get to answer it. And you still don't see the benefit in you stopping talking to allow me to finish what I started.
I know, but you're not listening to me either.
Oh, so you know.
I heard what he said.
You heard 7 words of what I was saying. Let's get it right.
I understood where you were going with that. So I just
you
tried to ask you the next question, the next logical question.
Yo, Alex, will you marry me? Because I need someone in my life that knows what I'm thinking before I've even finished saying it. If me and you are that connected, then I
for a second, I was like, what is he saying?
I really did listen
Me and you are so connected. I don't need to finish my sentences.
I want
I've heard.
And a cup of tea just magically appears.
Believe it or not, my friend, I have heard the answer before. So I was asking the next question.
And then it's the classic silence when I go silent. That's the
I was gonna say it. I was like, yo, I didn't want to break it.
That's a fucking classic, Maku.
Bro, he's not got it pattern, bro. It's pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Should we start again?
Well, I just want to know one thing.
What? Just one?
Why would you strike somebody if you felt no inclination to retaliate? Where does that come from?
Okay, so this is where I got 7 words in, and you cut me because you knew what I was saying.
I did.
Okay, cool. Now the reason why I would strike somebody, even though I didn't feel offended, is because I understand socially what that person was trying to do, and I see it as my duty, to open up a can on somebody that would try to dehumanize me or anybody like me. So you know what? Today I'm not offended, but just in case you think you're gonna go down the road and say the same thing to my dad or my son, I'm a whoop your ass because I can.
Principle.
You said what you wanted to.
So you are.
Wait. Hold on. You said what you wanted to with intent to offend me. Therefore, I reserve the right, whether offended or not, to answer your gesture of oppression, your aggression, with aggression.
100.
Right, so you're offended by that word.
No, I'm not.
No, it's a principle.
I already explained.
Why would you respond? Why would you respond negatively to something you weren't offended by?
I can whoop your ass because sometimes you need to learn the lesson that you can't. All right, listen. In the context of a man calling me a nigger on the street, I'd like to teach him a lesson. I'm not offended. I'd like to teach him the lesson, and hopefully that my brethren teach him the lesson every time he opens up that mouth to say his little ugly word with his attempts to alter the well-being of the person he's directing it to. I hope that they greet him with so much force that he struggles to say anything for the rest of that day.
So is that like a gesture of kindness when you beat somebody up?
It's a lesson. It's a kind lesson. Yeah.
Right.
Teach you about the dynamics. The dynamics of how the natural. Hold on. He's teaching you man. He's teaching you the dynamics of how.
This is such an insult to everybody's intelligence.
You pussy. What's wrong with you?
Why can't you be genuine? Why can't you tell the truth?
Oh shit!
You never heard a word of that. Still,
I listened to him, but it doesn't make sense. Why would you attack someone that that you said you weren't offended and it did you no wrong?
Yeah.
Either it offends you or it doesn't. You have to pick one.
I never said didn't you know wrong. You can do me wrong and don't offend me. Oh, bro, like
it's the context of the word. You're missing the context of offense. If you take offense, you'll strike somebody. If you're not offended, you wouldn't strike somebody.
You're making rules up that don't exist.
This is just basic language.
No, yeah, you're using language.
You're having a language problem.
You're suffering from cognitive.
Why would you hurt somebody?
Cognitive dissidence. That's what you're suffering from.
Why would you hurt somebody if you didn't feel an offense?
You're not hearing me. So like
I am hearing you. It's just
wrong.
wrong.
Another question.
Bro, do you see this guy? Yeah, like he keeps thinking that he's heard, but then he keeps repeating the question because he doesn't understand that he's had the response, but he's like, I don't know if it's ego that's not allowing you to admit that you don't understand what I am saying. Stop. You're doing it again. While I am in the process of explaining something that you are. While I'm in the process of explaining something you don't understand, you interrupt. I'm saying it can only be ego that makes you interrupt. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. Stop. Don't unmute. Don't unmute to talk while I'm talking.
You must have a disorganized group that you come from, boy.
Yeah, your group is disorganized.
It's painful, man.
Crazy, boy.
It's painful to listen to.
I'm having a meeting.
And what it is, you will force me to be frustrated. I will then like reduce myself to a lower confrontational style, and then we both look like idiots, which I don't want to. So that's my frustration with this. Like,
I thought I was bad.
I'm trying to train you and allow you to feel like on some level where we're having an equal debate. But this is not an equal debate for me. It's more of training lesson. I feel like I'm teaching you how to discuss, and in certain points, I'm trying to teach you how to think because you clearly you're not got it all together.
So that's an interesting statement you made. You're going to teach other people how to think.
I'm trying to train you
how to process information.
Yeah, I'm trying to train you in thinking techniques. I'm trying to train you in thinking and communicate. Hold on, man. Look, you're doing it again. Stop. Slow down. Let me finish my sentence. I'm trying to train you in communication and thinking techniques. I'm trying to train you to think and communicate more efficiently.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but I just don't agree with the way you're framing things, because you're saying that an act of violence is an act of love, essentially.
Yep.
Statement.
It can be. I never said it's solely. You're generalizing and you're making sweeping statements.
But
it can
that
be.
is a very strange concept.
I can hurt. I can be violent towards you out of love. I'm not sure why you don't understand that.
I can uppercut you out of love.
I don't see how that's connected.
I love you, blood. I love you. Yeah. But you know what? It must be love, because remember, you moved into my house and you took my remote and you're sitting on my and you're eating my food, and like that, it must be love. Do you get the occasional slap now and again, because obviously you're in my space. Do about it. Do you get what I'm saying? That's love, man. I'm telling you.
Anyway, like I said, people can be killed. Many a violent act can be done out of love. Yeah, love spurns and protective emotions, a protective instinct. Yeah, and protective instincts can show themselves in many different ways, including violence. Do you know what I mean? And yes, you can be violent to somebody that you love for multiple different reasons. We can come up with a million reasons why you might have to use violence, slap your granny, slap your dad, slap your mom, push your mom out the way. Like if you push your mom out of the way of a speeding car, you're gonna have to use violence on her. That is force. Violence is force. That's what it is.
That's the same thing.
No, it's exactly the same thing.
Different.
It's exactly the same thing. When you chastise your child, do you have children? Do you have children?
Oh, that's a very good point.
Your group? Do you breed?
Look, I don't.
Do you breed for your group?
Maybe you think about it differently, but in the context of straight,
do you have children?
If that was written on paper, people
Do you have children?
interpret that a different way.
Do you have children?
Maybe you personally see it differently, but most people would interpret that a lot differently.
Do you have children? Do you have children?
You're interpreting it in a very individualistic way.
Do you have children?
Oh, I'm busting up, Mo. Stop it.
Do you have children?
I don't really see why this question matters.
Because we're talking about love and violence, and I wanna know whether you can understand the context of exerting force, violence on an object or a person that you love. Just so, do you have children?
Why children?
Do you have children?
I think any human would work.
All right. Do you have pets? Do you have pets?
All right. Let me ask you a question. Do you love your parents?
Yes.
Do your parents love you?
Yes.
Was there ever a point where your parents did not love you?
No.
Were you ever physically chastised?
Yeah.
All right, boom. Case closed.
Whatnot.
Case closed. Love and violence.
You know what a spanking
Love and
is,
violence.
though?
Let's move on.
You know, he's talking about BD. What's this?
You're done at here, bro. That was quick. That was nice. Well done, Jed.
In the context of not being offended by a word, you'll knock someone's teeth out as opposed to slapping them on the butt. Okay, there's a big difference there.
Baby man.
There's a big
So
difference.
we're not about you, but what you're missing the point is we're not talking about the level.
It's not. One is a
We're just
felony.
saying-
One is a felony. One is a corrective.
Yeah, if you apply the scientific method of how.
One is a felony. One is a corrective discipline. So
All
you're
right, can we
saying
go back?
it's
Can we go
not
back?
offended.
What's the best-
No.
what's the
Let me answer. Let me answer. I let you guys talk. Let me answer. So in the context, you're not offended, but you knock someone's teeth out, and I'm supposed to believe that that's love.
No.
And that you're not offended.
Stop.
God almighty.
I'm supposed to believe that?
Let me just clear this up, and I'm going to do it really quickly. And if you don't interrupt me, this is going to be like a few seconds. Right. Love, violence. You equated the two. You asked if.
So,
hold on.
I have a question. I have a counter question when you're done. That's all I'm going to say. I have a counter question.
A counter to what? He ain't said nothing.
No, but I already have a counter question. I'm just saying.
All right. Well, keep. You're very impulsive there, Alex. Keep that kind of question to yourself. I'm like, with your impulsive nature, I'm sure that you definitely are a father. You must have had a child. There's no way you can curb those impulses. A red-blooded, native to the flag American dude like you, man. Because right about now, you keep mixing up things. You're the one that brought up, is the violent act out of love? I said it can be. Now you're saying that we are equating love with violence, and we're not doing that. I'm just telling you that love and violence can exist, and they are not mutually exclusive. Simple.
Right.
So if the roles were reversed, and I was called a mean name,
like
and
what?
I committed a felony, and I knocked someone's teeth out, and I said it was out of love. Is that also acceptable? The reciprocal?
What are you talking about, man?
If I did the same thing you did, would it be okay?
You go jail,
Alex, man. You're a mess.
You know, it's fun. It's funny because you guys don't hold this equality narrative that you were preaching for many hours tonight. So you're revealing yourselves as liars and hypocrites. You're revealing yourselves as liars and hypocrites. Why don't you stay consistent? Why do you not stay consistent? There's an inconsistency here. There's an inconsistency here.
Racism dumbs you down because
you haven't approached my level of humanity on equal terms yet, because you will not concede equal ground in.
Underneath all of this, you're actually an intelligent man, and I don't mean to patronize you, but racism seems to dumb you down. Every racist person or everybody that holds up a certain racist ideology.
So I have a question.
Stop. Fight the impulse. I believe in you. You can do this. Yeah. Every man that I know that upholds a racist ideology struggles with logical thinking. There comes a point where this fucking Kruger effect hits in, and they think they're saying some super smart shit, and it's the dumbest shit in the world, and they just can't grasp simple concepts. And the reason why you can't grasp the simple concepts is because you're grasping a very complicated concept, which is racism. But you don't understand it to be racism because you ain't took your head out of the box long enough to see what else is going on.
All right.
You actually think what you're saying is making sense.
It does make sense because I took what you said and I said, I'm going to take the exact same thing you said and apply it to myself. Is that equal?
If a man calls me a nigger and I am not offended.
What if somebody says that to me? What if somebody says the same word to me?
Yeah, man. I'm going to take a break in a minute still. Yo, you lot hit the like button. And if you've been enjoying the conversation,
can I just say something?
5 hours and 45 minutes.
For you to react the same way to being called.
You lot are draining, man.
Take a break, Jedi, man. You put in the work, man, already.
Yeah, right, cool. I'm trying to take a break, but as well as putting in the work, I'm trying to tell
Don't worry, man. We got this, man. Relax.
No.
This guy, yeah, for him to say.
Stop. Please stop for a minute, please. Yeah. Please. Yeah. But before I take a break, I'm going to encourage people to hit the like button and also donate to the PayPal. That's why I didn't want you to me. Because as much as you're going to enjoy chatting, you're not going to tell them to do that one thing, which is very important to keep shows like this running for 5 hours and 46 minutes, especially as I paid £20 for this show to run so I could get the amount of guests that came on. So right now, I'm saying, if you're enjoying it, Maku, Alex, Gold, Killer K, if you're enjoying all this conversation, please, it's free of charge. So use your discretion to donate to the PayPal or the Cash App, and the links are in the description. I'm going to take a little 5-minute break because Alex is going to give me a migraine. All right, cool. I'll be back.
Donate to a brother month, man.
Alex,
don't be broke.
Yeah, this dude.
I do think this is a bit still. I do think it's a bit silly, guys.
For you to react. No, Alex, 1 second.
I was
waiting. The same way to being called the same word that Jedi just mentioned, you'd had to be called that word for 400 years. So for you to be called that word right now, this second, you couldn't even equate to understand how it feels to be called that. So it's ridiculous. You're claiming you're making two things.
You're misunderstanding me.
Hold on. You're saying that two things are not the same, but you're trying to make them equal. Do you know the definition of the word equal? Name me two things that are the same, yeah, and they're equal. Because you wouldn't be trying to call them equal if they were the same.
So what is language?
Oh, you understand that there's a difference between
I am trying to communicate an idea. I'm trying to communicate an idea, and I can clearly see that it was misunderstood.
No,
you misunderstood. It was misunderstood because if you understood the context of what I just said, it was the exact same statement as the other gentleman made.
So you're
except the roles were reversed. The roles were reversed. So what makes that any different?
A person will beat up a person even though they're not offended.
Well, what does that have to do with anything?
Okay, because you were asking the question to Jedi that why would you beat up a person if you're not offended? Is that your
No,
question?
well, see, you're not addressing what I just said
Oh my
earlier.
days, bro! That was
You're
your
not.
question, was it not? Yes or no?
No.
Oh,
See, that was
okay,
earlier,
so
but
now
I'm
you're lying.
asking a different
So
question now.
now you're lying.
I'm not lying about anything. I'm asking if I'm using the same context as the previous gentleman, and the roles are reversed. The shoe is on the other foot. The other person calls the other person the same name and reacts the same
can I ask
way
you a
with the
question?
same
Can I ask you a question?
justification and the same attitude and the
if
same
you called,
ideas, and you
brother,
say
give me
it's
one
all of a
sec,
sudden
one
different?
sec.
You say it's all of a sudden different?
Give me
Where
one
does
sec.
the
Give me one
difference come
sec.
in?
If you called Maku or Jedi the N-word,
I'm not even
and they
saying
put,
me.
and
I'm not even
one minute,
saying
one
me.
minute,
It
one
doesn't
minute.
have to
Let's
be
say
me.
if,
It doesn't have
brother,
to be me.
let me
It
finish.
doesn't have to be me.
And if that
Doesn't
man
have to be
got
me.
you, if that man
Doesn't have
got
to be
you,
me.
pulled your
Not me.
pants down
Not
and put
me.
you over his knee and spanked your bottom like a naughty little child,
Well, this is
does
ridiculous.
does that mean that he was offended? Or does that mean he's teaching you a lesson?
I
When
don't know.
two boxers,
I don't know why you got triggered. I don't know why you got triggered by what I said, because what I said was the same thing that the other gentleman said. I said the same thing. I said the same thing.
No, you didn't.
I said the same
two
thing.
boxers knocked
I said the
7
same
belts at
thing.
each other for a bag of money, which
I
one of them was
said the
offended?
same thing as the other gentleman, and yet
No,
you're disagreeing with the
implying,
other gentleman in effect, because he
listen,
said it first, and then I said,
that
well,
you're
let's
either
say the shoe was
offended
on
or
the
you're
other
not,
foot
you said.
with another
You said
person.
you're either
Would it
offended or you're
also be
not.
equal?
Why are we trying to make things equal? Listen to what I'm saying.
No,
You
because
said,
that was the question that was posed. It was a reciprocal question. It was the same context, the same
yes.
words,
Are you
the
happy
same
now?
spirit of the conversation.
The answer is yes. Are you happy now?
But I want to know. But I want to know where this reaction came from. Where
Oh
was all this
my
negative
days.
energy around it?
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Energy, bro.
What negative energy?
But
Okay,
you brought up 400
what-
years. I don't know where that
okay,
comes into the equation.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna teach you something, right? If you hate a person and you just see the guy on the street and you're not offended, but you hate the person, sometimes you feel like you're gonna knock that person out, and he's not offended. So you're telling me, you can't
saying
be
this?
offended, but you can't beat up the person? You must be stupid right now.
Why are you saying this?
What do you mean? Why am I
Yo,
saying
can I
this?
just say something? I'm just
Can
gonna say something now.
you answer the question or not?
That's what Jedi been saying, man.
Can you answer the
What you
question
on
or
about,
not?
bro?
Yeah. What are you
answered the
actually
question.
talking about?
Are you going to answer the question?
Bro,
What
I
are
just
you,
answered the question.
Why are you saying
No,
this?
wait. This is
I just
messy.
answered
This
the
is so
question.
messy. I
You
know
sound
you
really
lot
right now.
Why are you saying
I
this?
don't understand. And I've been here for an hour. I still don't understand. I've been here for 1 hour. Hold on a second. Let me just speak to this guy. Bro, we've obviously come to some sort of conclusion
Impasse.
that we don't know what's going on. Everybody doesn't know what's going on.
What he's doing, Gold, yeah, he's playing for a draw.
No,
he
what
knows
he's
you can't
I know what
win,
he's doing.
so he's stopping you from winning. He's playing for a draw, basically.
No, basically what he's saying then is he feels like the word nigger or anything that is derogatory or possibly
none
inflammatory.
of that. None of that.
Okay. So
I didn't say any of those things.
Okay, so can you just explain to me?
I didn't
within
say
one
that.
paragraph, 4 sentences, what the problem seems to be today, or the what everybody's debating over? Because to be fair, I've been in for about 30 minutes and I still don't really understand what's going on. And trust me, I've been trying to listen as hard as possible. So, are they upset or not happy with what you said, or
it seems like colonialism got brought up, but that was not in the spirit or context of the question at all.
So what viewpoint that you've had have they not that they've been questioning today? Because it seems to me like you're on another planet when it comes.
Well, the viewpoint is I have framed the conversation on my side of the aisle, and I've disagreed with a lot of points here because I am attempting to de-escalate war. I'm attempting to end wars. I'm attempting to restore peace in the republic. And I want the will of the people to be represented so that the conflict and the grievances can come to a close.
Okay,
I want a peaceful solution.
Yeah, so basically the way black people are conducting themselves now, you're questioning it to a degree where you feel like black people have more. Okay, so you're not. Okay, so what is your discrepancy? Because at this stage, I've heard there was a bit of a question around the use of the word nigger, but I don't know, maybe that was with you or not.
No, I declined to answer any questions about that. Also, okay. I was just asking in the spirit of what my man who was here just a minute ago was saying, if another person had the same attitude and the same spirit and had the same feelings and said the same things and reacted the same way, would that also be okay? Because in the context of what he was describing, he was saying that he wasn't offended and that he would commit a felony out of love, basically, like punch someone. And I thought that the way he used the words didn't make a lot of sense. But I recognize that it was unique to him. The way he was explaining it with a very unique
Let me give you the
context.
definition of the word
But
love.
I was
When
just
you
wondering.
do something
I was
for
just
someone
wondering if
else's
it applied
benefit,
to anybody else outside of this individual.
At the expense to yourself, that is love. But he don't let people finish anyway. Do you understand that, Alex? When you do things for the benefit of other people and you put their needs above your own, in other words, it's costing you time and effort and energy and emotional content, but it's for that person's benefit, that is an act of love. How can you not understand that? How can you not understand?
That's not what my man said.
But that is.
It's not what he said.
It's of cost to him. It's costing him his time. It's costing him his energy. It's costing him his emotional energy. Yeah. But he's willing to set you straight for your benefit. Because trust me, him setting you straight is a lot different from you going around doing that and coming across the wrong person that might not be doing it out of love and might just take it that one step further and end you. So he's doing you a favor.
So I understand what you just said.
Okay, so we got somewhere.
I still think the message is lost by going down that route because people are going to misunderstand that as a crime.
Well, look, he said it he didn't say it literally. He said it theoretically, like so. He didn't say he'd literally actually even do it. Someone might just say, you know what, tell you about yourself, break something down, just but they might have a go at you, tell you to F off, but ultimately it's allowing you to understand that you're annoying people, innit? Or you're upsetting people. So you're better off getting his what is it called? Is love. It is love. It's almost like to be strong to be kind sort of thing, you know what I mean? Hard to be kind. So that's what it is. And some people will let you carry on doing it, but I'd say that was more detrimental that they're not even letting you know about it, because then you're going to walk around your loose cannon at that stage and you're not even aware you're offending anybody. Some people are just like that, mate. So that's the point. That's the point.
So
I mean, what are you going to do though?
I have a multi-layered answer for what you just said.
For trying to de-radicalize the world and stop racism and republic. You think you said? Without me sounding too.
That's actually not what I said. I want the will of the people to be represented. I keep saying the same thing over and over. I mean, it's like I get on the one hand.
While we've got you here,
but I want to explain,
and we can benefit from your unique point of view. Let's ask you more specific questions that no one else really could answer, because you're a unique person to us anyway, right? So let me ask you this question: you're hypothetically offering this solution of separation, right? I'm saying, does that inadvertently mean that you're admitting that the current system that your whole nation has been founded on, the principles that it's been founded on, is inadequate or somehow incapable of offering a solution to things as it currently stands. Could you answer that, please, in your own words?
Well, I just see it as a good way to go forward to represent the will of the people.
Okay, well, I tell you what.
Whether or not the what were the words you used? Establishment system. Whether or not I think that is adequate in the sense of the words that you used, adequacy. Well, I would say it's adequate if you agreed with the ruling class. If you agree with them, then obviously it isn't a problem for you as an individual. But if you disagree with them, then it means that your will is not fulfilled as a citizen of the nation, and that is where grievance comes from. I have a legitimate grievance because I have the will to find my own way and find my own tribe and live peacefully among them.
Would you say
without
that in the democratic
interference of
process,
other
that
groups
the
and without me
majority,
interfering with other
the
groups?
biggest group has a vested interest
In which I would find
suppressing minorities?
greatest safety and peace. Because
Alex,
my
one sec.
grievance would be
You're repeating
satisfied,
yourself
I would
now.
have nothing. I would have nothing to. I would have nothing more
We
to
accept your
grieve
answer.
about.
Now let's
What?
build. We accept your answer. Now let's build. What I'm saying is, in a democratic process, are you suggesting that the ruling or majority group has a vested interest in suppressing minorities?
Or working class?
Let's see. I see. The thing is, I disagree with your first point entirely because I don't think that that's the phenomenon that's happening. What I see happening is there is a ruling elite that is less than 1% of the population. It's a handful of people, and they're making all the decisions. The rest of the populace doesn't make any decisions.
Right.
Even their
So
vote is not
so
a
you're
real
saying
decision.
democracy is like a smokescreen. Like it's not really.
It's bankrupt. Real democracy is everybody ruling themselves. There are no leaders.
Oh, so you're a communist?
No, I don't think that's communism.
So listen to this, right? Are you pro democracy? Are you pro elite and pro establishment and whatever?
I'm not. I don't see. The thing of it is, I'm not really pro democracy in the way it's framed.
All right. So wait. Are you happy with the way the ruling elite are dealing with their duties?
No.
Are you happy with what any of their representatives are dealing with their duties?
No.
Okay, so how do you feel that it's going to be somehow fixed when all people go their own ways and the way you put it, which is obviously some people having to move out of the country and whatnot. So you believe in sort of ethno-nationalist society, right? So you can basically. I thought I heard you say that earlier on, where you felt
because.
You go your way, I go my way.
Because I am willing to satisfy the needs of the entire population.
Alex, I really think we're getting somewhere now.
That also means,
Alex.
But that also means that the idea of having a mixed society is granted. The idea of having ethnic group societies are granted. The idea of the native populations having a land is granted. The idea of all these different groups, all these different nations that are within a nation are all represented at the same time.
Right.
And they elect their own leaders within their community.
Right. So going back to my point, which I said to you about in a democratic process, is it the majority, the big ruling group that has invested interest in suppressing the smaller groups. You've now said that in a purely democratic process, without any elite influence, right, we can see that the majority, for the sake of democracy, could easily represent the issues of the minorities and satisfy them within this democratic process that would then create a cohesive society. Now, when we bring the elite into the system, right, that's when there's the problem. So the elite favor the majority group and influence them to suppress the minority groups, right? Because the elite have a vested interest in the survival of the majority group. Because like we were saying earlier, right, the elite need to feel that they are not an alien entity within their own nation. So although they've marginalized themselves to 1%, they still need to feel that they're somehow connected to the majority. Otherwise,
no, that's actually not true. That's not what's happening.
But it is, because for example, if a rich person needs a bone marrow transplant, yeah, they need to have the majority of the country available to provide them with that bone marrow. There's no point you being a 1% of a race of people that can't even provide you with body parts, let alone anything else.
You're talking about 3 different things here.
Go on, break it down then. If you can break it down into individual things.
The ruling class doesn't represent the majority. Time and time again, the ruling class does.
They have a relationship with them.
The ruling class works independently of the populace. They make
That's what makes them elite.
Themselves.
100%.
They do what's best for their markets. They make money based on their own interest. They're capitalists. They care about enriching themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're
they don't care. They don't care about social issues. They don't.
You're a Trump supporter.
That's right. They don't care
not
about
necessarily.
They don't care about social issues. That's why they don't care. Bruv, Gold, we're getting somewhere here, man. Who cares about Trump?
Yeah, no, I'm just asking him. But I don't know why everybody's getting down on him. He seems to be, you know.
You're coming with the ultra style of chat.
No,
man.
I don't. Well, I
haven't
been here from the start, but I mean, I know that.
I was here before you, but I had to leave and come back.
See, I don't see the thing about Trump is I'm pretty neutral towards him. I'm not sure if he's actually helping or hurting the situation. In a lot of ways, he's hurting the situation from my perspective.
But you're definitely I think you're quite new to debating or speaking on a panel between a group of people, right?
I'll say I
just want to have a solid conversation without people claiming that we're being talked over constantly. I mean, we just need a segment of time for someone to talk, and then just hand it over to somebody else, and then so. But what do you guys really want to know about me? I mean, if you guys are trying to bait out racism, if you guys are trying to bait out like hate or
no, we're just questioning your views.
You know, panel. Like
stop trying to get so defensive.
You know, a stereotype. And I don't think that's very useful. I don't think that's very useful.
It's like you're trying,
man. Don't play them games with us, man. We were just getting somewhere.
You just tried to do a flip to on us because you're getting
passive aggressive.
But what I'm saying is that type of discussion isn't useful.
What do you mean this is not useful? You're the voice. Your sound bites coming out. We'd want to know at least where you're from or what your viewpoints are on politics because we're talking about politics.
Right, but all I've told you is that the elites aren't representing the people. I want the people to be represented.
That would be ridiculous. How can the elite represent the people? That's ridiculous. What I said was,
I agree.
The elites are influencing the majority into marginalizing minority groups within the populace. Because like you said, they don't care about social issues.
I just
that's
agree.
Not what
I think
they're
that's
concerned
missing
about.
the point because I said this before. The elite are just trying to make more money for themselves. They're capitalists. They don't care about social issues.
Oh, okay. Oh, so he said there's not inequality between.
There's no incentive. There's no incentive to care about social issues.
Inequality with.
There's no incentive.
No, are you listening to what I'm saying? Okay,
I am, but
cool.
do you realize the gravity?
Are you saying that the
Do you
elite
realize
has
the gravity of this?
One
Do you
minute,
realize the gravity of
Alex.
what I
Are you
just said?
suggesting that the elite have no allegiance to the majority of the population or the
They
biggest
have
group?
no allegiance to anyone except themselves. They are their own tribe.
Okay, so listen. No, let me tell you about how things work. So the money gets
Now we're getting somewhere.
Okay,
I'll just say this. I disagree.
The money gets passed down from these elites to the people who are running the country, right? Now the
There's a
people who run the
relationship
country
there, Alex.
are
You can't deny that there's a relationship.
or most likely going to be Europeans. Am I right in saying that if you're from America or anywhere fucking in the world? So you can admit that they're European. So
who is
the people who are dealing with delegation of funding towards civil services, military, anything to do with national duty?
I disagree. I disagree. They are not all European.
Majority. So we're talking about 80% or 90%. Is that?
I don't even think that's the case. I don't even think that's the case. I don't think it's.
Do you think it's not predominantly? No, run by.
No,
so
I think it's multiracial.
So what you're doing now is you're trying to take away the power that the establishment hold. Actually, the Americans hold the most power.
But I don't believe. See, you're making an
more
assumption
than the communists in China. What are you talking about? They've got more power over their people what happens to the people in their country than the communists in China at this stage. Because don't forget who's scrutinizing for that very thing, the US and the UK. So now what you're trying to do is you're trying to say that they're totally not interested in anything to do with color, and they've got no allegiance, and they're completely neutral and they're unbiased when it comes to allocating funds to groups that are living in the country. So
I would say you missed the mark. That's what I would say.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, okay, there is a couple of black people, or there's 50% black, Latino, white, Spanish. So now we have a group. Do you think the blacks are going to give more to the blacks? And that's the way it's been going in history of America. And the Latinos have been given to the Latinos just as equally. And the whites have been getting the fair shit. Is that how you're saying it's been going?
No.
Okay, so that's what we're trying. I don't care about what the elites have got in there. Because what it is about what the finance and administrator allocates to you as funds or support or whatever you're meant to get underneath the Constitution. So we're not talking about with the elites and what they have in mind. It's how it gets passed and delegated from people who are basically getting paid a wage. Now, these are white people predominantly in these powers of finance and administration. You won't know that, but I do because I've worked in these fields. I'm a civil servant, my friend. I am an ex-civil servant. So listen to me when I'm talking about allocations of funding when it comes to people who live inside boroughs and inside a nation, my friend. I know everything about that from top to bottom. That's my field. So I'd be very honest with you, bro. Forget about the elite now. They do underfund the countries, but still the money's there and it has to be allocated. So now what we know is that it's skewed. So if anybody wants to get involved, I don't want to go on a monologue, but it's white, basically looking out for white mostly. So if you're trying to deny that, then we'd never get anywhere with any type of half intermediate type of comprehensible discussion. We can't, because that's just like logic. That's just like.
So Alex, would you say that there is an intention to pollute or diversify the gene pool of the majority group by the elite?
Well, I would argue,
because if you're saying the elite only care about like workforce and producing money or wealth, then they have no vested interest in supporting the majority group, which is in power, which we're saying are Europeans. And you're saying that to them it doesn't matter. Like they'll bring would you agree that the elite would bring in cheaper workforce, cheaper labor from other races of people to put the majority of workers in a position where they have to fight for jobs rather than be in a position where they can demand more wages. Would you agree with that?
If it's in their capitalistic interest, I think that they do that.
I think I've got
And
your number now.
I think that
Understand.
I think
You
that
got
the
to
ruling
remember,
class.
Alex, we spend a lot of time on here with ethnonauts and civnauts, and we like listen to their policies and their understanding of things like the Great Replacement. And are you familiar with the concept of the Great Replacement?
I've heard of it.
All right. So the thing is, like, Alex, I'm going to ask you a question. Have you heard of something called negative shapes? Basically, the shapes between objects. Like, the more you talk and try not to say anything, concrete, you're kind of like sketching out an area which you're kind of like okay with, and then the area that you're not okay with. And then from my understanding, I can draw parallels and say, okay, this guy has a ethno-nat ideology, and he's kind of like saying that, oh, the elites are against us and we're the majority, and then we should take these foreigners and basically give them their own land within America. That if you translate that into English terms, that'd be the equivalent of mass deportation.
Nope.
Which is what people here are advocating.
I don't advocate
mass deportation.
I don't advocate for that.
So you're saying that people should get land?
I'm saying that every group should be represented.
Should be, but are not being. So what's the solution?
That's the will of the people. That's my position. I am with the American people. The ruling class is not.
Yeah, so he's not talking about admixing. He's not on this Anglo-Saxon thing. He's not. He's I tell you what, what you're dealing with is politics, and he's talking basically because ultimately it will affect it by the amount of birth rate of blacks and Latinos, and that's why obviously the money and distribution of funds is what he's experiencing, which is obviously why he's probably on here and a bit pissed off about experience.
I think with Alex, he's got this understanding of the situation as it is, and he's representing it clearly. And like, we shouldn't really kind of like say that he's advocating for one thing or the other. He's just basically showing us the lay of the land, basically.
Yeah, but
without actually putting his own opinion into the mix.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, he's saying too neutral.
He's trying to keep himself out of it as much as possible.
Are you this? Because he's not. He's keeping all his cards tight.
Yeah, so I would agree with his assessment. I would agree with his assessment of the situation.
Yeah, it's quite agreeable. But what I'll say is you need to look at this. There is unequal. I because look at it like this, right? If you're in your home, charity starts at home with everybody. So you can't really say that a white group or a white country that hold the power, even though they're not the majority, they're still going to probably give to their own more. That's a definite. So we can't really say, cry tears and say, oh, why are they not giving black people as much? It's just they're white. But listen, ask your leaders to tax the rich corporations more. Then you won't have this problem. This is what we're all suffering, bro. This is why the whole world's suffering, because they're not taxing the rich. The rich, we're going buying clothes in these stores and all these IKEA and all the rest of it, and even though it's a Swedish company, still they're making money and they spend and they've got to get taxed, and they're not taxing them right. And that's and there's another conspiracy behind that, where the conspiracy theorists will probably try and been speaking about this a lot. But they've all this they've been paying off, getting paid from big companies not to tax the politicians. Are getting paid from the companies not to tax them and tax the poor, and they're picking policies and whatnot, and they're taking donations and all this shit, as opposed to so it's like that's a big conspiracy in itself. But that's what you need to ask your leaders for. That you need to protest more taxes for the rich.
So.
that will alleviate all the problems in the world. That's the answer.
So I disagree again. Asking my ruling class for anything will result in basically being ignored or suppressed in some way.
No, but okay, but we're not talking about
because the ruling class is hostile to its populace.
I'm talking about that's exactly what needs to be done in order to it to be peaceful. That's literally it. That's literally it.
No, but even if you were correct, even if everything you just said was correct, and even if that was the correct answer,
it's the only answer.
Even if I did that, it would fall on deaf ears. They would shirk off my suggestion for their own personal plan, for their own personal tribe, for their own personal best interest.
Let me give
They
you.
want to increase their bank account. That is
Alex.
all they care about. They don't care about social issues.
Let's say, for example,
a solutionist, are you?
Let's say
what?
Alex,
you need to be more of a solutionist than a like, because it seems like
no.
I told you what the solution was. It's a complicated situation.
Do something about it. But you're sitting here saying, "Oh,
no," but you don't understand what he's saying, bruv. He's saying that he can't get nowhere with the elite. So for the class that he's representing, they have to marginalize and suppress whoever they can, because that's the only way they're going to get a little cut.
No, I don't want to marginalize anybody. I want everybody represented. I want the will of the people represented.
You don't understand what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is, for example, if I'm selling, I don't know, cars, right? I have to buy them cheap to start with. So then when I sell them at the market value, I will make a profit. But if I can't buy them cheap, then the money that I'm not making at this end, I have to add on to that end. So that means when I go to sell a car, I'm going to try to sell it for more than it's actually worth. So I'm basically oppressing the person that's coming to buy the car. I'm actually taking him for a mug. I'm actually literally robbing him by selling him something for more than it's worth. But unless I can buy it cheap to start with, I have to do that to stay in business. Do you understand what I mean? So really, usually when you're selling things or buying and selling, you buy them as cheap as you can and you sell them for as much as you can. And that means if you're being, suppressed by the elite or not recognized by them, and they're not cutting you no slack at that end, then you've got to make up double slack at the other end, which is people that come to you and you're the elite. To them, you're the elite. This is what you call a pyramid scheme, or you call it a caste system. This is a caste system based on skin color.
Yo, I was going to suggest this. Put something together called White Pound Day. In America. Put it together, White Pound Day.
So I don't subscribe to I don't subscribe to anything you just said.
Joint economics from the ground up.
Consider what I've been saying.
So what,
I want the will of the entire populace to be represented.
No, they're not going to listen
that
to me.
That means everybody
Joint
wins.
enterprise.
But this is what we're saying, Alex.
You guys understand the concept?
Alex, everybody's equal,
wins.
but some people are more equal than others.
You understand that. A victory condition for everybody in the country. That's what I want.
That's what you want, but in practical terms, you're going to have to make some people more happy than others.
Nope.
Some people are going to end up being more equal than others.
I want groups to form and to get their little slice and control their destiny. That is a plan where everybody wins.
No, and I'm telling you what, I think everybody is on the same page. I don't think anybody's really wanted a unification of everything and just one group ruling above the rest, because then they won't be able to micromanage everything. So then you'll get people that are just not happy. That's just basically that's how what it boils down to, isn't it? Really, you can't. How can you micromanage your world? People are not going to be happy. You're not going to give that love. You're not going to get that love. You know what I mean? When you grow a business, that's why a lot of people need to stay in their business, because when you leave it, you see a lot of people leaving their business, and because they're not cooking, and it's a cooking business, you're not getting the love. So we're talking about no one's with the NWO. Everybody wants their own piece of the pie and manage their own little tribe or their little bits and pieces, and not so reliant on the powers that be for pretty much everything. So at this stage, he's pretty much anti-capitalist to this. He's an anti-capitalist. He's not really. Yeah, you're anti-corporation. I don't think anybody really is pro-corporation right now at this stage. So, yeah, just make a white pound day, bro. You know what I mean? If your finances are a bit, you know what I mean? Be that white hope, man. That great white hope. You know, because you're talking about you want to make changes. White pound day.
You're not listening to what he said.
Well,
He's saying that they're scared of going against the elite because there's going to be repercussions for them.
What? Well, come on, now. You know what? Are you that scared that you're not even willing to start up a little business called White Pound Day or something? You're telling me that they would come down?
Well, see, what's happening is there's a civil war among my own ethnic group as a whole. But my group doesn't agree with this. We want peace. We don't want any more bloodshed.
What group is that? Are you?
How do you identify your group?
We are the surviving European people of the great American experiment. We will survive into the future. We are the survivors of the European traveling. The European traveling quest and the great journey and the great story where we ended up in America, where we happened to live here for 450 years, and we are survivors. We want to continue to survive. We do not want to see any more bloodshed.
What race are you?
We want to close the Civil War. We want to close the cross-racial war. We want to de-escalate. We want to de-escalate and survive and live in peace. That's it. That's it. We love our land. We love America.
Interesting type of Donald Trump speech.
Are you suggesting that America's been infiltrated by another group that doesn't share your sentiment?
Everybody lives on the earth, and what I'm proposing
I'm talking about the elite,
everybody
that we're
gets
referring
peace.
to.
Everybody
Are they
gets
not
peace.
of your people?
I don't know how to help you. I mean, you're trying to
I'm
ask
saying
me
the
questions.
elite people that we're referring to. Are they an extension of your group, or are they another group that's imposed themselves like a parasitical organism that have come and like landed on top of the Europeans in America and said, "Well, we're gonna take control"? That I'm saying, are you suggesting that Jews, are the elite?
What is an elite?
A 1% that basically isolates themselves. You can't penetrate their group. They're basically the elite, meaning the richest, and they siphon energy out of the collective for their own ends.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, are you saying
they are a tribe? They are a tribe that works for their own interest.
Are they a separate tribe in terms of genetics?
Like for example, I'll make an example for you.
For example, are they a part of your group that have basically separated themselves off, or are they a foreign group that have attached themselves to your group? Which are you going with?
They are a group that has self-determination. They can do whatever they want.
Right, we know this.
The rest of the population is under their thumb.
Right. This is the definition of elite.
Will of the
but what I'm saying is the current elite that we're referring to, are they an extension of your race, of Europeans, or are they a foreign group that have infiltrated and taken this position of being the elite?
I would say that they are disconnected. Any of their racial ties have been disconnected due to the enormous class difference. So they, in effect, they are their own race.
Right, but they were originally born out of your race, but now by being separated, they've created their own group.
Yes.
Okay. Like,
they basically have achieved what I want. I want to be my own group, just like the elite is their own.
Yeah, I understand that.
You understand?
So what I'm saying is, are they globalists in their approach? Like you're saying you want your own group, but you're saying you want a nationalist framework. They're capitalist.
They are capitalist.
Okay.
He's anti-capitalist. I told you, bro. Fucking. All right, we got your. That was good, bro. That was. I mean, trust me. You should try and go for a position. Fuck Bonnie Saunders, bruv, whatever his name is, that bald twat. You should get in there, man. Do your thing, bruv. Put some gel in your hair. Go out there, do some dips, do some curls. Walk up there like Tyson Fury. You know what I mean? Bruv, trust me, man. Your whole life's ahead of you, bruv. You're going to be a politician.
You
Never
don't know
see
how,
the
well,
face of this planet.
yeah, it's a good assessment. It's a fair assessment.
Good assessment, yeah. I mean, you got the charisma. I can hear it in your voice. Excellent. So there's another race now, and they're not white.
Relatable, very relatable.
Well, they are European, but
especially
they're
to the middle America, probably.
At this stage, they're another race.
Interesting. So interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, we get a lot of these ideas coming to us through similar people in the United Kingdom, but they obviously have a slightly different view, slightly different. Yeah, like, but
I actually see the funny
I hear what you're saying. Yeah, interesting. Well, thank you, bro. Thank you for coming on, innit? No, you really enlightened us. I feel enlightened, man. I feel like some knowledge is being brought today.
I don't know where we just went. That's a whole 2 wasted hours, because still to this day I don't even know where your political, persuasion is heading for.
Well, I'm saying you've got to read between the lines. Got to read between the lines.
Yeah, so you're basically a vigilante outlaw. Yeah, MI5 are definitely looking at you, bro. But good luck.
I didn't hear nothing. I thought you just said I'm an American, basically.
Nah, he's like anti-capitalist. They're not even the same race.
But it's true. They don't act as if they
in the
are
interest
an
of,
ethnic group.
yeah, they're not acting in the
They
interest
act
of
as if they
the
are
people.
a capitalist group, which is exactly if you watch every move that they make, it's all geared toward increasing their own power. It has nothing to do with social issues.
Yeah, but this is the thing, like when you're dealing with a caste system, you see that these sort of values work their way down. So like, although they're the elite, your group who want to be like the elite will basically copy their methodology and adopt their values and sort of not pander to them, but sort of idolize them. You know what I mean? And then you will adopt their ideology, even though that like I tried to make out that there's a relationship between the two groups. You'll say no, there isn't, but there is some sort of a relationship, although it's not a concrete one or a financial one. There is some sort of, in my point of view, there is some sort of how can I say it, man? It's like there is some sort of like I'm saying, like you're idolizing, not idolizing them, but in a way it is like idolizing them, because you're kind of like trying to like, although you hate them and you don't want them there, you're taking on their way of how they got there. So inadvertently you're becoming the monster that you're trying to you're trying to replace them. But really what it is, the only way you can replace them or feel like you are replacing them is when you're dealing with people that's lower than you. They need your help. But you're like, but wait a minute, no one's helping us. People above us don't give us no help. So why should we be the ones offering people that's lower than us help? And I'm not saying you personally, Alex, but I'm saying that most of the people that kind of like feel that strata of the caste system seem to have this pull the ladder up. We call that in England pulling the ladder up. In other words, you don't want people to benefit from the things that you've benefited from. So you're kind of like inadvertently, you're marginalizing them. You're keeping them one step below you. So, like when you realize that the more you do that, the more you can move up, then you somehow feel like you're getting closer to the elites. Do you know what I mean? And we have that problem in this country. We have the problem that no one really cares about, other people. Like they're trying to create an underclass. They're trying to create an extra strata on the ladder, which would be like the elite, the majority, the minorities, the underclass. And then after the underclass, you're going to have slavery, basically. But the slaves won't be where we're living. There'll be, for example, little children in the Philippines making shoes for like 4p a day. Do you know what I mean? And we're all wearing their shoes. That is like the bottom rung of the ladder. That is inadvert, like without realizing you are basically living in a caste system. That is a caste system, right? In essence. So we don't own slaves. We don't personally have slaves, but within our system, there are slaves, and we're benefiting from that, from their slavery.
I'm just gonna just a little bit of dose to reality before I probably go on mute for a while, or probably leave. But yeah, you're gonna have to do a lot of yeah. I mean, look, I hope I'm trying to be rude to you, Dave, Alex Jones, but yeah, you kind of got his aura to a degree. Alex Jones, you definitely woke, bro, but you know, not come here to analyze people's personalities. I'm just trying to see what viewpoints I could figure out what he's coming with. But yeah, I think that's that then, really. I don't really think we've got to expound on that, really, because he's against basically the elites. Or he's not. He feels like the elites aren't for us or the people.
Well, what I'm saying is they're their own clique.
Yeah. So
are they not?
Yeah. So like what? So what I've said now is
click.
You're never gonna be able to establish yourself to take them down. You will establish yourself underneath in their world, in their paradigm, but.
I've already kind of realized this. Like,
yeah, so I mean, you are separatist.
What I'm saying, but the context of the whole conversation was, what do I want to happen?
Are you a separatist? Because no, that would be not. Well, you just said that you want to sort of the things still run the way it is, and you don't really, you prefer them to separate.
No, what I'm saying. Okay, so in America, there's 350 million people, and it is a multiracial country at the moment. It wasn't always, but it is right now. And what I'm saying is, instead of all of us fighting for pieces of America, why don't we just cut it up and let all the groups go their own separate ways? Because that way, the way I see it is, there's a bunch of individuals who are connected to larger collectives or tribal groups, and there's maybe 20 different groups that are really large enough to really make a significant group. So let's just go with the number 20. So we need to cut up America into 20 pieces and form 20 different nations, so that the will of the people is fully represented.
Do you know why that won't work? And it never will work.
I'm not saying that there isn't going to be interference for that idea. I'm saying that's the idea I want to put forward.
Okay, so it's like a ethno-nationalist type of viewpoint. Do you know
it isn't? It isn't, because there will be multiracial areas. There will be ethnic areas for other groups.
Okay, but
there will also be ethnic areas for all groups.
You want each nation to have a state, then, basically. So each nation can have sole responsibility of their own state. Okay. Yes. Right. So that's how you. I mean, I think everybody's been asking for that, but I think that the reason why you're never going to get it, you might as well sit back, receive the benefits you're getting from other nations' homelands being sucked dry, and you don't really have to work. You can just go and sign on. You can go and get your little bit of benefit money. When another place.
Wait. I want to say something.
Go on, bro. Drop it.
Yeah. Hit that like button. Subscribe up. Share this. You got all those links on the screen that you lot can go interact with and see what's going on. There's a tune on Spotify, yeah? I'm going to give £10 to whoever finds a tune where Jeds is speaking French. And I'm gone. £10, yeah? Go look for that tune. It's in one of the tunes. He says a French sentence. £10.
Whoever finds it, hit that like button.
Yeah. I'd say sit back, receive the benefits that you're getting, and you just understand that a lot of people now in other countries that have got all the mineral wealth in the world, which will allow them, and they don't have their own state, bro. And the state that you're in now, country you're in, rely like completely rely on the resources that are coming from these other countries. So at this stage, you could do all of that, but it won't work because there's agreements before even the war where people would allowed access to the country for goods, for work, for whatever. So I don't think that's ever gonna stop happening, because the way it's set out is where the European can sit down and not do much and have pensions and support and carers from all these other nations because they're broke, they're commuting for work with the good pound and the good dollar, and as well as the other factor of their houses and homes being effed up by the European predominantly, and hometowns, and it's pretty much not really livable if you really want to make good money or have a big family. So at this stage, Europeans like yourself couldn't be in a better position. But all that being said, some people just don't know what they've got. Some people's trash is other people's gold. But you don't really know until it's gone. You know what I mean? Until it's gone. But that sounds like I don't think it's a bad idea, but then you're gonna have to ask you're gonna have to expect that the competition that you're gonna pose as not being part of a centralized power, it won't be worth it, because they can just do all sorts of trade strategies to either price you out or anything they want. And that's what ultimately what they're probably going to want to do if they want to support their, if they want to support their nation. And obviously it's all then it doesn't seem like it's going to change from this capitalist control monopoly. So yeah, that's always, you know what I mean, unless you can tell people to not be capitalists, and business is a way of life now, bro. Business is a way. What if the land now is all the land gonna have stuff underneath it? Nah, there's gonna be certain lands that don't have nothing. And then just because down the road that's not part of their state, you've got full control over that. That wouldn't nah, not the way they've set it up now. It's perfect for them. It's perfect for the West. Perfect, bro. You got access to all.
Hello. Well.
Yo, what's
Hello.
going on? Alex, why are you so quiet, man?
Not a lot. I don't know.
So what do you think? What do you think about what the conversation so far?
Which part?
About obviously how people are reacting to your what was it 20 state country? No, there's nothing in there.
Well, the number was pretty much arbitrary. What I want is for everybody to win. I want the fighting to stop.
So what do you do? What do you do with the offspring that want to do bad things, so to speak? They want to do certain things. What do you do with those people? Because wouldn't you say those are the ones that are kind of in power now?
Question. That's a good question. What do we do about people who break the law?
Yo, right? Big up. Sorry, before you go in, bruv. Big up Flame. Big up Khan, Nawabi, and everybody in the building. Jones, all the chat. Jeds, I'm out. Peace. We locked in. Peace.
Okay. Well, what do we do with people who break the law? I guess. I know the law is kind of a sticky term when you have people manipulating the laws, but you know, basically it's biblical law, right? Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness. You know, just common sense. Also, I think even if if every group is represented and everything goes off without a hitch, like I say, and everything de-escalates, I would say that even if our territories had borders, we could all work together as a coalition, as kind of a confederation of nations. So
like the European Union.
I wouldn't say. I disagree with a lot of what the European Union does. I would just say we all should see each other as Americans and as allies.
Yeah, but this is my point, though, Alex. Don't you think that if the actual issue is that we don't think like that? Majority of people don't think like that, or the ones in power. Yeah.
Right, but I see it like that. I don't see why other Americans wouldn't see it like that. But I get your point. I understand what you're saying. So what do you do? I mean, if let's put yourself in my shoes, what would you do?
To be honest, it's like what these lot were saying to you a bit earlier. Like people have to, there has to be. It's unbalanced right now. Way society is, class system, whatever. It's unbalanced. The monetary system, everything's unbalanced. You would have to bring some balance to it, and to do that, in essence, you would have to see why there is an unbalance, and you'd have to rectify that. And in doing so, you'd have to take certain people out of power and take that what you will. I mean, to me,
Well, I just see that as the obstacle at hand. I don't think there's any way of convincing people to change their mind, whether it be the ruling class or anybody beneath it. So therefore, if I can't change their mind, then why not just give them what they want?
Which is?
It's a variety of things. It's people are asking for everything under the sun.
Yeah, but this was like part of what I asked you earlier. What about the people that do wrong now, like, or break the law? Because the law, everything's subjective, isn't it? The way we've designed it, we've just made things objective. If we're pushing for individualism, then really and truly, you said thou shalt not kill and thou shalt not do this and do that based on biblical or even people's own moral standings or whatever, whatnot. But why do people have to agree with that?
Right. Well, I guess we could all kill each other, huh? I don't know. Seems like a bad answer.
But this is my point, though, isn't it? So, like, the only way to really do, like, I get what you're saying at the same time, but the only way to really deal with the system is to take it down. I mean, I used to have a hard time getting my head around that, but Jed's always used to say, comfortable self. Or
I sort of agree with you, but the thing of it is like, let's say we tried to do that. What would that look like? Like if I just ran out, into the street with a bayonet and I look like Paul Revere, I think I'd just get shot, to be honest.
All right, cool. Okay, cool. I couldn't tell you. Like, my brethren just asked me, like, what would that other place look like, the one that you're trying to get to? I would describe that to you, but it would sound like a fantasy, or because of the world that we live in. But what I would say is, we need to rectify, like I said, balance in the world that we're in the reality that we're in, the system that we're in. We need to find balance, and I'll ultimately say it comes down to self-education and self-empowerment.
You could say that.
That's when you have to control the population. Those things only work.
Speak a bit louder.
Not like Avatar.
Go on, say that again.
It won't work.
What won't work?
With the current population not having, like, bartering and shit. Is that what you're saying? Is that what I'm going back to? Bartering and why?
No, that's what I said. I wouldn't even describe the end. Like, I wouldn't even. I could, but it would sound like how you just took it. It sounds a bit ideal. But what I'm saying is, even I'll say one of the most fundamental issues that we have today at hand is the education system. Do you know what I mean? I'll deal with that first before I try to sell you a reality or something like that.
But that's the education system, isn't it? That's within the system's confines. So there has to be some sort of system in place for something to happen. Give me the current system, it's not working. There's aspects of it that aren't working.
The system is built by the capitalists. They are in effect the creators. They make all the decisions. I personally don't make any decisions in America. I didn't make any decisions for my ancestors. I was just born here. And what I'm saying is, hey, you know what a great idea is? Let's not fight anymore. Let's just find a peaceful solution. And I get grilled about ancestry, about how I'm a thief and a murderer and all this stuff, and it's like, look, dude, I'm already here. I can't change what ancestors did. So what do you want me to do, guy? I mean, and then on top of it, I'm facing a civil war within my own race. I'm facing possible insurrection from competing tribes. But my answer is like, okay, everybody wants a piece. Let's give everybody a piece, and then but the thing of it is, after you get these things, after you get all this wealth, it's up to you from there. There's no more politics. It's all you. And that's my answer to it, even though I know it would be a daunting task to get there. And I'm not going to get any cooperation from the ruling class. And I'm not going to get any cooperation from the other side of the Civil War. because there's no making peace with my white brothers who are on the other side of the issue. We tried to make peace, but it's not happening. We're going to kill each other, is what it looks like. I've tried to stop it. And yeah, there's a lot of selfish infighting. Inside, I would say probably every race does this.
Yeah.
My race does it. Your race does it. But what I'm saying is that we need to stop doing this. There's got to be a better way. And I'm open to suggestions. If somebody has a better idea than mine, I'm fine with that. But other than that, I'm just going to live my life. I mean, it's just kind of a long shot. I'm just trying to poke at politics and hopefully make something stick. But I think that's what we're doing right now. We're being suppressed. Our voices are being suppressed. And yada yada yada. And we're trying.
And the basic thing, because that's something every religion can consent on and agree on. Now then you take it a step further within your own community or whatever, so your own fucking thingy. You gotta speak up though. I'm talking to you, bro. I ain't talking to you, bro. This is about what I was talking about yesterday. Yeah. But I don't.
My greatest revelation, I didn't mean to cut you off, but my greatest revelation was realizing that people don't go away. Even if you get your way, the other people are still going to live there. So maybe we should consider everybody for once. And I thought that was a good idea. I still get a lot of like canned responses because people have like cooked up political narratives. But when people use these political narratives when they're talking to me, it doesn't really line up. It really, you have to listen to me because I'm offering a completely different answer than most people. So if you don't listen to me and you respond and you talk about history and stuff like that, it doesn't line up with what I'm trying to do. I'm just looking for a way to de-escalate, end the wars, try to make people as happy as they can, and then just live our lives and just be done with it. And I know I'm oversimplifying a bit.
Do you have enough numbers in your in group to do something like that? Or are you waiting for it to grow?
I think we're just waiting for an opportunity.
What's the opportunity?
We'll know it when we see it. We might not see it in our lifetime.
That's an opportunity, but you'll know it when you see it.
Maybe that's true.
So essentially, you already know what ideas, to do. But you already know what to do. Like you already have a game plan.
I know what victory conditions look like, but as far as getting there, it's some kind of an underground struggle. Like what do you do when your ideas aren't accepted by the culture? You basically go underground.
That's one form of so-called. I wouldn't even say underground. Going underground is separation because you're literally under the system still. Why wouldn't you just go find your own piece?
It's kind of funny because I don't even recognize the ruling class as my leaders because they don't represent me. If they don't represent me, they're not my leaders, are they? So and I also think it's funny because when you talk about, like, when people want to talk about how North America belongs to another group, and then they say that the answer is just pick up all the European people and move them into Europe. I still don't see how that restores the land to the native group because you still have people who are not native there. That's not a complete answer either. You'd literally have to take everyone out of the country except for the natives. and that's like 90% of the population. And I don't think, I would say most people don't want that outcome in the United States.
Nor do you.
I would say a small minority would like that outcome, but even they
But
would
you
have
don't want that
they would
outcome,
have
do
mixed
you?
feelings. No, but what I'm trying to explain is, let's say it was only the natives in North America, and that what I'm talking about is United States and Canada. All the Canadians are kicked out too, so it's just the 2.5 million natives on the land. They can't defend themselves against a geopolitical attack. They would get conquered immediately. So that is logistically an unwise move for the natives. The natives would not actually want that. Some of them might want it thinking short term, but in the long term, they wouldn't like to be conquered again, because that will be the inevitable outcome of that decision. They don't have the manpower to maintain a world power as it is. It would collapse and another country would take it. That's what would happen. And I think that's easily predictable. Also, the great influx of these populations back to their homelands would strain their native homeland populations, unless there was great care in preparing the homelands beforehand, and that would take a lot of careful planning. But it could be done theoretically.
Would you prefer that?
Which?
Everyone went back to their homeland.
The American Indians would get killed if we did that.
Why?
Because another country would come in and attack them and take it over for power. It's a wealthy as hell country, and if you only have a few million American Indians defending it, they'll be easily wiped out. The American Indians tell me this themselves. This wasn't even my idea. They told me. I suggested to them, why don't we just give you back your land? And they said, well, even if we did that, there's not enough of us to defend it. We actually need you guys here. That's what they tell me. I've asked multiple American Indians this question. They give me the same answer.
So you guys were not the first to try to invade. You guys, not even you guys yourselves. You weren't the first.
There were tribes south of the border coming up and attacking. There were other tribes on the land fighting for supremacy.
But they never done it though. They weren't successful, were they?
It was still they were still deciding who was the top dog. They were still fighting each other. In 1619, when the Pilgrims arrived from 3 boats, when they started looking inland, they saw that these the people that were on the land were fighting each other for territory. So the fight was already there. we were just another party getting engaged in war. It's true.
All right, cool. I just find it funny. Okay, so you thought the best bet is just to take out as much people as we can and neutralize the threat and occupy the land.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because I asked you said, oh, if everyone went back to their places, so basically, essentially, Native Americans having their land back, they wouldn't have it for long because someone would come take over. Then and I asked you, was this happening before you go?
Do you really think China or Russia or any other significant power is going to just allow a tiny group to have a country? They would just take it.
Well, yeah, people like you as well. You can't. Why did you said you should have just said people like us would not allow that because we've shown you time before that. This is what we do. So even people like us would come back. You would go back there if you had to leave America and find out, I don't know, ancestry or whatnot, and go back to where you originated from. You just describe the type of mentality that would go and take over the Americas for whatever reason. Like you said, Napoleon, whoever the fuck it was, landed over there and said, "Rah, all right, there's already a war. We're gonna neutralize it."
No, what I'm
Why would
saying,
you?
what I'm, okay. So, recently, Russia expanded its borders, and Israel expanded its borders, and a couple other countries expanded their borders. Why did this happen in the Middle East and Europe and the Eastern Bloc? Why did these things happen?
Why do these things happen?
No, why did it happen? It already happened. Why did it happen? Why did
I don't know.
Putin secure
I don't know.
land for Russia? Why did he do
I
it?
don't know. Educate me.
Why did he kill Europeans and take their land? Why did he do it?
So I'm saying I don't know. Tell me. I'm listening.
To increase power for his nation, for
Yeah.
his place on the leaderboard for
Okay.
strongest country.
Okay.
To become a stronger nation.
Yeah, I get it. But then what?
That's it.
That's okay. So why did he?
To rise his civilization higher?
And that's what you're on. Is that what you're on?
No, I'm telling you, that's what the elite major players do. They increase the power of their country. That is their job, basically.
That's what I'm asking you. So is that what you're on?
No, what I'm saying is, it's actually very simple. So look at Turkey, for example. Turkey was not always a Turkish nation. The Armenians used to live there. Turkey rose in power by genociding the Armenians. What I'm saying is that it doesn't seem to matter what the race or ethnic group of each country is. They're all trying to increase their influence on the world stage. And this benefits their constituents, their people. It doesn't matter if it's Africa, because Africa did this as well. The blacks in Africa, they took land and expanded and increased their holdings and their place in the world. Every single nation has done this. But what I'm saying is, if all of the United States citizens, if basically 90% of the United States population, including the ruling class, all took their inheritance, and they took their know-how and their skills and their military training and all that, and took it with them and left to Europe, the Native Americans would be staring down the barrel of a Chi-Com or some other world power, because they would see the weakness of an undermanned and underskilled country that is sparsely populated. You can't just take it with literally, almost no casualties. They would overwhelm that tiny population. It's an unsustainable idea, is what I'm telling you. It's unrealistic. We could do it. We could leave America, and then my prediction is that the Native American, doomsday is coming. Some powerful nation. And I'm not saying that because that is predictable. And if you can ask American Indians about it, I'm sure they'll say the same thing. It's not feasible. If they had protection from other nations, perhaps, But then that raises the question of, you know, they weren't able to defend it themselves. So I don't know. We can theorize all day, but you know, at the end, the elites are making all the decisions. So really, we need to ask them why they're doing what they're doing. We need them to educate us. I want my leaders to educate me on why these things exist the way they do. I'm sure just the nature of power, right? Well, we've achieved power, so we've earned it. We're above you. I'm sure that would be their answer. Kind of like how a wolf, when it catches a bunny rabbit, it's earned its meal for the day. I think that's how a capitalist would tell me that's why circumstances are. I think any other view is really just not in line with what's going on. Because if I said it differently, if I said that, well, you know, promoting equality is a way to defeat an attacking army. Just tell them, well, we're all the same, brother. War is just a social construct. If you're killing me, you're killing yourself, and we're the same. I don't think the guys with the AR or the AK-47s are going to care that I think of them as my brother and sister. I think they're just going to conduct war because they see conquest as a benefit. And that's the nature of it. So it's really just a question of what is the ruling class, or what is the ruling class for all these nations? What does it mean to be a ruling class capitalist within your own clique? And what is the rest of the population's role in this? And it seems like we're out of the loop, and all the decisions are being made for us. So that's pretty much it.
Alex, where are you from?
I'm from the United States of America.
Where in America, bro?
Oh, I don't want to dox myself just at this time, my brother.
I'm not asking for your exact geolocation, bro. I'm just saying what state. You get me?
Man, America's a scary place. I mean, I said that people should have freedom. So I am now the enemy of America.
What are you talking about, bro? I asked you a simple question.
I can't, man. I can't dox myself. Somebody
Is it a lockdown where you at?
You can't promote freedom of anything in America. Somebody in the ruling class will get offended. Trust me.
Are you older than 40 years old, Alex?
Oh man, my age is just a number, baby.
Is it? What strange you talking?
Well, that's a bad thing. That's actually a stupid thing to say, but I'm just joking around. I'm not serious when I say that. But yeah, age is just a number, baby. Oh
yeah. Yeah. All right, Alex.
50 is the new 25.
What are you saying? You're 50, yeah?
I don't know. Am I saying I'm 50 or 25? I don't know.
You sound pretty young though. Sound like you're like in your teens.
Maybe I'm just healthy.
Maybe you're just healthy.
Yeah, maybe I'm just healthy.
Ignorance is bliss, though. You're right.
No, man, like, but you might think this is crazy, but like these controversial views I hold, I know that I'm very hated for holding these views, but these controversial views I have, it sets me free. I've never felt more free in my life because this is really like how I think of the world. Because basically the way I see the global map is every person should have like a familiar culture as a whole, and the rest of the world should explore. Does that make sense? Because stepping out of my home and anywhere else I go, anywhere outside of that territory, that slice of land, that would be outside, and I would be visiting other people's places. And that's how I would look at it. That's really how I kind of look at this whole thing, anyways, because there's 195 countries, and I consider them all different, like kind of ethnic homes. And anytime I'm in a different zone, I just consider, okay, I'm a guest here. That's pretty much how I think about it. Obviously, I have an origin story, and my case is unique because I traveled over the ocean, or my ancestors, not I, but my ancestors did. And this is where I was born, and where I wound up. You know, after the process of mating and growing children and all that.
Is that your story, Alex? Yeah. What your ancestor story is?
Well, long before I was born, some pioneers, Christians, Mormons, and whatnot.
Is that your story, though? Is that your story? Is that would you hold claim to that story?
Trip across the ocean blue.
Would you hold claim to that story? Is it your story? Would you describe? You just did describe it as your story.
It's literally what happened.
Okay, so you should, like you got asked earlier, if your ancestors have robbed something and they've taken it, shouldn't you, as a person that's followed on from that, hand that back? And you're even saying raw, like, yeah, that's part of my story. I did that. We did that. However you want to word it. But earlier you were saying, no, we shouldn't be held to that.
Well, it's kind of an interesting story, because when my ancestors arrived, there was a conflict on the land, and then a war started. So what are the rules of war? Is it theft when you're fighting for your life? Because I really wonder about that.
What are you doing? What are you doing there, though, Alex? Why did you end up there? What were you doing there?
What?
What you said? Oh, when your ancestors came to the land, there was a war going on. Da, da, da. What the fuck were you doing there?
That's a good question. Well, I do know that the king didn't like us being there, so he sent his army to kill us, and we fought back. So I guess we were a rebellious bunch. We gave the king the middle finger. We said, "Fuck you! We're gonna make our own home over here." That's what we did. The British to this day kind of resent us for this. If you didn't know, there's I don't know if it's unanimous, but some of the English people have shown I don't know, malice towards us. But what can you do? If your ancestors did it and you're born in, What can I do now?
Are you working from home, Alex?
Nope.
So you're going to work and that, yeah?
Nope.
You don't work?
Nope.
What do you do
then? Survive, I guess.
How do you survive?
Drink beers, smoke weed, and just breathe and drink water.
You only drink and smoke weed, yeah?
Yeah, I drink and smoke weed, bruh.
How long you been drinking and smoking?
That's a good question. Damn, how long has it been? I think I've been smoking weed for 12 years, and I haven't really been a big drinker. I just drink a little bit here and now and then. So I've been drinking since I was of age, at least. So, but
is it legal to get weed? Do you go to a dispensary or what?
Decline to comment for security purposes. No, when white people stop killing each other, I can be more honest, I think. Because white people would love to kill me just for having an opinion. Just for having an opinion.
Is that known, yeah?
What?
I said, are you that known, yeah? That you say something for someone.
I don't know if I'm that known. It's
so.
I'm not sure because there's so much misinformation going on.
I get the feeling Alex is not even probably your real name or something. What if you just got an alias? Why are you so worried? Like, if you were smart, you would just come on with a different name then.
Who is Alex Jones? I don't know.
Exactly. So why are you so scared?
Well, I told you we're in a civil war. I honestly don't know if my race is going to exist in the future. I don't know if it will make it. I'm just hoping that my people come to their senses and decide, well, maybe we'll exist in the future. You know, I think that's the best possible outcome. But how we come to that decision, I don't know.
Why? All right. Why wouldn't your race exist? What problems are you facing?
Well, reverse colonialization, basically.
Reverse.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? Hi, first of all right, Flynn, tell your mate to shut up, innit? I'm joking. I'm just joking. Hi, Alex Jones. Hope you're well. I've been listening to you all day. But I did want to just ask myself. I don't really want you to keep repeating yourself either. But I was really, my ears pricked when you said you don't think your race is gonna last. Yeah. Okay.
I think there's a good chance that I won't.
Okay. So first of all, sorry, what's your race?
Well, I would just say broadly European.
Okay, so then are you talking about you don't think Europeans are going to be around in the future?
Well, if the it's kind of a strange situation. So I see Europeans as like many groups because there's not just one European group. Yeah. My group in particular. If current trends continue, I don't think that we're going to exist as we are. Our genes will be combined with other groups, I guess.
Yeah.
And but that'll be about it.
So you say in particular your group. What is your group then?
The Anglo-Americans.
Right. Okay. So, okay. And But then, so like the Irish Americans and stuff like that, they won't fit into Anglo Americans, right?
Well, I'm part Irish, so.
But the Irish don't consider themselves part of being Anglo-Saxon or anything like that. They don't consider.
Well, they're right next to the island. I don't know. You may be right, but I kind of see them all as a group. They're a cluster of islands. They might not agree with what I just said, but I kind of see it that way. I might be wrong about that, but
yeah. So I think like within each group, there's groups and groups and groups. Like it's really hard when it comes to even the word race. I absolutely hate it, but it's really hard to kind of define where you're from, even if you are white, Caucasian, European, and you think that you know where you're from. It's still very hard to do so. You know, you can only kind of trace back most of the time a couple of 100 years, and then it's from there. But you only we were talking on this show the other day regarding like genetics, yeah, and it being that you're six generations from you is actually your ethnicity. Is kind of what I kind of gathered based on the fact that that's where your gene pool comes from. The sixth generation. So if you have 6 generations within America, do you know if you do?
my ancestors started here in 1619.
60. Wow. So you have records of all of that all the way back.
So yeah, they were on the boat and came over but
oh no, I was asking Alex separately. Do you have actually records of that? That's quite amazing.
Well, that's what my mother told me. That's what her side of the family represents. My father's side, I believe, came in a little bit later, but that's it's what do you do? 2 separate bloodlines combining together to make children. But
exactly.
I still have that tie to the original, basically the native. And this is in a specific context. The spirit of what I'm saying is under the United States flag, America, the Native American, the United States of American people. So under the context of our Declaration of Independence, the whole settler story and whatnot.
Yeah. But you don't specifically have any records, right? But then so that in itself is quite interesting. Because in my family, or actually on my Caucasian side of the family, they're like settlers in Australia, right? So they went there around about 200 years ago when people from Europe started settling in Australia, right? But they came from Scotland. So that's obviously, that is literally one fraction of my ethnicity, if you want to call it, literally a fraction in itself. So this is the thing. But me, most of the people in my family, they tend to how I got to myself is obviously through like mixing ethnicities, mixing cultures. So I'm mixed heritage, and my parents are mixed heritage, their parents are mixed heritage. So it's like for us, like I don't see that any different to a white person or a European, really, because if you think about it, if you go back, nobody's actually from the exact same place. So for you to have a fear that your people are going to be like not exist in the future, you've really got to pinpoint who your people are. Like really and truly, like who your people are, because at this moment in time, you can't prove that you're not of mixed heritage.
Okay.
Or can you? I'm just based on what we're talking about.
So, well, I still think this is all. So my question is, how do you classify a mixed race person? What race is it? It's obviously a new race, right?
Well, no, not all.
Yes.
I don't consider us being of different races. I think we come from different heritages. That's really it. Because when you think about the construct of race, it doesn't really fit into the people generally. It doesn't. It's a label that we want to put on ourselves to divide each other. So if you actually really think about it, like, we're just of different heritage. We're just passed down genes from different people, and those people are not always necessarily from the same group of people. And if that is the case, there would be a lot of inbreeding happening, right?
Well, here's the only problem with what you're saying, because I tested your theory. I for example, I can't check black on a job application, because what the manager will do is he'll entertain the interview, and then he'll throw my application in the trash, or he'll hire me and then he'll physically change the box I checked to white. I've seen this firsthand. I've seen both. I've seen the manager who, he goes through the motions. He's not serious about hiring me. He knows he's not going to hire me. After I leave, he throws the application in the trash. The other time, I checked black on the race question part. I get hired. The person proceeds to put me right in front of the computer where he's deleting black on that part where he'd already filled it in, and then he types in white, and he showed me that.
And
so I can't be.
Can I just quickly
black.
ask?
I can't be black because black is a race.
No,
I
no, wait a
can't.
second.
In
Okay.
America, I can't be black.
Okay.
Even if I say I'm black, even if I check the box black, they will look at my skin color and they will change the name, or they will change the information I gave them to white. So I have to be white. I can't be anything else.
Okay, I don't believe that's true. Like, first of all,
that's what my culture teaches me.
Okay, so but this is the thing. But your culture, are the ones that set up this whole race divide in the first place. So actually set up the labels of what white is and what black is. Prior to that, and even just existing right now, if you look at a black person, you will see a black person comes in all different shades of melanin. There's the different shades, skin tones. They have all different phenotypes as well, but they're still considered, or they are still very much black. So for you to say, as a white person, that you went into an interview, you checked the black box, the guy turned around and put white there and then showed you, it then comes down to how you identify genuinely, right? Because if it was a black person there who identified as black and did that, and somebody turned around and said, no, you're white, then that person would object and say, hold on a minute, how dare you, so-and-so, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'm actually black, and you're being racist by looking at my skin tone and telling me what category or what ethnicity I am. So do you see what I'm saying? Like, we have to scrap all that. If you really want peace, you need to scrap all these labels of saying, like, who's white, who's black, and really just go by cultures, maybe religions, like the groups and basically tribes, the people, like you were saying earlier on, people talking about earlier on, tribes. It's better to go by, because with a tribe, it doesn't actually matter about the skin tone. It's more about your social practices and your cultures and your religion and all this kind of stuff. That's what fits into a tribe. That's what's going to create more harmony, rather than trying to pinpoint who's white, who's black, who's mixed, and because ultimately it doesn't matter.
Well, it's like I said before, I think it's hard burned into the culture. I don't think I can change it. And like I said, I tinkered around with your idea precisely the way you framed it, and it doesn't work out that way, the way you're saying it does. I can't break these stereotypes by myself. It's like trying to push back ocean waves. They just keep coming. It's like going against the ocean.
But when you did your experiment, did you object when the man showed you that he'd written white? Did you say no, I'm actually black? Or did you accepted it because it was an experiment to you and you didn't genuinely feel like, obviously you don't think you're black, so.
Honestly, I was surprised I even got hired, to be perfectly honest. And
because why is that? Because just to understand why you were surprised, is that because you put black on the application and they knew you were white, or is it because you just put black on the application full stop?
No, I was surprised that I was hired because I had been having trouble finding jobs, and I was doing that because I wanted to see what would happen. Because at a certain point, you just kind of lose hope, and then you just start messing with boxes because you can, because you figure you're not going to get hired anyways, or maybe. Just maybe you might learn something. And that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to learn something. And I did. I learned that these managers were hiring based on skin color. Or it was at least influencing their decision making.
Yeah. We know that.
And they think this way, and they think it's legitimate. And I was just testing the waters to see how this dichotomy was playing out, and I learned something by doing that. Even though maybe these people obviously disagreed with me, but it's interesting that I actually got hired by doing this, and other groups kind of, like, I guess, silently snubbed me. They smiled to me, to my face, but silently resented me. And in the other case, the person just didn't care and hired me because they needed somebody. So I think they would have hired anybody. And it wasn't a particularly glamorous job, but I wasn't even expecting to get hired anyways. I had no expectation.
Because you were struggling already prior to that to find somewhere. That's why you were.
Story of my life, basically. But I've always been pretty stubborn. I've tried a lot, but I mean, after a while, you kind of just like, it just it just seems like you're hitting your head against the wall. But I still try.
So what I find quite interesting is, obviously you did that and you kind of then realized that they were hiring based on race. So then does that mean now
I understand there's nuance? I don't think it's as black and white as you're saying. I think different people treat this. Sorry, I just wanted to respond.
Okay, go for it.
But I think it's circumstantial. I think different people treat this differently.
So do you? Yeah, of course. So, but would you? So then, from experiencing that, do you understand systematic racism? Do you believe it exists within America?
I think people have stereotypes.
So, but if you just experience systematic racism, that's why I'm asking you this. This is what you experienced. Because regardless if it was that they hired you because you're black, there's also a reason why they wouldn't hire you if you were ticking the box of being black as well. It's not, and the thing is, maybe you as
I'll answer you in a sec. Go ahead.
Yeah, so maybe you as a white person, when you're ticking your boxes and you're putting white, they're wanting to hire a white person in many of the jobs that you might have struggled with, but you just wasn't fitting the bill in other cases, right? With like maybe you didn't have enough qualifications, or the job was you were too overqualified, or whatever, was the reasons as to why they didn't want to hire you as a white person. But then if you're ticking that as a black person and you've got the same, you must now understand that they do go off of the back of your race as well, whether or not they want you to be a part of the team. And that's part of, does your face fit, Well, and you experienced it already. You said you experienced it. So that's why I'm asking you, do you believe that there's systematic racism? And it's quite difficult. Like, I don't know why I'm asking. It's a bit facetious for me to ask because you've experienced it. So for you to say no now would obviously just make you look silly. But I'm still asking the question.
Well, the way you framed it was actually incorrect. And also there was a detail I forgot to mention. So in the case where manager didn't see. What's funny is I remember filling out the job application for this company before, and I put down white, I put down male, because they asked those things on these things. And then I think it was like 3 or 4 months later, I clicked down black and female, and I think it was less than 24 hours I got a call, and there was a black woman on the phone. And then when I got there, it was a chubby white guy behind a desk. And he went through the whole interview process with me, and then I never heard from him again. I figured he just threw my application in the trash.
Yeah, because
so
they had
it wasn't because I checked the box black and female, because obviously that gave me a good result. But when they found out I wasn't a black female, then I wasn't filling some quota to where I think that they get extra money for hiring a certain amount of each demographic. Because I think
and the reason being is because, this is the thing that happens in the UK as well, right? So like I said, so they might have hired you because you're black, or not hired you because you're black, and it's both part of the systematic racism, you see, like, because ultimately you're being chosen or not chosen based on your ethnicity, not based on any skills or anything that you can bring to the table. And it's because the system's already set up like that, is why they have to. That's why the government then sets up something that gives them perhaps more money, or they have to. So here in London, and it's not so much like more money; it's more a case of they have to have like a balanced kind of workplace. So they do need like to hit numbers for how many people of this ethnicity like work there. I don't believe that they get any more money to do so. But the only reason why that's in place is because the systematic racism is there. Like that's the whole reason. So they set it up, but they also set this up to make us feel like we are some sort of equal. Whereas if they just stopped all asking people where their heritage is and what sexuality they are and whatever when it comes to a job interview, because ultimately that information is not important. It's about the skills that you have when you're going for the job, right? That should work. It should be. That's what it's about.
I mean, I think a lot of people assume this, but I again, I need to correct you a little bit. I agree that having racial quotas is a systemic form of discrimination, of both with the sex and the skin color, because that's how it's done. But the thing of it is, I don't think it was because of my race or my sex. I think they were doing it because there was a capitalist incentive to hire a certain race and sex, that they get money for doing this, and that was actually the reason. I don't think they actually cared what my race was, or they might have cared, but I think the monetary decision was a bigger decision, because that decides the health of the corporation. The corporations run on money, and if the corporations don't get enough money, they die.
With all those scenarios, though, it's racism, right?
So I just see it as corporate interest, whether or not it is discrimination, which it is a form of system discrimination concealed in capitalism. But the thing of it is I think that that's what happens in multiracial societies. You pander for votes, and that was one way for the capitalist ruling class to get votes, and that's why that now exists. It has everything to do with money. It has actually less to do with race. I think it has more to do with money.
More to do with money.
Yes.
But that's because because it is ultimately about race. So the incentive had to be put there to kind of obviously get people to be more fair. And then now it's become about money for most people. They don't actually care about whether or not they've got a diverse work society. They just care about the money, is what you're saying, yeah? Okay, fair enough. I can see.
I think it's devolved into that. I think America has become too rich for its own good.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And then when it was saying earlier on, when Maki was saying earlier on about going back home, so you being European and obviously being in a foreign land, even though for you obviously it's not foreign because you were born there, your grandparents, their grandparents, and so on and so forth were born there, it then like kind of stops being foreign. But because it's not a place, because you know this place is obviously being usurped from people that are the originals of that land, do you think it's better for you when you want to have, you know, the society that you're looking for in the future to be in a place where your people actually originate from? And yeah, do you think that would be much better for you because your people don't originate from America?
So I know this is going to be hard to swallow, and it is for myself as well. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but my homelands, and I consider any of the European outposts to be at least more in lockstep with what I'm accustomed to. But if you wanted to get really technical, I have ancestry in various parts of Europe, and also I have ancestry in England and Scotland and Ireland. I have quite a bit of a mix though, so it becomes dubious to which one is my home.
Where you go back to.
But I would say the political atmosphere in some of those places very hostile to me. So I don't think I would be better off moving to those places where honestly I'd have some culture shock because I've never lived in England, Scotland, Ireland, or even northern and central Europe. Although I do value my ancestral homelands, it would on some level be satisfying to live there. But I fear the political climate there, and also I think it's less free. There are more speech restrictions. People are much harsher towards people like me who have different political ideas, and so I fear that type of environment.
But
it's a bitter pill to swallow.
I hear you, and there's a lot of people that are African American. I hate that term, but let's just use it for this conversation. That are also like feeling like obviously America isn't their homeland, so they don't know where to go back to either because they don't. There's no records of where they came from. There's like the general of you came from Africa, but whereabouts in Africa did we come from? There's no record of that particular, like of each particular person. A lot of them, obviously, Ghana opened the doors for them. So a lot of Americans have gone back to, have gone to Ghana in order to be in a society where they feel comfortable being themselves and they're no longer having to deal with the strains that America puts on people of color or just people in general. I feel like America's got a huge problem. It's just a shit country.
I see. The thing of it is I still love this place, even though I feel like it could be better. It's a little bit. I'm having a little bit of trouble explaining it just right. Like I love this country, but I see it as like in big trouble as far as people just fighting over ideas, basically. And what it is that the ruling class is in their position because of various factors, and in order for them to maintain their position, they have to adhere to the principles of capitalism. So for the ease of conversation, I just call them elite capitalists because that's pretty much what they are. Okay. And they make all the decisions, and they really not to say I know what they're about, but I kind of think the gist is that they see social issues as a lost cause, and they only go into social issues insofar as it advances their agenda. So, for example, if they need votes from a certain demographic, or they need to put on like a show competition to say, oh well, we're supporting your ethnic group. Do you see us playing our roles as conservatives over here, or do you see us playing our roles as liberals over here? We are fighting for you. But in the end, really, they're just making their own decisions behind the curtain. They're really not actually listening to us. They're telling us things that we want to hear, and they're throwing us a bone occasionally. And that's what I see happening. And it's not representative of the will of the people.
But that's most governments in the world anyway. That's what happens. The people know that, and people just deal with it, and they just like we all know, and you've probably seen it. Like there's kind of memes that are about, like if one person stands up, nothing's going to happen, but if everyone stands up, then we can overrule, and that's basically it for it. But everyone's of the mindset that they can't do anything about it. No change is going to happen. What can I do to change it? So there's a lot of governments around the world that are like that people don't say anything, even though they're upset and whatever, but they still vote in the systems. They still go to vote, and just what I'm saying. Whereas if you boycotted it all, there's not much they can do. But that's what I'm just saying. It's all around the world. So I hear what you're saying. It's not anything that other nations don't experience. I do want to quickly just jump all the way back though to the idea that you don't feel that your people, being Anglo-Americans, are going to exist in the future. I feel like that's crazy. Like how, like I'm a Muslim myself, so the reason why I tell you that is because I believe in God, and I don't think it's possible that there's going to be an extinction of any ethnicity. I don't think it's actually possible to happen. And if it was to happen, then I believe genuinely it would be written in the scriptures to let us know that was going to happen. But there's nothing that points to that whatsoever. So I don't think it's possible. And also, Alex, a lot of people feel like you do. So obviously they're reproducing with only Anglo-Americans. There's a lot of Anglo-Americans reproducing with Anglo-Americans, and then they're reproducing. So there's just literally the idea of you guys being extinct it's really silly. It is really silly. But maybe you could explain why you think that would happen. But like I said before as well, just additionally to what I'm saying, you already established that you come from the United Kingdom. That's like your heritage way back before they come to America, but you're not sure of which land that they actually were in, and that that you're a mix. So that just tells you right now, you being Anglo-American is not excuse the like crassness of it, you're not a purebred human being. So for you to worry about you no longer exist, and it's really silly, because ultimately by you mixing and having children, so from the moment you have a child with somebody else, you're already creating a new ethnicity. I wonder how, or if anyone agrees, disagrees with that. So I'll say that again. Basically, when you have a child with somebody else, you're creating a new ethnicity within itself. It's a brand new ethnicity, and it's all and ethnicities are kind of unique to people. Obviously, heritages are different as well and unique to people because you inherit from your ancestors, right? So everybody, unless they're like brothers and sisters with the same parents, they won't have the same heritage. No? Or you agree,
Right.
disagree?
Right. So you earlier in the conversation, you said that you weren't a different race
Yeah, no, not at all.
But you're saying that I'm mixed and I'm a different race.
No, I'm not saying I said ethnicity.
No, but I think you're actually right. You were wrong previously, but you're right this time. Because I agree with the second thing you said, that yes, if you mix, you are a different race. I agree with that.
No, but I never said, but Alex, I never said race. I don't use that term. I'm talking about ethnicity. So I'm saying that when you mix,
ethnicity is race. It's just another word for it.
No, it's not. But I hear what you're saying, like, but it's really not. Not in, and the thing is as well, especially when you're debating, so I feel like you genuinely have to like really discuss about the words that you're using. For me, I don't use race because I feel race is very that is, it's not a real construct, and it's a dividing construct, and it's, yeah, literally, it's not for me personally. So I don't use that word. I talk about ethnicity, and that's about where in the world that you come from, because race actually just most of the time denotes to people's skin tone, and that's not really accurate when it comes to people's ethnicities. Not at all. I'm black.
I agree, but there's more to it, I think. Like,
well,
your skin tone is not necessarily your race. I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
But ethnicity is basically race. It's just another word for it, I think.
Okay, well, I don't agree, but that's okay. But you as an Anglo-American, if you were to have children with another person who claimed Anglo-American, when you have that child is ultimately a different heritage, first of all, which then gives them a different ethnicity to yourself and your partner. They don't become Anglo-American. And the reason being is because they obviously, their genetics come from their heritage. And there's no proof that, like I said, like I don't have a better word to describe rather than being like a purebred person. You're not 100% you. You've already claimed to be of mixed heritage by not knowing what land that you came from. And this is the same for people of color as well, of all people of color. So it's just a human-based thing, right? That we're all of mixed heritage, not an out of Africa theory or anything like that. This is just looking at 6 generations on both sides. That's 12 people involved here. So for anyone to be like, yeah, the 12 people in my family are all of the same ethnicity, that's a bit mad. Doesn't really happen. I mean, that would, so for someone to be a pure breed would be very unique rather than everybody being a different ethnicity, you know? So that's why when you say that you think your people are going to be out, I'm like, how? Because who are your people?
Right. So I'm not allowed to have a people or an identity.
No, you are, but your people can't be based on. Well, you're saying these people are going to be out, but that can't be. Okay, sorry, I don't know how you're saying they're going to be out, but I was just assuming that it was through obviously relations and people and having children. I thought that's how you meant it was going to like fade out. But how on that basis, how can it if you don't have a pure breed of people? You know, you're just going by.
Well, I guess it comes down to a fundamental question. What is who am I?
Yeah.
Right? And I've identified myself broadly as a European, and more specifically, the most significant claims that I have to this land is the direct tie from my Anglo ancestry that started at the current conception of America in 1619. Now I know people try to argue that, well, there were other people on the land. Yes, that's true, but now they're dead, and we are here now.
Not all the people are dead though, because they still have ancestors, and they still have.
The thing of it is they were crushed. The only ones left were, we gave mercy to them and let them live. So in the end, it was just us building this place with a handful of other people, and the country was 97% pan-European, mostly Anglo, and with many Germans and other sprinklings of various Europeans, and then eventually we allowed the Irish and the Italians into the country. Yeah, I believe in the 1800s we started accepting them, and we used them as the descendants who were alive at the time, they decided to have Irish and Italians do a lot of the grunt work, and they were brought in for the trades. They were brought in for the steel working, and we know the history with some of the other tribes that wasn't so glamorous. However, I will say that Europeans were one of the last people to engage in historical slavery, but they were also the first to end it. So that I think is kind of an amazing accomplishment. That we were able to correct something that was incorrect very quickly.
But the thing is, to say that, okay, there's so many different points I want to make. Just the first one being to say that it was Europeans that ended it. They weren't the first to be in it. It was the Europeans that ended it. Is kind of like, well, it's if you're in power, then who else is going to end it? You could say that the black people were the first people to end it. The ones that ran away, the ones that maybe committed suicide, the ones that tried not to procreate. They were ultimately trying to end it. No, but the successful people in ending it were the ones that were leading it. And they so happen to be European. So that point is a bit shit. I wouldn't even drag that around or say that again to anybody else for fear that you might look really silly. And I don't think that you are. Obviously, we're having a conversation. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just saying that point is really kind of, yeah, I wouldn't use it. But then what I also find quite interesting, Alex, is like when you're talking about how the Europeans came to the United States and so on and so forth, you're talking about them being crushed, the people that were there being crushed, and you're saying we and all this stuff. But yeah, like I said, I was listening to the whole conversation today, and I heard you talking earlier with Jedi and Maku, but yet you didn't want to be associated to any of that. You were like, no, that's my ancestors. That wasn't me. I wasn't there. I wasn't alive. But
there. No, that's true. I wasn't there. It was my ancestors that did this. You have to understand. See,
yeah, but the way that you're talking now,
history is time, it's generational. And when I'm telling you a story about my ancestors and you tell me, well, you shouldn't talk about your ancestors. Well, okay, you be me. You tell me the story of my ancestors. How would you do it? What would you say?
Oh, I would say they. I would really say they, because I would be distancing myself to their atrocity.
Why do I have to water everything down? Why can't I just tell the truth? Why can't I just tell you what happened?
But this is the thing. But this is the point that I'm picking up on. I'm saying when you were talking about it earlier and people were talking to you about your heritage, you were wanting to distance yourself from it and saying, no, it wasn't me. It was my ancestors. But when you're talking about it now, okay, cool. But,
I didn't enslave anybody.
Alex, wait.
I didn't kill anyone.
Alex, cool. Right, I understand all this. I'm not silly. But what I'm picking up, the point I'm picking up on is right now, when you're talking about it, you're saying we, and we did this, and we did that. So you're taking onus of it. Whereas before, when somebody else, when a black person was telling you what you'd done, you wanted to distance yourself. So when you're telling the story now, I would have thought you would have, wait a second, I would have thought you would have been, wait a second, Alex, wait a second. I'm saying, when you're telling the story now, you asked me just now, how should you have told that story? But if it was me, and because they're heinous acts that happened of my ancestry, and I have obviously Europeans in my family that obviously were just disgustingly terrible to the Aborigines in Australia. So I have that, but I don't sit and say we did that, because I'm ashamed of that, because that is disgusting behavior. Ultimately, it had to happen for me to be here. Okay, I'm totally aware of that. This is how the Most High works. But I would distance myself from it. This is the point that I'm making. When you were talking about it just there, you didn't distance yourself by saying they said that, they did this, they did that. I know what you're talking about, your ancestors, but you're taking the way you were talking was if there was pride in what happened, and that it was something that, yeah, you thought was a good thing that happened ultimately. So that's why I'm picking up on it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the deal. I have to explain a story. And if I happen to use a pronoun that is actually false, you know, what does that mean?
But it's not false. It's only false if you don't identify it.
See, here's the caveat. I said we when I should have said my. I did actually correct myself later as the conversation progressed, and I said, well, no, it was my ancestors. I corrected myself. But the thing of it is, you say I'm taking pride in all of this. I didn't do any of these things. So
that's fine.
I don't even understand what all of that, like all that previous narrative that you were talking about. I don't understand what any of that means. And on top of it, let's say I did what you suggested and distanced myself from it and just pretended like it never happened and whatnot.
No, that's not the same as
What would be the point? What would be the point? The story's out there. You can read it everywhere.
Pretending it never happened and distancing yourself from it is totally different. That's like my father being a murderer. That's like my father. Okay, so it's like my father's a murderer. I distance myself from my father, or I pretend he's not a murderer. They're not the same things. And that's exactly what's happening. Your ancestors are murderers. They're disgusting people. I have some of that in my heritage.
I don't think my ancestors were bad people.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. See, this is the thing. So then you wouldn't want to distance yourself from the acts that they had. This is why I don't understand. I just feel like you pretend.
Because the thing of it is, if I sit here and I go to any human on earth and I say your ancestors were terrible people, they enslaved people and they killed people, and if I say that about any group, any race, any individual, I would be correct, because slavery was something that was ubiquitous with the entire human race.
Okay, but what slavery are you talking about? You're talking about
I don't see any point in trash talking my ancestors who are now dead.
It's not trash talking. It's factual.
You said you just said my ancestors were terrible people.
Well, yes. Based on what do you constitute a terrible person? What would you call a terrible somebody that murders somebody? Innocent men, children, women.
So first of all, there's a hole in your theory. First of all, you have to prove that my ancestors were involved in the actual killing. Second of all, you have to prove that my ancestors were rich enough to purchase a slave, which I don't even know if that's the case. I'm just saying collectively, as a group of people, which is my culture, which you say I don't have a culture and I don't have a race and I don't have a people and I don't have a story and I don't have a history and I don't have ancestries to be proud of. It really just serves to dehumanize, take the wind out of, and shrink who I am as an individual. When
who said that?
In my life, I haven't had any systemic advantages. I haven't enslaved anyone or done anybody any harm. Hell, I don't even break the law, and I mind my own business, and I do everything I can to advance the society as best as I can. And I even try to consider things that people tell me, even to my own detriment, it seems, because I get so spun up over stuff that has happened in the past before I was born. And when I sit here and I tell you honestly what I think, to the best of my ability, what my collective group of ancestors did, and I try to go through it and figure this thing out, I get called kind of by extension through my ancestors. My dead and buried ancestors from long ago get called murderers, thieves, slave owners, all this stuff. And some of that stuff, I don't even, if I traced it back, I don't even think some of that would be accurate. It would be accurate in the context of my people, but perhaps not personally to me or my family. And that's the problem, because we don't know who did what, or what happened to who, or who attacked who. But the running narrative,
But you're blaming the people. This is the thing. You're blaming the people.
Was attacked by the American Indians, and miraculously somebody fired off a cannon, and it scared them away. And then our people refortified and ended up winning and advancing and taking the country. So
okay,
you call that evil, you call that bad. I don't know. Maybe it's just people surviving, because I don't know every detail down to the last drop of water into the past. I don't. But
yes,
then
of course.
again,
Alex, that's the reason why I'm talking to you like this.
The nature of human beings. I understand history.
You're dragging on a little bit.
Mixed with conflict, and we are still experiencing conflict, and I don't know how to end it. I can't even tell the truth about my ancestors without being told that my ancestors were horrible people. I think that's up for me to decide. I think that's up for me to decide and figure out. We don't bring everybody under the sun to judge other people based on these things.
This is not going to be a conversation.
You don't know the truth. You don't know the whole truth about my ancestry.
Okay, cool.
I don't know the whole truth about my ancestry, and I've been trying to figure it out for a long time, and I don't know the whole story. And you act like you know everything, and you don't.
Look at you. Look at you. You're taking all your conversation. You're taking all the conversation from today, and you're putting it on me. Not once have I said you didn't have a culture, you didn't have this.
And I wanted to answer another question.
I didn't say any of that. You don't need to answer another question, because it's my turn to talk right now. And the only reason why I'm talking to you like this was based on how you were talking about your ancestors when you're sitting there going, and they were and we crushed them, and the people here, they were like, and this is how you were talking. So now for you to be butthurt that I'm turning around and saying, oh, well, your people, your ancestors are horrible people, like, how can you turn around and say, oh, you don't know my ancestors, when this is how you were talking about your ancestors?
This is the silly rationalization you make. You act as
There's
if
no silly rationalization.
You act as if.
Let's go all the way back. Come on. Let's go all the way back.
You act as if my people didn't die in the war too. My ancestors died too.
Are you joking?
It wasn't this like one-sided stomp fest, but it was a back and forth.
Did American soldiers die in Afghanistan? Did they? Or did they? No American soldiers, did they die in Afghanistan, or they all survived? So it's so stupid to even say that.
I don't even know what's happening. I don't even know what's happening there, to be honest. I didn't do any of that.
No one's saying you did. Why are you acting as listen?
Because it's always my fault from 1,000 years ago. And I can't substantiate that claim. It doesn't make sense to me.
Nobody here in this literally me and you, not one person has said it's your fault for anything. I didn't say that. I didn't tell you it was your fault for anything whatsoever. You're the one here playing the victim. Literally, you're playing the victim.
I feel like I've been victimized. And by the way, I didn't want to answer those gentlemen previously because it seemed like they were dogpiling me and trying to get me to, I don't know, apologize for my ancestors. And I don't even know what the point of it is. I can't change it. So I might as well just own up to what happened as to the best of my ability to think about it. And try to figure out what I can do going forward. There's no point.
For it never to happen again, right?
Killing myself over something that's already happened.
Completely, and it also comes back to your point where you think that your people are not going to survive in the future. When you think, like, is there any point you worrying about that either? Because your existence on the earth is like a click of the fingers.
But,
and if you're
let's say the shoe's on the other foot. Let's say you thought your people were not going to exist in the future. Should you care about your people? I mean, it's really a silly question.
But Alex, I already told you. You can't use that
question. It's a silly question. It's a silly question.
Why, Alex? You can't use that on me because I've already told you where I stand.
It's a silly question.
I already told you where I stand with ethnicity.
You don't have a culture, right? Is that what you said? You don't have a culture?
I have multiple. I have
well, tell me about how your ancestors killed people and owned slaves. Tell me how it feels when somebody says that your ancestors are terrible. It's just shitty. There's no point other than to hurt people with that.
Tell me about my black ancestors that
tell me about the ones that enslaved and killed people, because I guarantee you there was some of that in there.
No, I didn't have.
Please tell me.
Alex, are you listening? I'm saying I don't have ancestors that participated.
Yeah, you don't have it. You're not part of the Earth experiment here. You're not part of the Earth. You're not part of a people here.
Okay,
we're all human. We're all humans, but this human is the wrong human because reasons and history. It's such bullcrap.
Okay, Alex, what we're going to do is if we're going to have a conversation, and I'm very much happy here to have one with you, but like you got to let me talk, really and truly. It's just a little bit.
But I think attacking people based on history is pointless.
What are you talking? Who's attacking you? Did I attack you based on history? No, I didn't.
Yes.
I said no, I didn't. I said you had awful ancestors. I also said that my ancestors.
To be honest, I don't like hearing that because what does that say? What does that say? Think about
your ancestors. What does it say? You said it though, Alex. I didn't say it. Rewind. If you rewind, you'll hear yourself bringing up your ancestors. You are talking about what they did to the indigenous people of America. And then
what else happened? You know what else happened? The king from England tried to kill us. And we fought back and crushed them too.
Cool, fine. Doesn't matter.
Are we terrible for doing that too? It's just like a story of survival. I don't know what else to say.
Well, it's not survival if you're going somewhere and your
ancestors survived somehow. So did mine.
Listen, they were surviving in the land that they lived in. They were surviving there. They decided to conquer another land. That's not about survival.
I really wonder. I really wonder if that was the intent from the beginning. I wonder if it didn't turn into that later. I don't know if that was the original intent. I know that they were leaving their home to go across a large ocean. I don't know if they planned on conquering a people. I think they didn't even know these people were here. Okay, I think they showed up and they were surprised to see other humans there. Okay, and then on top of it, they ended up fighting each other, and I don't think they planned on that either. And to say otherwise is really just
why were they bringing all these weapons? And I mean, come on, I think it's definitely basic. They knew people were here already, 100%. That how would they know there was land here? You think everyone just got in a boat and was like, oh, let's just see where we go, see where it takes us. They thought the earth was flat. So they found land, right? Somebody found land before, went back to England, said, whoa, we found land. There's people that live there. There's even writings about it and writings and descriptions of the people that were there for the first people that traveled over. And then the whole society, then obviously the society, not society, then obviously a larger group of people started immigrating over to America. So for you just to say that it was just a surprise and they didn't know and they had to start fighting people, that's nonsense. They were well prepared to take over the country. This is what they did in those times when it was war. This is what human beings do. So
have you considered the fact that they brought muskets with black powder and lead balls to hunt game as their intent, not to murder people?
Conveniently, it worked great on the people as well. Conveniently. Listen, they didn't just all jump in a boat and go.
I will say that the American Indians had arrows that were quite effective, and tomahawks.
Yeah, and they were defending themselves.
They did kill my ancestors. No matter how you slice it, they attacked.
But that's unfortunate because your ancestor was the oppressor. That's why. Because
I really wonder if that was really how it went down. I really wonder.
Okay, so if you go,
because I don't claim to know what my ancestors did. I wasn't there. I wasn't physically there.
Okay. But let's just do this. So I'm in my house with my family. In my house, yeah, with my family. We're all here. You go, oh, that looks like a nice house. Actually, I want that house. I'm going to take over that house. Now you come in my house.
You're making a huge jump in logic. I told you that it could have been more ambiguous than that, and then eventually ended up that way.
This. So what? You thought the house was empty? Like, no, it's not. People knew. You don't just wander around and then just bump into a country. That's not what happened.
So let me ask you something. Why do you think those ships sailed from England? What was the intent?
First of all, there was the people, the explorers that wanted to find land. Those people found land. The same what happened with Australia. Australia was discovered way before British people decided and Europeans decided to move in there. It was discovered. The Dutch saw it. They went to there. They saw it. They were like, oh, cool, bye. Like, let's leave them. There's people there. Wrote about the people. Then it wasn't until later on that the other Europeans decided, oh, actually, and the Brits, let's go live there. Let's take it over. They made a plan. The same thing happened with America. They discovered the land. The original explorers discovered the land. Then they made a plan for people to emigrate over to that country. So I don't know why you're pretending like that didn't happen. Even if it wasn't.
So how do you know that their intent was to just slaughter people?
Who said that?
Could they have not just slaughtered people in England and taken that land? If it was just a matter of just slaughtering and taking land, wouldn't England have been a lot easier? Wouldn't England have been a lot easier place to do so?
But the English already had England. That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, but if we killed the other English, we would have been able to take the land. It's just as it's actually a lot easy. It's a lot easier to do that. It's a lot easier to do that than to travel the dangerous ocean.
Okay, but would it not make sense that kings and queens would want to own other parts of the world? What is the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth is based on the fact that they want to own other parts of the world. It was just about land.
So you're saying the king wanted to do this.
The society, the people, the king, whoever was the hierarchy in that society, it was about them actually spreading the people.
When you say the king wanted to do this, that might be plausible. That might be realistic, because if it was the king doing it, that would make more sense to me. But if it was just random people who were just exploring, I don't think they would have known that they were in for a fight for their lives. And I don't think they would have risked it, because they damn near died on the beaches. It was actually a stroke of luck that they managed to fight the invaders off, because the American Indians knew that if other people came onto their land, they weren't going to be a friend they don't know. They knew that it was a real threat to their way of life, so they attacked. And I really don't think that they prepared for that. But there's an alternate theory. So let's say the king sent them to slaughter the American Indians. Okay, well that's a different type of a thing. Well, again, the blame really falls on the capitalist elite making all the decisions for the citizens. So really, the citizens had no agency. They were being commanded by a ruling source, and they didn't have a choice.
No,
which one is it?
I don't believe that. I don't believe any of them whatsoever.
So you think the three boats of travelers on their own, without the permission of the king, went on this dangerous trip and came there with the intent to conquer an entire continent, a huge continent with many enemy combatants. Right, cool. I mean, it just seems unrealistic.
An explorer is somebody that goes and
how did these people have that much money? How did they have boats?
We're not living in the same lifetime as them. So ultimately, there might have been people that been able to build boats themselves.
But all these questions are impossible to know. We can only theorize.
It's really not.
How did you figure it out? How did you figure out where the intent was?
Listen, look, America. I'll tell you one thing. America is not on any of my priorities of learning about their history. I'm telling you that. But the one thing that I do know about America is their history is very well documented, and that comes from the UK all the way to America. Very well documented. So even for you not to know,
you tell me what the story is. What's the story? What happened?
I'm literally.
Was it the king? Was it the king? Were they independent actors? What happened?
Whoever it was a hierarchy, right?
Whoever it was, you don't know. I don't know either, to be honest.
Like I just said, I don't. But these are not my people, so I don't give a crap. That's how it is. Really and truly,
right.
I don't.
They're not your people, so you don't give a crap. Right.
Yes.
There it is. There it is. They're not my people. There it is.
I'm not American. Are you all right? I'm not European, and I'm not American. They're not my people. So why do I need to learn
They're
about?
Not my people. They're not my people. Imagine if you were in America and you said that. You'd be lynched.
I would be lynched as a.
You'd be lynched by Mexicans. You'd be lynched by African Americans. You'd be lynched by all sorts of different groups. By white people. White people would really resent you saying that.
Okay,
because a race is a social construct, right? Race doesn't exist. So when my ancestors went over there, they were just native. They were just American Indians too. So effectively, it was just a brother war.
You don't know what you're talking about.
It was the same race. It was the same race killing themselves, apparently.
Listen, you know what? You're not intelligent at all. And the thing is, now I'm becoming personal.
The thing of it is race a social construct? Number one is race a social construct. Number two, how do you know the intent in history from the 1600s? How do you know how that went down?
That's why I know you're not intelligent.
Number three, if there's no culture and no race and no countries, why does any of it matter?
And look how you are the victim, Alex, because you took what everyone said to you today and you've put it into this conversation that I'm having with you as if I had said all this stuff to you. But maybe because I'm a woman, you feel that you're able to now talk up and be you, The men were obviously intimidating to you. You can act this way around the men, but now the woman speaking, it's a bit more, you got a bit more power, no? Is that how you feel? Telling me that I'm going to be lynched if I was to say that, but you're not actually listening to what I'm saying.
But what did you say? You said you don't like other races that are not yours. They're not your people.
No, I
said, imagine if you said that in America. Imagine if you said that in America.
I wish I could other races because I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You don't understand my culture. You don't get it.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Do you know? No, I didn't say that. Alex, do you know anything about Trinidadian people? Can you tell me the history of Trinidadians?
I don't know.
Can you tell me that?
Anything about them?
And why is that, Alex?
You know what? It's a country far, far away that I haven't had the luxury of investigating.
It's in the Caribbean, which is it's further away from me than it is from you. That's funny.
Yeah, and still far away. Still far away.
It's further away from me than it is from you. I know about Trinidad.
How am I going to get there? Are you going to help me get there, or is the American government going to allow to go over there to visit? Because I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Why don't you know about Trinidadian people?
Ask the American government why I don't have the ability to travel over there and investigate.
No one's talking about having the ability. You've got the internet. You've been sitting on it for freaking 7-8 hours.
Right.
You could easily Google it.
You can read it. You can read it right off the internet. You can read it right. So why ask the question if you can read it off the internet?
Listen.
Why ask the question?
I am asking you why you don't know about Trinidad. You can educate yourself. You're blaming America as to why you're not educated in Trinidad.
You asking me this? Why are you asking me this?
You told me, the reason why I'm asking you this is because you told me that if I said that I don't know anything about American history because
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what you said. What you said was you don't care. You don't care because they're not my people. You don't care because they're not my people. That is what you said.
Of course, I don't care about their history.
That's
They're
all.
not my people.
That is.
That is
You know
exactly
what?
I
You know what? There are Americans here who would really hate you for that. I'm just
They're
saying.
not my people. Why would I know about their history?
I know, and you would not fit in here. People would really be angry at you for that one.
SubhanAllah. Whew.
I'm just telling you the truth. I don't even have to sugarcoat that one. That's just what happens. Like, I know what happens in America. I know how race is a you know, it's a landmine in this country. You talk about race, all of a sudden everybody's killing each other. That's what this country is now. That's the thing. It's like, but I sit here and I try to analyze my own history, and then I get told that my ancestors are horrible people, and it's like,
oh, you're not a victim.
Okay, but what is this? What are you serving to do here? Demoralize me after I've already, you know, I'm just here living, and I'm trying to figure out a history, and you know, I'm trying to go through it, and you know, there's no right answer. Sometimes there's just no right answer. Sometimes you're just born in.
You're so
born in. Things happened in the past. You know what? What ethnicity? What ethnicity?
I no longer want to have a conversation with you.
What ethnicity has not engaged in war? Which peoples? Tell me, which peoples has not engaged in war? Which people has not engaged in war? Which people has not engaged in war? Which ones?
You're going to have to come back on your stream because I'm no longer interested in talking to this guy. And I really
which people?
By himself.
Which people? Which people engaged in war?
People were warning me not to speak to you, and that I was wasting my time. And you just proved. You know what? I was giving you the benefit of the doubt, but you just proved that I've just wasted so much breath on you because you're hearing only what you want to hear, and you're telling me that I said things that I didn't say. I'm not interested. No longer interested. So, Alex, this is Jedi's platform. Obviously, he's not here. I no longer want to speak to you. But I don't think that you want to sit on this live stream by yourself, right? So maybe it's best if you go, and I'll hold up the live stream until somebody else comes. You've been on the live stream for like loads of hours now, and you're feeling a victim. So I feel like instead of you going through what you're going through continuously, because with more people coming on and attacking you, quotation marks, then I would suggest maybe you come away from the computer, just chill out, and
No, but I want to ask you a fundamental question.
I don't want to speak to you anymore
what peoples in all of human history did not engage in war in their entirety of their history? Can you name a single one?
Regardless if I knew or didn't know, I don't want to talk to you anymore, Alex. And you're not going to get an answer.
That's the thing.
You're not going to get an answer.
What is the answer to that question? I think you know. You
can't have a conversation, a proper one, a decent one, an intelligent one. So I don't want to talk to you anymore. What peoples
didn't engage in war? Which peoples didn't?
You an amazing answer and educate you. It's not about that anymore. It's actually about the fact that you don't have the correct manners to continue to conversate with me, and I don't want to speak to you anymore. That's it.
Yes, but if you tell somebody you don't like them because they're not your people, and then you also tell them you hate their ancestors, and then you also can't answer a question that is fundamental to all of humans, then you're bankrupt. You're bankrupt. You are here to agitate. You are here to foment division and hate. You're a hater. You're a hater.
Everything that I didn't say, funny enough.
You're a hater. You won't even slow down and talk with somebody. What you do is you say, I don't care because they're not my people. That is a direct quote from you. That is a direct quote from you. You also say you hate my ancestors for what they've done. You know what? Ancestors from every walk of life people's collective ancestors from every walk of life have engaged in war. So should I also say that your ancestors are terrible people because they engaged in war at
say
some
whatever
point?
you want, Alex. You're allowed to.
Every single, I'm going to say that. Do you really think it's wise for me to just sit here and poke fun at every single person because of their ancestors? Do you think that's smart? Do you think that's intelligent? Do you think that's intelligent? Do you think that's intelligent? Do you think that's smart?
I don't think you're
smart. Is it
smart.
a good idea? Is it a good idea to sit here and tell other groups of people that you hate them because they're not your people? Isn't that terrible?
But
I
Alex,
think it's a bad. I think it's a bad idea.
This is the thing. We've never had a conversation before, but I'm often on this panel, and a lot of people know that I'm mixed heritage, which means that I have a lot of different people and groups of people within my heritage.
And did some point in their history of your ancestry did they engage in war?
Is a load of rubbish. That's what
did your people engage in war?
You're trying something and it's not working, Alex.
It is working. It is working because I've got you on the run and you are afraid of answering a question. And I know for a fact that every people has had something bad that they've done in their ancestry. But you won't seem to let it go. You seem to think that you can attack other people based on ancestry. And what I'm telling you is that anybody could do this. This is a child's play sleight of hand that you're attempting to use. You are attempting to quote hate.
I told you that I didn't want to speak to you
based on history. Based on history, every single human on the earth conduct this to each other.
Fine,
It's hate. It's hate on its most basic level.
Fine. Okay, fine. But I did tell you I didn't want to speak to you prior to you asking me the question. So it's not got anything to do with
Why are you here?
Because this is Jedi's panel.
You came here. I was just sitting here.
And I was talking to you very nicely. Then I decided that you're not the type of person I want
to you said you hate my ancestors and you hate people who aren't your people, which I find very despicable. I just find this despicable.
Talking so much rubbish. So much rubbish. I didn't say any of that. Listen back to the stream.
Why can't you apologize for what you did? What you did was actually cruel. What you did was actually bad. What you did was actually bad. You need to think about what you just did.
Take a break, Alex. You've been here for 8 hours. Maybe take a break, regroup, get a cup of tea or something. It's what the British love to do. It's what the Europeans like to do. Have a cuppa just to calm down a little bit. Do that. Like tune in with your Anglos and then maybe come back. But no one's apologizing to you for anything because you are not a victim.
Because at the end of the day, you are filled with hate and you have no forgiveness in your heart. You hate other groups of people. That's you literally said it. You literally said it.
I think that's so funny. I didn't say it, and that's not me at all. But you know what?
That is you. Why do you think you upset me? Why do you think you upset me? Why did this happen?
You upset yourself.
No, because of what you did. Because of what you did.
Alex, I think you're about.
This is why I don't get into it, because every time somebody brings up ancestors and tries to talk about history in the best way they know how, they say, "Oh, your people are terrible," and Alex, I don't care about your people because they're not my people. That's you.
I actually think you're a child. Just the way you act and how you're being right now, I think you're a child, and I don't
not
really
at all.
want to.
Not at all. I'm the only adult in the room. I'm trying to educate you on maybe perhaps caring about other groups of people.
Oh, I don't care about other groups.
Maybe you should care about other groups of people.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
that's the
Alex.
conversation.
That is really good advice.
Why don't you have some compassion for other groups of people?
I'm going to take that advice and show more compassion to other groups of people. And just for everybody listening right now, there is actually a charity that you can donate to that my friend is actually raising money for, and it's for the people of Yemen. So as you probably already know, and if you don't know, there is a huge humanitarian crisis. There are millions of Yemenis Yemen people that are starving at the moment. They have been starving for years, and it's really getting to a point of almost no return. And this would be where people could possibly go extinct in a sense if there was any sort of extinction of people. So yeah, there's lots of, my friend has one at the moment. I can actually put the link to that in the chat, or you can literally just Google Yemen crisis or Yemen. Even in Google, you will find that they're asking for money to feed people. They need to feed the people. Unfortunately, the countries surrounding them are not helping as much as they could help. And yeah, the rest of the world is carrying on while there's a lot of people starving. So as you're eating your dinner right now, probably a lot of you maybe listening to this stream, munching on a bit of chocolate, drinking a bit of water, clean, fresh water, perhaps take a couple of coins out of your purse, give that to charity or people in need, or if you've got no cash and you want to donate online. The best one to donate to is the Yemen crisis. That's probably the biggest organization. That's probably the biggest charity that is in need at the moment. Yeah, so Alex, I've taken your advice. I've also shared that to help others, you know, like try to be caring more about other ethnicities and humanity in general. I wonder, Alex, if you want to donate to the crisis in Yemen, or even if you've done it already, or even if you knew about it. Interesting. Nope, maybe not. But I can definitely send the link, and I'm not even being facetious. I'm genuinely saying, like, guys, it's a real thing.
So my advice would be to send the link to my ruling class, because they are in charge of the money. They're handling the piggy bank, so to speak. Like I told you before in the beginning of the conversation, I'm not working. I have no money. So, you know, I just find it ironic that I sit here and, you know, I basically do my best job to try to recall some history and talk about things and even share some of my stories. But then it all devolves into this argumentative tone. And I've seen this so many times before. It's really, really unfortunate.
I wasn't arguing with you at any point, and then you started saying that I was saying things I didn't say, so that's when I perhaps changed my tone to be more argumentative. But even at that, I feel like I've been very calm, especially because you've actually like just put a lot of slander there, saying that I'm this kind of person, I'm not this kind of person. I'm like, wow, you don't even know me, funny enough, and I haven't shown you anything different. Like I said earlier on, perhaps it's because I'm a woman. And perhaps because you've been speaking to men for the last 8 hours that have been saying near enough the same things as I have, but yet you didn't feel maybe able to combat them, and you feel like now I'm a weaker species or I'm a weaker person or whatever it may be.
Well, I think it's funny that you say that, because I stood up to these guys for I don't know how many hours, 7 hours straight, and then you come in. And then you talk about how bad my ancestors are. And then you also say, I don't care about these people because they're not my people. And I really couldn't handle that, because I could just detect that was hate. That was hateful thinking on your part. And I don't think you made a good decision. I think you could have made a better decision with your life, and maybe perhaps you could stop hating on people because they're different
wait,
culture or ethnicity that you are. Because I think
go back. You said, sorry, because Jedi spoke over you a little bit. Wait, Alex, Jedi spoke over you a little bit. Go back. You said you didn't think I made a good decision in my life?
Yes,
go back.
By saying that you don't care because they're not your people. And also you said you hate people's ancestries. Now, I'm going to take it like this, because every people's ancestry is engaged in war and slavery. I'm just going to assume you hate all people everywhere. You hate everybody. And I'm just telling you that's not a good decision to make.
Okay. Thank you for your advice.
I just think it would be better if we didn't go that route. And it's like I said before, I want to de-escalate. I want things to get better. I want the bloodshed to end. I want people to stop bickering and fighting with each other. I really do.
Well, I think the first thing that you can do, maybe, to get there is actually listen. And listening isn't just like listening, you have to hear as well. There's hearing involved in listening, right? So you can like hear what I say, you can listen, but you have to like do both of those things and actually like take it in as well, like engage in what I'm saying and not listen to react. That's really important. So if you want to have conversations with people, debates and so on and so forth, you got to not want to just talk. You got to actually listen to what the people are saying. And then maybe you won't get into anything that's like aggressive or argumentative, because when you're relaying their information that they gave you or that you heard them say, this information is correct that you're relaying, but what you're doing to me is actually relaying incorrect information because you wasn't listening to what I said. And that was and the thing is, because you wasn't listening, you made a key, like it literally, your understanding or your opinion of me couldn't be more opposite to the person that I am. I'm not even upset because I know it's on the fact that you weren't listening when I was talking. But that's all right. I'm not bothered. I don't need your opinion. I don't need your approval, Alex. It is what it is. We were having a decent conversation up until you started feeling like a victim. And then I was over it. I was over trying to have a conversation. As I'm not talking to a grown man who is Anglo-American and feels like a victim. It's not going to happen. Sorry. You're the least person to be a victim. The last person to be a victim, if anything. So, yeah, man, over it. I'm glad you're back, Jedi, though.
Right. Well, I don't know why you're talking about white victimization, but
I didn't say white victimization, did I? I didn't say this stuff. I didn't say this stuff that you're saying. I said
inaccurate as well.
Do you listen? You just don't listen, but it's all right.
No, but we can disagree. I just don't agree with your analysis. That's all. I think you're wrong.
That's all right. That's fine. I don't mind if you disagree with me. That's fine. We're adults, aren't we? So, yeah. Anyway, I'm over the conversation, Alex. If I'm being honest with you, I think you could be over it as well. You have had like hours of people talking to you about your beliefs on this and stuff like that. Like it can become draining, and I think that's maybe why you're not listening as hard as you maybe would have when the conversation started. If I was talking to you, but me personally, I'm bored of it, and I kind of want to just go and get on with my life now.
Well,
so
I still would implore you to look at it from my shoes. When you have people saying that I don't belong here in America, when you have people saying that, well, you should just run back to Europe or wherever. And it's like the very thought of this stuff makes my stomach turn. I don't want to do any of those things because it wouldn't benefit me in the slightest, even if I could do these things. And then on top of it, I'm dealing with infighting within my own ethnic group, and they are so supremely powerful that I have no chance of reasonably fighting it. So I'm forced to go along with whatever they dream up, whatever whim or wish they have. I have to obey. And, perhaps you don't fully understand the gravity of that, but it would be nice if you did.
But do you not think that like what you're explaining is your struggles, and there's a lot of people with struggles in the world? So it's not even a case of me like trying to understand what you're going through. Just maybe you should recognize that other people are going through perhaps the same thing based on these powers that be, or even worse based on the powers that be. And it's just like, Alex, unfortunately, you're not a victim. You're really not. And I just feel like all you've done here is just act like you're a victim. And there's plenty of Black people in America, like I said, that know that they don't belong there. It's not their country. They don't want to be there. I'm a mixed heritage person that lives in the UK. England is not my country. I grew up in Scotland.
Okay, but let me illustrate the scenario. I talk about my ancestry, and I'm told my ancestors are awful. I talk about USA, and I'm told I don't belong here. I talk about my ancestral homelands. And I'm told that I somehow benefit and that I would have more freedoms in these places, which would be false. And it's just, you can't win with these types of conversations. And maybe, you say it's victim mentality. No, I think it's more like accuracy mentality. Like I'm being accurate when I say that I understand the dichotomy and the gravity of these decisions or indecisions. I understand the gravity and pull in which history is, for better or for worse, pointing me to people who are saying they are actually the victims based on my ancestry. However, when I check history, I find that every single human on Earth is connected to some type of warfare. So really, I wonder who is calling the kettle black here. Who is calling the kettle black?
Do you have a passport, Alex?
Nope.
Are you able to access a passport?
So let's say I spend some of my meager cash and buy a passport. Then what? Get a plane ticket?
Do you have a mobile phone?
Get a plane ticket and then go sleep on the street, and then go sleep on the streets, and then go sleep on the streets,
Alex,
and go sleep on the streets.
Alex, you said sleep on the streets like 10 times. So you can hear me trying to interject.
Yeah, but this is a nuisance at this point. I really don't like people trying to tell me what my best course in life is.
Well, listen. Say what, if you're asking for advice, you're gonna get it. You asked the question, the answer was there.
I didn't ask that question.
You did. You just said. You just asked.
Well, I don't remember asking that.
You just.
I might have, but I don't remember.
You literally just said, "What should I do? Get a passport, go back to Europe, and sleep on the street." And I said, "Yeah." As a white man, get a passport, leave America, and go and sleep on the streets. That's how you got to America in the first place. You didn't have a house set up. You didn't. You get me? You didn't have a fucking airport and luxury and a condo waiting for you. Yeah, you stepped off the boat into someone else's land and slept rough.
Yeah, I really wonder about that.
I was actually going to ask.
Sounds like a great plan, my guy.
I had a series of questions.
They call it man of destiny, and that's how you got to the US of A, mate.
My series of questions.
Yeah, but since my origin story was a bad decision, if I go across that water, I might oppress somebody on the other side. So I better not do that. I don't want to oppress anybody, my bro. That's another thing. Oppression gets thrown around too easily, I think. I mean, really, like when you're talking about oppressor, who's oppressing who?
Bro, you've been
am I like ruling over you, both of you, and telling you what to do? Or am I talking to you as a peer?
Hello.
It's got to be one or the other.
Shut up.
We commanded you up. You never be my oppressor.
You can tell someone to shut up with respect. I'm at that point where I'm just like, yo, shut the fuck up. You hear me trying to talk. You've been on there for hours, bro. Come on, man. We don't need to cheat. So we keep that on. So like, show me respect as a man, I respect you. Hear me trying to speak. It's my platform. Let me speak. Otherwise, I'll be telling you to shut the fuck up. And I don't want to deal with you like that. I'd like you to come back and have continued dialogue with us. Do you know what I mean? But
yeah, but the thing of it is, bro. I want to talk to you. I actually do. Before I lose my train of thought.
Even when you can hear me trying to. Oh, like this, yeah. If that was the template set to you by your founding fathers, who you so proudly attributed your lineage to and your ancestry to, even though you don't have proof, it's just an oral tradition handed down from no further than your mother, right? So somebody that was born within the same century as school was the one that handed you this information, and you have nothing to back that claim. So all you know, yeah, you was Irish,
Yeah, your dad was Irish, but all you know, the rest of your family was Irish or from somewhere else. You have no idea. You have no idea. You don't know who you got.
I do.
You get me?
I have a pretty
American,
good idea.
Indian, what am I, G? You could, yeah. How? Because you was asked about your ancestry.
I researched it. I asked my grandparents. I asked my mother and my father. I investigated it. I learned things over time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so silly. Nobody else gets told that they don't understand the history of their country or their ancestry. I mean, does anybody say that to you?
All right, well.
Does anybody ever say that to you?
Yeah, some people.
Why?
Like,
Why did they say this? What would be the goal? What would be the underlying
everybody
goal
can
or aim behind that? Why would somebody want to do that?
And
why would somebody want to tell somebody else that they don't know their origin story better than a stranger does? It's really ridiculous. Maybe it even crosses into a lack of respect. Maybe that's what it is. It's just a lack.
Oh, it's my breath. Can you hear me? Like, Shani, how loud am I?
You're not loud at all. It's not loud at all.
Oh, Shani.
Yeah, you're not
Can
loud.
you hear me? Oh, my G.
Yeah.
Shani, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're not loud at all.
Let me the audience, bro. It's really not a conversation if I've got to go to the audience to get some information.
Yeah, I'm talking to you. You can't hear me clearly.
No. Arla, can you hear me? Or Aria, sorry.
Jedi, you can't hear me because I'm talking to you, right? Oh, 1 second. Yeah.
All right, cool. I don't know who's there, but yeah, I'm out, man. I'm ending the show. Yeah, peace to everyone that was tuned in. Big up yourselves. Please hit the like button on your way out. If you feel generous, hit the donation. Let me know how you're feeling about an 8-hour, nearly 9-hour show. If you think it was worth your while, then yeah, man, hit me up. Peace, love, unity, and I'll link back in another time. Thank you very much, Shani. Thank you very much, Alex Jones, and everybody else that took part in the show and helped to be a wonderful, informative show, even though it was slightly frustrating. Please come back again. It's Jedionline. Check out the rest of the videos. Check out the links in my description and check out the rest of the videos on my channel. Right? Peace.